Chapter 605. The moment Gu Hai's divine soul returned to his body, the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows suddenly pressed down. Boom! Gu Hai quivered and woke up from the black cat's spell. The moment he woke up, Gu Hai's consciousness spread throughout his body and immediately discovered the abnormality. The fire gourd returned to the fire god palace. In the water god palace, Bingheim's nascent soul surrounded the fire god. In the gold god palace, Chen Xian's nascent soul surrounded the gold god. In the earth god palace, Taishang's nascent soul surrounded the earth god. Gu Hai was completely awake, and the three girls woke up from their daze. Gu Hai was overjoyed. The next moment, his expression changed. He remembered that Chen Xian did not have a physical body. Without a physical body, what would happen to her divine soul? Pervert! I'll kill you! Taishang's nascent soul roared with a ferocious expression the moment it woke up. Taishang's nascent soul seemed to throw out an extremely strong yellowish-brown energy. Suddenly, it exploded from Gu Hai's earth god palace. Boom! Gu Hai felt like his body was about to explode. In an instant, Chen Xian, Bingheim, and Taishang's nascent souls all flew out of Gu Hai's mouth in the explosion. Gu Hai roared and glared. He saw the three nascent souls suddenly fly out. Bingheim's nascent soul flew back to Bingheim's body. Boom! Bingheim's body suddenly surged with a super airflow that swept through the entire square. Middle Heaven Palace? Bingheim's cultivation has reached the Middle Heaven Palace. Dual cultivation technique? My G family's dual cultivation technique is used by someone who is not from my family. Kong Di narrowed his eyes. Taishang's nascent soul also flew back. Buzz! After the nascent soul entered his body, Taishang did not get angry out of humiliation. Instead, he began to mutter to himself. Taishang is in my heart, I am heartless and forgetful. I am pure and clear, the dust does not stick to my heart. Taishang anxiously activated his cultivation method. The Taishang Daoist cultivation method, once one lost their virginity, their cultivation base would definitely plummet. Losing one's virginity didn't just affect one's physical body, it also affected one's soul. Losing one's soul was even more terrifying. Taishang anxiously stabilized his mind and cultivation base. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed a small blue ball. Chen Xian's nascent soul flew out and entered the blue ball. Human soul primitive form. It changed back again. Gu Hai's expression changed, revealing a look of anger. In his fury, Gu Hai could only sigh slightly. Perhaps, it's a good thing to change back. It's better than dissipating. Gu Hai sighed. Gu Hai took out a jade box and carefully placed Chen Xian's human soul primitive body into it. Then, he carefully stored it away. Bingheim woke up with a sense of guilt and surprise. She raised her head and happened to see Tai Chu's murderous gaze. On the other side, Kong Di also looked at Bingheim with a cold expression, causing Bingheim's expression to darken. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for before. Bingheim said bitterly. I said, I don't blame you. Gu Hai said gently. However, the more Gu Hai was like this, the more Bingheim felt. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Grand Supreme in the distance. Seeing Grand Supreme so anxious that he was sweating profusely as he stabilized his cultivation, Gu Hai frowned slightly and didn't know what to say. Juzi, my soul was swapped. A subordinate next to Taishang jolted awake and anxiously cried out. This was the disciple of Taishang's Dao who'd been selected to enter the human Dao secret realm. Unfortunately, Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva had swapped his soul. Gu Hai turned to Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva and found that the Bodhisattva was slowly opening his eyes despite his weakened state. Even from far away, Shao Chen saw Gu Hai. The instant he saw Gu Hai, his expression changed, and he shivered. Purple Bamboo Bodhisattva, are you alright? The bodhisattvas asked worriedly. The purple bamboo bodhisattva was trembling as if he could not speak. He could only look at Gu Hai and tremble. Humph, what a troublemaker. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. You're awake, brother-in-law. That's great, the old man also succeeded. Long Wanyu looked excitedly at Gu Hai. At this moment, most people in the square weren't paying attention to Gu Hai. Instead, they were looking at Long Zhanggua, who had a patch of auspicious cloud above his head. Long Zhanggua closed his eyes and held a bubble in his hand. There seemed to be a blue vortex channel inside the bubble. It spun slowly, as if it was absorbing endless strange power from the world. Rumble. The life formation boundary around Tianyin City disappeared, sucked in by the bubble in Long Zhanggua's hand like a whale sucking in water. Not only that, there seemed to be endless blue light in the void being sucked in by force. All the officials of Deqian were guarding Long Zhanggua. Bai Mingshou, Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Ao Tianhuang, and all the other experts were guarding the surroundings. He was waiting for Long Zhanzhang to open his eyes. That's the old man's immortal dome. I heard that it's called the Immortal Dome. Brother-in-law, do you know the Immortal Dome? I heard that it's called the Warring States Immortal Dome. Long Wanyu asked curiously. Immortal Dome? Gu Hai's expression changed. This world was the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths. Long Zhanggua had an Immortal Dome in his hand. Warring States Immortal Dome. Wouldn't that mean that Long Zhanggua had a world in his hand? Laozi had once told him that he had to find the Immortal Dome first. Was it this Immortal Dome? The human Tao's secret realm was dragged into the Warring States Immortal Dome by the old man. Look! Long Wanyu's expression changed. She pointed to the sky. A spatial crack suddenly appeared where the human Tao mystic realm had disappeared. Boom, 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 boom. The crack suddenly split into two into four into 8, and then thousands of them, extending in all directions. Wang! Billowing black gas suddenly emerged from the cracks in the void. In an instant, it covered the sky and the earth, stretching endlessly. It expanded from Heavenly Yin City to the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, and it was still expanding. It was as if heaven and earth were injured. The cracks in the void suddenly spread in all directions, covering the entire divine land in an instant. Ah, so painful. Suddenly, a tearing roar came from the void fissure. The voice was very loud and had a strange majesty, as if it could penetrate one's soul. Plop! 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 Suddenly, everyone in Heavenly Yin City fell to their knees. Bingheim, Long Wanyu, Tai Shang, the future Buddha, Tai Chu, and even Dragon Goding, Takashi Ryushin, Long Shenwen, the Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, all the citizens, and all the Deqian soldiers all fell to their knees with a plop. In a short time, they were all on their knees. From Heavenly Yin City to the outside world, the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, the entire Deqian Celestial Empire, and even the entire Divine Continent. Almost everyone suddenly fell to their knees. There was no reason for them to kneel, just because of this voice. A roar from the heavens. All living beings were forced to their knees by this majestic aura. Countless living beings were trembling in fear. Heavenly Yin City Square. There was only one person who could stand, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Long Zhanggua. Even Gu Hai instantly felt an overwhelming pressure pressing down on his heart. It was as if the depths of his soul instinctively wanted to kneel. That kind of boundless pressure made it impossible for Gu Hai to resist. Kneel? No. Gu Hai's strong will supported his knees, but he couldn't hold on. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal between his brows shook violently, as though it was resisting this heavenly might. But it wasn't enough. More than half of it was cancelled out. There was still a portion that made Gu Hai's knees bend slowly. Wang! Gu Hai's body suddenly emitted waves of blue light. Gu Hai could vaguely feel that the thin mortal soul was somewhere in his body, as though it was resisting this heavenly might. But it still couldn't do it. Boom! At the last moment when Gu Hai was about to kneel, he twisted his body and sat diagonally on the ground. However, the heavenly might continued to suppress Gu Hai's soul, as though it wanted Gu Hai to continue kneeling. The thin mortal soul and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal kept resisting, giving Gu Hai a chance to not kneel. But he couldn't move. Heavenly might? Gu Hai's eyes were filled with shock. Just a voice could force all living beings to kneel. Brother-in-law, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Long Wanyu knelt in fear. Gu Hai himself couldn't hold on. How could he comfort Long Wanyu? The human Tao mystic realm was forcefully taken by Long Zhanghua, and the heavens woke up. The heavens were angry and were about to vent their anger. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua, who was not far away, in horror. Everyone had knelt down, and he was the only one who remained standing. He stood proudly in the wind, bearing the wrath of the heavens alone. The common people knelt, but the dragon warring states did not kneel. Long Zhanghua seemed to be enduring the most powerful heavenly might. Gusts of heavenly might and angry wind seemed to come from all directions, blowing fiercely at Long Zhanghua. However, apart from his dragon robe flapping in the wind, Long Zhanghua didn't show any signs of being oppressed. He didn't even open his eyes. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky above the heavenly court grew thicker and more violent. There was even a hint of red in the center of the dark clouds. Long Zhanggua's dragon robe flapped more and more violently in the wind. It seemed that the heaven's anger had locked onto Long Zhanghua. Gusts of angry wind came, as if there were endless wind blades in the void. But at this moment, Long Zhanghua opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a nine-colored light burst out. Boom! The raging wind that was blowing towards the dragon warring state suddenly exploded and completely dissipated. It seemed that the heavenly might could no longer affect Long Zhanghua. In fact, the auspicious cloud above Long Zhanggua's head grew even larger. Long Zhanghua stood unmoved in the midst of the heaven's anger. He looked coldly at the scarlet clouds in the sky. Traces of savage killing intent appeared in his eyes. My human Tao mystic realm, who? Another roar came from the sky. Boom! Boom! There were two loud sounds in the sky, and the scarlet clouds suddenly separated to two sides. Within the dark clouds, a pair of cold blue eyes suddenly appeared. The two eyes seemed to occupy the entire sky. Each eye was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the entire 36 cities of the heavenly court. A pair of eyes that covered the entire sky. A pair of eyes so cold that they pierced the bone. It was a pair of eyes that could freeze a person's body with just one look. The eyes of the heavens. They looked coldly at the entire world, and their eyes were filled with ferocity as they charged at Long Zhanghua. Chapter 606. The Eyes of Heaven. It looked at the entire world coldly and charged at Long Zhanghua with ferocious anger in its eyes. The heavens were enraged, and all living beings knelt down. The heavens had already locked onto the culprit, and the pressure of the heavens was naturally directed at Heavenly Yin City. Rumble. The entire Heavenly Yin City was instantly suppressed by the heavens, and countless cracks appeared. A destructive aura rushed into everyone's heart. It was a kind of endless despair. At this moment, even though Tai Chu and the future Buddha had been on heaven's side before, they were suppressed to the point that fear appeared on their faces. Only Long Zhanghua stood alone on the high platform. He looked up at the heavens with murderous intent in his eyes. He stomped his feet slightly. Boom! The shattered Heavenly Yin City instantly recovered and merged back together. With a flip of his hand, the immortal dome in his palm merged with his body. Boom! Behind Long Zhan, a blue whirlwind instantly rolled up. As soon as the whirlwind appeared, the sky suddenly darkened, like a tornado, rushing up to the sky. The blue tornado even tore through the rolling dark clouds and rushed up to the 9 heavens. It seemed to connect to the earth in an instant. The rolling blue air column slowly rotated and emitted a soul-stirring aura that made people's souls tremble. Gu Hai looked at the inside of the blue tornado as if he could see ghosts spinning inside. My human Tao mystic realm. You refined it back to the human Tao reincarnation cycle. You really have the immortal dome? It's been 800,000 years, and you want to learn from me? Ha 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 ha. Firmament's ferocious eyes were suffused with a trace of piercing cold, murderous intent radiating in all directions. Long Zhanghua looked at the heavens coldly. Immortal of the 6 paths. I showed you the human Tao reincarnation cycle to tell you that even if you become an immortal, it doesn't mean that you are an ant. The order of the 6 paths of reincarnation cycle is in chaos, and the souls of all living beings are nourished by your cultivation. If you do things too ruthlessly, there will be a time of chaos. Long Zhanghua said coldly. Ha 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 ha, there will be a time of chaos. The entire immortal dome belongs to me. You all belong to me as well. Rebellion? How can an ant know the will of the heavens? Heaven's eye emitted a cold aura. All around, under the suppression of the heavens, the commoners couldn't even lift their heads. Even Gu Hai couldn't move. Shock flashed through his eyes. As expected, in front of the heavens, mortals couldn't even withstand a single blow. Just a wave of pressure, and they couldn't resist? Tian Xen. The heavenly heart is kind, not your 6 Tao heart is evil. I worship the heavens, the heaven and earth that created all life, not you, the source of all evils. Today, I have obtained the reincarnation of the heavens and earth, but I want to sever ties with you and declare war on the evils of all evils. Long Zhanghua shouted. Boom! It seemed to emit a ferocious aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The root of all evils. You want to imitate me? Do you think that I will let you do as you please? Even if you have a country, what can you do when the common people are kneeling? Can the people of a country borrow your strength again? Right now, they only worship me, not you. Heaven's eye stared at Long Zhanghua. Do you think that my heavenly empire only exists in this world? Long Zhanghua sneered. Immortal dome. Heaven's eye flashed coldly. People of the Deqian, I, Long Zhanghua, want to destroy the evil heavens. I want to borrow your strength to establish peace for all eternity. Long Zhanghua shouted. Rumble. Behind him, the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle spun. As it spun, countless light figures could be seen crying out as they knelt down. His Holiness, please use my strength. Heavens, please use my strength. I offer all my strength to the heavens. Within the reincarnation of the human Tao reincarnation cycle, waves of golden energy rushed towards Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanggua's body suddenly expanded. Roar! The boundless providence in the sky above the heavenly court quickly condensed into a huge golden dragon that surged into Long Zhanggua's body. In the War Kingdom and Immortal Dome, almost all the people borrowed Long Zhanggua's power. Long Zhanggua's body was surrounded by waves of golden energy. His originally thin and old appearance instantly became strong, as if his entire body was filled with muscles. His body also expanded rapidly, to 10 zhang tall, and even 100 zhang tall. Finally, he stabilized himself at 10,000 zhang tall. A gigantic dragon battle kingdom that gave off an invincible aura charged at the Heaven's Eye. Heaven's Eye snorted. In an instant, hundreds of coffins appeared in the void. Boom! The hundreds of coffins opened on their own, and hundreds of men and women in gray walked out slowly with different expressions. There were people in imperial dragon robes, people in Taoist robes, monks, and demons. Each of them exuded a monstrous aura. Each of them seemed to have a destructive power. However, their skin was gray. Gu Hai felt that each of the gray-skinned people could destroy Heavenly Yin City in an instant. Is that the Heavenly King sect leader? His Holiness Sky-Splitting Sword? Domineering Immortal Tao Master? Tai Chu and the future Buddha both looked terrified. The two of them seemed to know each other. The person you killed in the battle 800,000 years ago. Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. The hundreds of gray-skinned people all bowed respectfully to Heaven's Eye. Puppets, destroy him for me. Heaven's Eye said coldly. Yes, Master. The hundreds of puppets said respectfully. Then, they turned their heads and looked at Long Zhanggua fiercely. They all rushed towards Long Zhanggua, exuding a destructive power. Each of them was one of the most powerful people in the world in the past. 100 puppets appeared in front of Long Zhanggua in an instant. Puppet? Even when they were at their peak, I was not afraid of them, let alone now. They are just a bunch of corpses. Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. As he laughed viciously, the light of an axe suddenly shone from Long Zhanggua's body. As soon as the light appeared, it illuminated the entire area. Vaguely, Gu Hai saw the shadow of an axe suddenly being grabbed by Long Zhanggua. It cut open the void, and it seemed as though a crack had appeared in the void. Sky-splitting axe. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Boom. 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 Following a series of extremely dense explosions, 100 black holes instantly appeared in the void. A thin line of void cracks connected the 100 black holes into a string. The 100 puppets all exploded in an instant, turning into dust and disappearing into the black holes. The huge vibration caused the entire world to shake. Countless commoners fainted from the shaking. How dare you! The Heaven's eyes suddenly became colder. The peerless monsters from 800,000 years ago were all killed by Long Zhanggua's sky-splitting axe. The future Buddha's body trembled slightly. It should be known that 800,000 years ago, even the future Buddha himself might not have been a match for any of them. These were all killed by the Immortal of 6 paths. After killing them, they were refined into corpses. Who would have thought that they would be so weak in front of Long Zhanggua? Sky-splitting axe. No wonder it was the #1 magic treasure in the world. Tai Chu's eyelids twitched wildly. Earlier, he had been boasting in front of Long Zhanggua and causing trouble in front of Long Zhanggua. He had thought that even if he was weak, he was not much weaker than Long Zhanggua. However, the scene in front of him completely destroyed all of his delusions. That axe could have annihilated him in an instant. How strong was Long Zhanggua? In the past, he had lent the sky-splitting axe to Takashi Ryushin to roam the world. No wonder, no one dared to snatch the sky-splitting axe even if it was right in front of them. No one dared to touch it. #1 in the world. In the distance, Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with yearning and ambition. Long Zhanggua cut down all the puppets with one swing of the axe and looked coldly at the Heaven's Eye. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. The human Tao secret realm? You entered from the sacred temple of Wen Tao. The Thousand Saints Assembly? Ha, it seems that I have been too kind to you. The laws of Wen Tao. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I have taken the chess pieces, but there is the Tao of calligraphy. And the Tao of Qin. And the Tao of painting. Ha 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 ha, because of the laws of Wen Tao, you have a loophole. Good. Then, from today onwards, I will take back all the laws of Wen Tao. I will make you all unable to use the laws of Wen Tao. The Heaven's Eye's anger rose. No, Heaven, we have tried our best. We tried our best to stop him, but we couldn't stop Long Zhanggua. Tai Chu shouted anxiously. Once the laws of Wen Tao were destroyed, wouldn't his Tai Chu scripture be finished as well? Heaven, we tried to send you a message before, but we were stopped by Long Zhanggua. This Thousand Saints Assembly has nothing to do with the laws of Wen Tao. Everything is planned by Long Zhanggua. Even if the 4 arts are in perfect condition, it is useless. The future Buddha also shouted anxiously. The Heaven's Eye glanced at Tai Chu and the future Buddha. How can I allow you to change my decision? The Heaven's Eye roared. Heaven, if all the laws of Wen Dao are taken away, the human realm will no longer have any records of the laws of Wen Dao. Without any historical inheritance, the human realm will wither. Tai Chu said anxiously. The Heaven's Eye narrowed. Boom. Crack. Crack. Countless loud sounds came from the void. For a moment, it was as if streaks of white light shot up into the sky and into the rolling dark clouds. Heaven. At that moment, countless laws of Wen Dao cultivators looked miserable. The chess Dao was taken away, and it was no longer powerful. Now, the zither Dao, the calligraphy Dao, and the painting Dao were all taken away. Tai Chu flipped his hand and took out the Tai Chu scripture. The Tai Chu scripture was still shining with white light. It's still here. My Tai Chu scripture still has the aura of the laws of Wen Dao. Tai Chu was overjoyed. From today onwards, all laws of Wen Dao are no longer allowed to use the laws. You can only use the laws of Wen Dao from the past to spread your Dao to the world. A cold voice came from the Heaven's Eye. In other words, if they continued, the laws of Wen Dao would be almost completely destroyed. However, the laws of Wen Dao and the painting Dao could still be used. The laws of Wen Dao and painting Dao of the past were passed down. The laws of Wen Dao cultivators in the world were instantly filled with grief. Only Tai Chu, the future Buddha, and the others were overjoyed. Yes, thank you, Heaven. Thank you, Heaven. Tai Chu said emotionally. Moving around in anger, you have sinned against the heaven and lost virtue. You should be killed. Long Zhanghua glared. Everything you have was given to you by me. Today, I can take everything you have. You want to go against me with your abilities? The Heaven's Eye glared at Long Zhanghua with murderous intent. Lightning suddenly appeared around the Heaven's Eye like an ocean. It seemed like it was going to pour down and completely destroy everything below. No. Absolute Beginning and the others all looked terrified. This was because the Heaven's Eye was going to destroy everything below. Long Zhanghua looked up at the sky and touched the sky-opening axe in his hand. He said coldly, this axe is called sky-opening. It means to break open the heaven. The evil heaven has no Dao, and the evil heaven has no virtue. Today, I will let it break open the evil heaven and become the first in history. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua suddenly looked up. He glared and revealed a ferocious expression. He grabbed the sky-opening axe and flew up to the sky. Chapter 607. In the anger of the Heaven's Eye, it controlled the vast sea of lightning and poured it down on the dragon warring state. As soon as the sea of lightning appeared, many fierce beasts formed by lightning appeared. There were dragons, snakes, tigers, and leopards. They were all in the form of lightning and emitted a ferocious aura. What's more, there seemed to be peerless overlords formed by lightning standing in the sea of lightning. A monstrous aura burst out and rushed towards Long Zhanghua. The aura was even more ferocious than the previous hundreds of puppets. A large number of people were suppressed by the aura and fainted. Looking at the sea of lightning that blotted out the sky, Gu Hai felt goosebumps all over his body. The threat of death filled his entire body. The sea of lightning surged and rushed towards Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua wasn't afraid. He grabbed the sky-splitting axe and rushed into the sky. His 10,000-foot figure was surrounded by explosive golden energy, but it was still not enough in front of the sea of lightning. Roar! 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 The endless lightning beasts and the sea of lightning collided with Long Zhanghua, as if they were going to destroy Long Zhanghua completely. Boom! Long Zhanghua, who was holding the sky-splitting axe, was instantly drowned by the endless lightning. He was drowned in the rolling sea of lightning. Countless lightning beasts rushed towards Long Zhanghua. That ferocious energy seemed to be exploding unceasingly in the center. Boom! The sea of lightning floated in the sky and formed a super huge lightning ball, surrounding Long Zhanghua. Boom! Boom! Long Zhanghua endured the destructive explosion of the sea of lightning. The void around the sea of lightning seemed to have been blasted apart, forming a black hole. The lightning was still in the center of the black hole. The heaven's eye looked coldly at the center of the lightning. Qing Emperor, Emperor Kong, and Absolute Beginning's eyelids twitched. Is this the Thunder Prison? In the past, he killed Old Man Guanqi. Qing Emperor's eyes flashed with shock. 800 years ago, the Thunder Prison appeared and the Sky Chess Pavilion was destroyed. Even the Old Man Guanqi was trapped here and died. Now, can the Long Zhanghua come out alive? Emperor Kong was also shocked. Long Zhanghua is finished. Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with hatred. Heaven's eyes gaze was cold, but it seemed to relax a little. Clearly, it also felt that Long Zhanghua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe. So what if it was the heaven-splitting axe? It was just a magic treasure born in this world. Now, the entire world belonged to him. How could a magic treasure born in this world hurt him? He had overestimated himself. Just as the heaven's eye was looking at the Thunder Prison with confidence, a loud shout came from the Thunder Prison. Heaven and earth are in chaos. I will open the sky. Clear is the sky, turbid is the earth. I will break all laws. Break. It was the voice of Long Zhanghua. He's not dead yet. Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Long Zhanghua. Future Buddha also exclaimed. Hong. With a deafening sound, the lightning ball formed by the Thunder Prison exploded. Ah! 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 Within the sea of lightning, countless lightning beasts exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, spreading in all directions. It was as if they had lit up the entire world in an instant. The Thunder Prison exploded and Long Zhanghua came out bathed in flames. The dragon robe on his body had exploded in the Thunder Prison, revealing his naked upper body. His muscles were tight and some parts of his body seemed to have been burnt by the explosion. However, Long Zhanghua did not care about the injuries on his body. He continued to soar into the sky with a ferocious expression. In an instant, he was in front of Heaven's Eye. You're courting death. Heaven's Eye stared in shock and anger. A red light film suddenly appeared in front of Heaven's Eye and rushed toward Long Zhanghua. Sky Splitter. Long Zhanghua let out a ferocious roar. His body stretched out completely. He raised the axe above his head and arched his back. He seemed to have exerted all his strength and slashed forward. The Sky Splitter axe suddenly exploded with billions of gray light. When it was slashed out, it was like a heavenly sword soaring into the sky. Boom! The red light film that emerged from the Heaven's Eye instantly exploded like glass, turning into billions of fragments. At this moment, nothing could stop the Sky Splitter axe. Nothing could stop Long Zhanghua. The Sky Splitter axe was unstoppable. It brazenly slashed at Heaven's Eye's right eye. Impossible. Long Zhanghua is no match for Heaven. Absolute Beginning clenched his fists. Future Buddha also clenched his fists. Even Qing Emperor and Emperor Kong did not believe that Long Zhanghua could succeed. That was an immortal. The immortal of the six paths. How could an immortal be defeated by a mortal? Hong. With a super loud sound, the entire world suddenly lit up. It was so bright that everyone was suddenly blinded. Gu Hai could only see a vast expanse of whiteness. He could not see anything. He could only hear a heart-wrenching scream in the vast expanse of whiteness. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream pierced through the souls of all living beings. In an instant, all living beings trembled. It was as if they were frightened by the heart-wrenching scream. Buzz! The blindness disappeared quickly. The white light in the void shrunk, and everyone's vision turned black again. Break! Long Zhangguo's roar came from the sky again. Die! Heaven's anger was overflowing. Hong! With a loud sound, like a cannonball, it brazenly smashed into the ground where Heavenly Yin City was. Heavenly Yin City instantly exploded into countless pieces. All the citizens in Heavenly Yin City were shocked. They felt a strong force tearing their bodies apart. However, in the next moment, instead, he felt a warm power. Gather! It was Long Zhangguo's voice. Buzz! Heavenly Yin City, which had just exploded, instantly gathered again. The citizens in the city were no longer in danger. At this moment, everyone's eyes slowly recovered. They could see the outside world. The first thing that entered their eyes was naturally Long Zhangguo's huge back. The huge back was facing everyone. There were countless burns on his body, and a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was accompanied by a golden energy. Long Zhangguo was still standing proudly in the center of the square, looking at the sky with a ferocious expression. At this moment, in the right eye of Heaven's eye in the sky, there was a super huge axe. It was the sky-splitting axe that had been enlarged countless times. The sky-splitting axe was deeply embedded in Heaven's right eye. The right eye was split open, and countless bolts of lightning flowed out from within. There was an irreparable wound, and everyone who saw it was terrified. Impossible, how is this possible? Long Zhangguo, he hurt Heaven. Tai Chu's expression changed. Everything is just an illusion. The future Buddha also put his palms together. Although he could not see with his eyes, his heart knew what it was. However, he could not believe it. That was Heaven, the immortal of the six paths. No one can hurt me. Heaven's eye cried out in pain. He also could not believe it. Come back! Long Zhangguo shouted. Boom! The sky-splitting axe immediately flew back to Long Zhangguo's right hand. Without the sky-splitting axe, Heaven's right eye was exposed even more clearly. It had cracked open, and there was a huge hole inside. Pus seemed to be oozing out of the hole, and countless bolts of lightning flowed out. No! Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Boom! Heaven's eye's right eye suddenly exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Heaven's sorrowful roar reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, countless living beings were shocked. Heaven's sorrowful roar. Did something happen to it? Tai Chu seemed to be scared out of his wits. He looked at Long Zhangguo, who was not far away. He won. Long Zhangguo won. How was that possible? One of Heaven's eyes had already been blasted apart by the dragon warring state. Although Long Zhangguo seemed to be in a sorry state, at this moment, his battle intent was soaring. He swung the sky-splitting axe in his hand again, as if he was going to destroy Heaven's other eye. Ah! My eye! Roar! Heaven's eye cried out in pain. Long Zhangguo, who had a ferocious expression on his face, swung the sky-splitting axe again. Roar! Heaven's eye roared crazily. Buzz! Heaven's eye closed. Bang! The sky-splitting axe immediately cut through a large amount of dark clouds. However, Heaven's left eye disappeared. It escaped. Immortal of the six paths' left eye escaped. The experts of Heavenly Yin City were stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The only remaining Heaven's eye escaped. Whoosh! The crack in the void suddenly disappeared, and the dark clouds that covered the entire sky suddenly dispersed. In just a short moment, they disappeared like smoke in thin air. Heaven's eye's aura was no longer in the sky above the heavenly court. Only Long Zhangguo stood in the sky with a ferocious expression on his face. Six paths, you fought but ran away. You don't deserve to be Heaven. Come out and fight with me again. Long Zhangguo roared. His voice instantly penetrated the heavenly court and even spread further. However, Immortal of the Six Paths aura was no longer in the sky. Gu Hai and the rest all felt it too. This was because the heavenly power that had forced everyone to kneel had disappeared. Everyone no longer needed to kneel. A large number of experts stood up one after another. At this moment, their hearts were thumping wildly as they looked at the sky. Everything felt like a dream. However, this dream was too evil. Heaven's Eye lost. One of its eyes was destroyed by Long Zhanghua. Then, when Long Zhanghua fought again, Heaven's Eye escaped. Then, Heaven's Eye escaped. How could this be? Tai Chu looked at the sky in shock. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha chanted as if he was trying to calm himself down. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua slashed the sky-splitting axe in the void again, creating a crack in the void. However, Immortal of the Six Paths disappeared. I am in the heavenly court. Six Paths, come again if you dare. I will wait for you any time. Long Zhanghua shouted coldly. However, despite the clear clouds in the sky, there was no response from the heavens. Bang! Long Zhanghua landed in the central square of Heavenly Yin City. Citizens of the Deqian, I have defeated heaven. Long Zhanghua shouted. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! The officials in the central square of Heavenly Yin City trembled. Then, they were overjoyed and bowed together. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! With someone taking the lead, shouts of long live, 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 long live. The voice of the dragon warring state and the voice of the heavens were as loud as thunder. Countless officials and people of the great Qian dynasty naturally understood what it meant. Originally, everyone was about to lose all hope for the Deqian. However, the result was reversed. His Holiness won. Wouldn't the Deqian Celestial Empire be improved? Chapter 608. Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, Baiming Shou, and Ao Tianhuang all bowed to Long Zhanghua. The human path reincarnation behind Long Zhanghua disappeared. As he stepped forward, his figure slowly returned to normal. His naked upper body, burnt back, and some blood seeping out. It looked tragic, but it gave people a feeling of boundless power. He put away the sky-opening axe and opened his arms. Immediately, a servant came forward and put on a new set of dragon robes. Long Zhanghua looked up at the sky coldly, but he didn't feel too happy. Long Zhanghua was defeated, so the Deqian people naturally cheered. However, Tai Chu, future Buddha, and the other forces had different expressions. Amateus Buddha, congratulations Daqiansheng. Future Buddha suddenly bowed respectfully. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats all bowed respectfully. Tai Chu was terrified. When he looked at Long Zhanghua, his eyelids twitched. Long Zhanghua said that he didn't attack him because he was invited. He didn't think so before, but now, he didn't have any doubts. Congratulations, Your Majesty of the Great Qian Empire. Tai Chu also bowed respectfully. Facing the heavens, all living things had to kneel. Long Zhanghua, who had defeated the heavens, didn't feel wronged. The disciples of Solar Divine Palace followed Tai Chu and bowed. This was the most authoritative power in the world. Deity Six Paths was an immortal, the heavens. He should have been the most powerful existence in the world. But now, even he had lost to Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua deserved to be called the most powerful person in the world. All the experts who had been invited bowed. Congratulations Daqiansheng. All the outside forces bowed. At this moment, Daqiansheng lowered his gaze from the sky and looked at the experts around him. The Thousand Sage Assembly has ended, this one shall not disturb Lord Daqiansheng any further, I need to return to report to the Buddha ancestor. Here, I bid farewell to Lord Daqiansheng. The future Buddha bowed respectfully once more. After all, he had talked back to Daqiansheng and was worried that Long Zhanghua would hold a grudge against him. Even if Long Zhanghua didn't mind, his subjects didn't. In order to curry favor with Long Zhanghua, they would definitely make an example out of themselves. They had to leave immediately. Yes. Daqiansheng nodded. Daqiansheng nodded, and the future Buddha's tense face suddenly relaxed. Goodbye. After bowing once more, the future Buddha flicked his sleeves and led the group of experts from the Soul Mountain holy ground into the distance. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from heavenly Yin City. Ao Tianhuang, Dragon God Ing, and the others looked coldly at the future Buddha's departing figure. Tai Chu shivered and naturally understood what the future Buddha meant. This one also needs to return to Sun Divine Hall immediately. Here, I bid farewell to Lord Daqiansheng. Tai Chu said respectfully. Long Zhanghua looked at Tai Chu, his eyes slightly cold. Tai Chu was also very nervous at this moment, worried that Long Zhanghua wouldn't let him go. Go back and tell Lord Tai something. Long Zhanghua said indifferently. Daqiansheng, please speak. Tai Chu immediately said respectfully. Tell him that I will be going to Sun Divine Hall soon and watch the sun with Lord Tai. Long Zhanghua said seriously. Tai Chu's pupils shrank, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. However, he still said respectfully, yes, I will definitely pass on the message. Yes. Long Zhanghua nodded. This was considered letting Tai Chu go. Tai Chu was about to leave, but when he glanced around, he immediately saw Bingheim. Bingheim, you have finished what you wanted to do in the Han Dynasty. It is time. Will you come back with me? Tai Chu said seriously. Bingheim won't go with you. Gu Hai said seriously. At this moment, Gu Hai naturally didn't want Bingheim to return to Sun Divine Hall. So what if they became enemies with Sun Divine Hall? Gu Hai stood in front of Bingheim and looked coldly at Tai Chu. Bingheim looked gently at Gu Hai, and there was a trace of guilt and sadness in her gentle eyes. Bingheim turned her head and looked at Kong Di, who was not far away. Bingheim's expression changed. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim suddenly bowed respectfully. Huh? Bingheim, what are you doing? Gu Hai's expression sank, as if he felt something was wrong. This official is grateful for your Majesty's love in the Han Dynasty. This official was incompetent and couldn't bring anything to the Han Dynasty. I only kept causing trouble for your Majesty. This official is sorry. Please allow this official to return to Sun Divine Hall. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim immediately bowed respectfully. Bingheim, I don't blame you. Why are you returning to Sun Divine Hall? That Tai Chu kept forcing you, and you still want to go. Aren't you sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Anxiety flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. My apologies, Your Majesty. This official has made up my mind. Your Majesty, I am sorry. Bingheim stepped forward and flew towards Tai Chu. Bingheim. Gu Hai reached out to grab Bingheim. Bang! Suddenly, Tai Chu, who was not far away, waved his hand, and a gust of wind immediately pushed Gu Hai back. Bingheim, however, flew towards Tai Chu. Tai Chu. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Gu Hai, Bingheim was originally a disciple of Sun Divine Hall. If she wants to go back, she can go back. Who are you to interfere? Tai Chu glared at him. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. I am fine. Bingheim said anxiously. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Tai Chu waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind was formed, sweeping all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall away. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Tai Chu took everyone to the horizon. Gu Hai watched Bingheim leave, but he didn't chase after her. Instead, his face was gloomy. Sister Bingheim, this is too much. Long Wanyu looked at Bingheim's back angrily. Her brother-in-law was so good to Bingheim, but Bingheim betrayed her brother-in-law in front of so many people. Gu Hai didn't blame Bingheim. He just clenched his fists and felt very uncomfortable. Bingheim, I know you don't want to cause trouble for me, but I am not afraid of trouble. Watching Bingheim leave, Gu Hai felt a sense of loss. In the distance, Tai Chu swept up all the disciples of Sun Divine Hall and flew away. After flying far away, he used a flying boat to carry everyone. On the flying boat, Bingheim kept looking in the direction of Tianyin City. Although she couldn't see Gu Hai anymore, she still couldn't bear to look away, but 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes. What? You can't bear to leave that gigolo? Bingheim, let's see how you explain to Tai Yi when you go back this time. Humph. Tai Chu snorted. Bingheim didn't say anything and just bit her lip. Seeing that Bingheim ignored him, Tai Chu snorted. Humph. Tai Chu walked away, leaving Bingheim alone. She looked at the heavenly court that was getting farther and farther away. With tears in her eyes, Bing Ji suddenly smiled faintly. She muttered to herself as she looked into the distance, Your Majesty, did you know? Emperor Kong also wants to take me away. If I stay by your side, then Emperor Kong will do anything to deal with you. I am incompetent and have caused trouble for Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about me. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, not to mention me. After wiping her tears, Bingheim slowly walked back to a cabin on the flying boat. Tianyin City. In a restaurant. Lord Tang led a group of subordinates and looked at the central square in the distance in shock. Lord Tang, what do we do now? When the emperor asked us to come, he didn't expect this to be the result. A subordinate said worriedly. Defeat the heavens? It is indeed beyond the emperor's expectations. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Then. Withdraw all the arrangements. Let's not move. Lord Tang said coldly. Yes. It's a pity that the emperor has invested a lot this time. It's useless to invest a lot. This way, our losses will be minimal. However, it doesn't matter. I can bring back a bigger gift for the emperor. Lord Tang sneered. Oh. Gu Hai. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai. Lord Tang, it seems that the Qing emperor is determined to get Gu Hai. Yes, the Qing emperor, Emperor Kong, no, all the forces want to get Gu Hai. Previously, Gu Hai was only very talented and had good means. There are few people like him, but it's not that there are none. Now, it's different. The precepts of the Wen Dao in the world have been taken away by the heavens. There is no Wen Dao that can be used anymore. However, Gu Hai has a Wen Dao precept that can be used, a superscripture. Lord Tang said in a deep voice. The Tao Te Ching. The subordinate's expression changed. The subordinate beside him was also surprised. Yes, how could I forget? Now, the way of calligraphy can no longer write rules. Even the sacred books and scriptures in the world can no longer be strengthened. Their original power will only become weaker and weaker. Even the powerful Taishang Sutra from before is no match for the Tao Te Ching. Obtaining Gu Hai is equivalent to obtaining the Taoist classic. The subordinates were in a daze and their eyes widened. The Taishang lineage was supported by the Taishang scripture. Now, Gu Hai was in the Yuanying state and had the Tao Te Ching, which was more powerful than the Taishang scripture. Many people were eyeing him. Could he keep it? Lord Tang, you said you can bring Gu Hai back to the emperor. But the Qing emperor is also watching. How can we persuade him? No one can persuade the old man's temper. Even Daiqiancheng can't make him surrender. Lord Tang shook his head. Ah. Then we. Others can't do it, but I can. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Why? Because my name is Tangut. Lord Tang smiled confidently. The subordinates were confused. In the central square, Gu Hai sighed as he watched Bingheim leave. He turned his head and looked at the square. Sure enough, other than Long Zhanghua, the countless powerful people from all over the world were looking at him with a hint of greed. Do you want my Tao Te Ching? Ha! Gu Hai sneered. Just as Gu Hai turned his head to look at Long Zhanghua, his hair stood on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end as a murderous aura rushed towards him. Evil thief, die! A loud shout rang out. A long white sword turned into a ray of light and slashed toward Gu Hai's face. The murderous intent was so strong and fast that it seemed like it could cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. Taisheng? Don't! Oh no! Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 609. Swish! Swish! An energy sword shot out like a hot knife through butter. It seemed like it would cut Gu Hai in half in an instant. At this critical moment, Gu Hai's expression changed. He drew his life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the energy sword. Fourth heavenly cycle. Gu Hai widened his eyes and slashed at the energy sword. In the plaza, saber chi and energy sword converged and collided with the energy sword. The life-extinguishing saber's purple light filled the air. Hong! A loud sound rang in the air. The life-extinguishing saber's saber energy formed a huge explosion that shattered the saber energy with a loud bang. The purple light dissipated. However, Taisheng's energy sword was greatly weakened. Even so, it continued to slash at Gu Hai. Before the manifested sword arrived, a sharp sword chi instantly tore open the skin on Gu Hai's forehead. The instant the skin tore open and blood flowed out, a scarlet saber suddenly shot out from the spot where Gu Hai's blood flowed out. It was the life-slaying saber that had been hiding in Gu Hai's body. When the life-slaying saber appeared, the entire place was dyed red. The sword chi shattered. The blood-red energy sword formed by the life-slaying saber collided with the white energy sword. Hong! The life-slaying saber's energy sword shattered. However, the energy sword had been weakened by 90%. Even so, it still struck Gu Hai. Whiz! A bone saber shot out of the open wound. It was the Life-Ender saber. Boom! After colliding head-on, the might of the gigantic sword aura was finally completely extinguished. Bam! Gu Hai took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He's not dead. The expressions of the cultivators in the plaza changed. At that moment, everyone thought that Gu Hai was dead for sure. Who was that? Taisheng was a prodigy. That was the strength of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai, who was from a small Yuanying state, would not be able to retaliate against that attack. But what had happened in that split second? Gu Hai blocked Taisheng's sword. No, Taisheng's strength is only at Zhongtian Palace. In the distance, Dragon Goding narrowed his eyes. Taisheng's Taoist heart is broken. Long Shenwen's expression darkened. Central Celestial Palace? It's not something that Gu Hai can withstand. Takashi Ryushin said in surprise. Bastard, go to hell. Taisheng glared at him and slashed out with his sword again. That sword strike just now had actually failed to kill Gu Hai. Taisheng lost himself in love. The dual cultivation in the human Tao's secret realm caused Taisheng to lose control of himself, causing his cultivation base to plummet. The disciples of the Taisheng sect looked at the prodigy in shock. How could this be? Although Taisheng was deeply immersed in the dual cultivation, he could not wait to kill Gu Hai when he woke up. Only by killing Gu Hai could he regain his composure. Since the first strike had failed, there was a second strike. Taisheng slashed out with his sword again. In the distance, Mu Chenfeng glared and shouted, Fire! Boom! Just as Taishang's sword was about to slash down, a rumbling thunder instantly shot toward Taishang. If it had been Taishang in the past, he would not have cared at all. But now that his cultivation had been greatly reduced, he had no choice but to withdraw his sword to block it. Boom! The sky-piercing cannon collided with Taishang's sword. Taishang retreated abruptly and stopped. Taishang was not injured. However, he was knocked away by the sky-piercing cannon. I don't believe you have so many sky-piercing cannons. Taishang glared at Gu Hai again. Taishang slashed at Gu Hai. The Deqian officials watched coldly from afar. How dare you! Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. A gust of wind swept up from the center of the square and sent Taishang, who was charging toward Gu Hai, flying. Bam! Taishang retreated more than 30 meters. The shout earlier came from Long Zhanggua, who was on the Daqianqing sect. Long Zhanggua was scolding Taishang. The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked by the shout. Following Long Zhanggua's shout, Long Shenying appeared in front of Taishang in a flash and punched at Taishang. Boom! Taishang was sent flying and crashed into the mountains in the distance. More than 10 mountains were instantly crushed. Taishang finally stopped. Zhizi! The disciples of the Taishang sect cried out anxiously. Daqianqing sect, Zhizi did not mean to offend the Deqian sect. Daqianqing sect, please forgive him. Taishang sect's disciples pleaded. Although they did not know why Zhizi wanted to kill Gu Hai, the most important thing now was to appease Long Zhanggua. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave. Long Zhanggua looked coldly at Taishang, who was slowly climbing out of the ruins. A murderous aura locked onto him, causing Taishang to break out in cold sweat. Taishang, I did not invite you to the Thousand Sage Conference for you to be presumptuous. Long Zhanggua said coldly. Taishang was much calmer now. He raised his head and looked at Long Zhanggua. Daqianqing sect, this is a personal grudge between me and Gu Hai. Taishang said unwillingly. Long Zhanggua's eyes turned cold and a strong aura pressed down on him. Puff! Under Long Zhanggua's pressure, Taishang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm sorry for offending you. Taishang lowered his head and said. The people from the spiritual mountain holy ground have left, the people from the solar divine palace have left, and you people from the Wanshou Taoism should also leave. Long Zhanggua said coldly. We'll leave immediately. Taishang's disciples said anxiously. Taishang looked at Long Zhanggua and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. However, he could only lower his head and say, yes. The disciples of the Taishang sect quickly went to help Taishang up. They took out the flying boat and helped him onto it. Zhizi! Taishang's disciples said anxiously. Let's go, cough cough cough. Taishang spat out blood. Whoosh! The flying boat carried the people from the Wanshou Taoism and quickly flew into the distance. On the deck, Taishang looked coldly at Gu Hai in the center of the square in the distance. Gu Hai, I'll fight you to the death. Taishang's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of hatred. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly flew away and disappeared into the horizon. Gu Hai turned his hand and put away the Life Slayer saber. He looked at Taishang leave, but his face was slightly gloomy. Hall Master, are you okay? Mu Chenfeng anxiously rushed forward and asked. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Shenying retreated to the side and looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. The Deqian's officials did not care about Gu Hai's life or death. Even the crown princes looked on coldly. The crown princes were extremely intelligent people. They seemed to have seen through Gu Hai's ambition and knew that this person would not be easy to subdue. Dead? It's good that he's dead. It would save them trouble in the future. Moreover, Gu Hai still had the Book of Dao De. If he died, the book would become an item without an owner, and they could fight for it. However, the crown princes suddenly realized that Long Zhangue seemed to favor Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying immediately understood his father's attitude when he said, presumptuous, to help Gu Hai get out of the situation. He immediately came to help. Long Zhangue looked coldly at the crowd and said, that's all for today. Disperse. Yes, His Holiness. The Deqian officials immediately bowed respectfully. In 10 days, Gu Hai will meet me in the upper study room. Long Zhangue suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai. The Deqian officials were shocked. The experts from the various forces also looked gloomy. They didn't know what Long Zhangue meant by this. Ever since the dragon warring state defeated the heavens, everything had changed. Every word he said, every action he made, every expert was constantly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangue, nodded, and bowed slightly. Buzz. However, Long Zhangue's figure flashed and disappeared from the central square. He just disappeared into thin air. Send off His Holiness. All the officials and commoners bowed respectfully. Old man, can't you say it clearly? Why are you being so secretive? Long Wanyu frowned and said. Shua. Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at Long Wanyu. Almost everyone wanted to say something, but stopped. They wanted to reprimand Long Wanyu, but they didn't know where to start. After this battle, the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty will truly be the most powerful person in the world. How dare you disrespect him? However, this is Princess Wanyu. Perhaps only she would dare to. The 3 crown princes smiled bitterly. However, no one spoke. Brother-in-law, your forehead is bleeding. How are you now? Long Wanyu suddenly thought of Gu Hai and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Gu Hai took a deep breath and shook his head. The wound between his eyebrows had already healed. The Life-Ender saber and the Life-Slayer saber were already in his body. Only the Life-Extinguishing saber was left on his back. Congratulations, Mr. Good. Sima Changkong bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Then, Sima Changkong slowly backed away. Venerable Lun Yen, Ram Saint, the 9th young master, and Ding Ding did not speak to Gu Hai. Nearly no one came to greet Gu Hai. They only looked at Gu Hai. Perhaps the Great Qian dynasty's emperor was going to summon Gu Hai in 10 days. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to be isolated from everyone. Only Long Wanyu and Deqian's group remained, surrounding Gu Hai. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mo Yike walked over with a smile. Let's go back first. Gu Hai shook his head. Everyone nodded. Gu Hai led Long Wanyu, Mu Chenfeng, Mo Yike, Gao Chen, Chang Sheng, Zi Wei, and the elite hall disciples out of the plaza. Then, they returned to Long Wanyu's residence. Along the way, countless people stared at Gu Hai. However, no one went forward to greet him. Among the crowd, Kong Di narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Qing Emperor smiled confidently as he looked at Gu Hai's back. Among the Deqian's troops, Li Xinji led the Xinji battalion to a corner. He narrowed his eyes and said, Gu Hai's cultivation actually increased greatly. Taishang did not die from one strike. Humph. However, there is still one heaven-blasting bomb left. Chapter 610. Dream of Heaven's Secrets. The words on the jade box were called, Dream of Heaven's Secrets. Gu Hai read it once, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Dream of Heaven's Secrets. It was an astral projection technique. When the astral projection was made, the astral projection could be divided into 200 parts, which could be reincarnated. Alternatively, the astral projection could cultivate again in the form of an astral projection. When the astral projection returned, all the cultivation gains would be accumulated. The great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets was only an auxiliary cultivation method. But this auxiliary cultivation method could increase a person's cultivation speed by 200 times. The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty's Divine Blood Army entered the Azura Mystery Land for 6,000 years. When they came out, they were all peerless experts. Can I lead the Dahan army in? 1 year is equivalent to 200 years. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Immediately, he looked at the great art of dreaming of heaven's mystery again. After reading it once, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows, and his expression turned ugly. Because the dream of heaven's secrets required a tool, which was the ghost sealing box between the eyebrows. To be precise, it should be called the ghost dividing box. It was a primer to divide the astral projection into 200 parts. Back in the spirit summoning hall, Gu Hai saw the ghost sealing box for the first time. The evil spirits that came out were not real evil spirits, but people who had split their souls. Back then, there were 1,000 coffins in the spirit summoning hall, and 1,000 people used the dream of heaven's secrets through the ghost dividing box. Logically, all 200 parts should have come back at the same time. But for some reason, something happened. They came back one after another, and could not return to their physical bodies. They became evil spirits in the box. That was why evil spirits came out when the ghost dividing box was opened at different times. At most 1,000 people at a time. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although Gu Hai's 1,000 trusted generals were incredibly powerful, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied with that. Unfortunately, according to the dream of heaven's secrets, there was only one ghost dividing box in the world. The materials for the jade box were not available in the world. Because it was formed by the heavenly Tao. The materials were unique in the world, and the cultivation method was based on the jade box. Without the jade box, the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets would be useless. Wait. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly flashed. Looking at the jade box, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as hesitation flashed in his eyes. However, after a while, Gu Hai finally made up his mind. He extended his hand and took out the life extermination saber. Then, with a glare, he slashed down viciously. Meow, are you crazy? Suddenly, a scream came from the jade box. In a forest far away, the black cat that Gu Hai had released earlier suddenly widened its eyes in shock. The ghost dividing box was refined by the black cat for Gu Hai. It had the black cat's scent on it, and the black cat had its own way of sensing it. Giving the jade box to Gu Hai was only a matter of time. It had its own mark on it, and it would return to its hands sooner or later. Letting Gu Hai use it for a few years would be considered as repaying its debt of gratitude. The black cat firmly believed that anyone who saw the dream of heaven's secrets would be extremely excited and would carefully protect the ghost dividing box. However, after Gu Hai understood the situation, the first thing he did was to destroy it. He slashed it down. How was that possible? Boom! With a loud sound, the ghost dividing box was slashed into more than 1,000 pieces by Gu Hai. Bursts of black chi emerged from the fragments. The black chi then dissipated. Did I hear a cat's meow? Gu Hai frowned slightly. When the saber slashed down, the cat's meow sounded very familiar. Gu Hai looked around solemnly, but could not find any trace of the black cat. He could only helplessly sigh. In the forest far away, the black cat was dumbfounded. Is this Gu Hai an idiot? Are you crazy? Crazy? That is the ghost dividing box. The dream of heaven's secrets is in there. It is the treasure that the sixth Tao is searching for. You destroyed it. You destroyed it. You lunatic, did you do it to erase my mark? Yes, my mark is completely gone from the ghost dividing box. But you can't be so wasteful. I haven't been out for 800,000 years. Have the people in this world changed? Why am I so unlucky? The black cat was vexed. Gu Hai, who was in the Sky Een city, naturally did not know how the black cat felt. He carefully kept the 1,000 jade boxes and picked out the biggest piece. He condensed his chi and from his dantian, a surge of heaven-replenishing force flowed into the jade box piece. Wang! The fragments of the jade box slowly recovered at an extremely strange speed. Slowly, the jade box piece became a complete jade box, exactly the same as before. This was just a piece of jade box that was repaired. Gu Hai activated the dream of heaven's secrets. Wang! The jade box suddenly emitted a green light. Heaven replenishing force? I succeeded. The ghost dividing box doesn't require much heaven replenishing force. It's just a special attribute. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Just now, it was just a piece of jade that was repaired. He still had more than 1,000 pieces. Doesn't that mean? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai carefully kept the jade box. His eyes flashed with excitement. 1,000 people in a box. 1,000 boxes meant an army of 100,000. Perhaps, there could be more. He carefully kept the ghost dividing box. Only then did Gu Hai pay attention to the thin human soul in his body. With a thin human soul, he couldn't use it. However, this item could harm Chen Xian. Gu Hai naturally couldn't give it to anyone. With the ghost dividing box, he might be able to make Chen Xian's human soul appear. However, Gu Hai didn't want to take the risk. Before he was 100% sure, he would do everything quietly. Focusing, Gu Hai slowly adjusted his breathing and stabilized the huge increase in his cultivation. 5 days later, Gu Hai slowly came out of seclusion. Just as he opened the door. Brother-in-law, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, I would have called the old man. Long Wanyu immediately ran over excitedly when she heard that Gu Hai had come out of seclusion. Your Majesty. Mo Yike looked at Long Wanyu with a bitter smile. Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng also had a bitter expression. What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at everyone in confusion. What can happen? You're just annoying people to death. Brother-in-law, you don't know. For the past few days, the threshold of my temporary imperial residence has been broken by people. They all invited you to a banquet, but I stopped them all. Look at that invitation card. Long Wanyu pointed at a box of invitation cards not far away. Oh. Inviting me to a banquet? Gu Hai was puzzled. His Holiness seems to be very fond of the Hall Master. These people are here to curry favor. However, I don't understand why the 3 princes and Sima Zongheng also sent people to deliver the invitation cards. Mu Chenfeng curiously asked. What else could it be? Isn't it because of the Emperor's 2 essays? Mo Yike shook his head. Essays? During the Thousand Sage Assembly, the Hall Master wrote the Song of Righteousness and the Book of Daoda. Mu Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. What else could it be? Gu Hai smiled coldly. How can that be? If they send more people, see if I don't break their legs. Long Wanyu glared. Now, the law of Wen Dao had been taken away by the heavens, and all the book cultivators were basically useless. However, the essays left behind in the past could still trigger some of the law of Holy Path. These articles of the past had become especially valuable. The Taisheng scripture was already the best scripture in the world, but it was still defeated by the Book of Daoda. The power of the Book of Daoda was obvious, and many people coveted this scripture. It can't be stopped. What will come will come. Gu Hai looked solemn and shook his head. Your Majesty, what should we do with this box of invitations? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. You've organized them into a book? Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike handed over a list. Yes. De Qian, from the princes to the commoners, sent people to send invitations. All the holy lands and the great dynasties sent people to express their goodwill. Everything has been accounted for, but one invitation card is a little special. Mo Yike frowned. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Mo Yike took out an invitation card from the box. However, there was not a single word on the invitation card. Instead, the invitation card was very old. Whose is this? Did they forget to write it? Long Wanyu was puzzled. Mu Chen-feng interrupted, the person asked me to give this invitation card to the hall master and asked him to look for him. When I saw this invitation card, I wanted to throw it away. Is this person crazy? Even the hall master might not be willing to accept the Deqian Crown Prince's invitation card. This strange person sent an empty invitation card and wanted the hall master to look for him. However, Lord Mo stopped me in the end. Mo Yike nodded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes when he saw the invitation card. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at this invitation card? Hall master, that person deliberately came to cause trouble, right? While Mu Chen-feng and Long Wanyu were puzzled, Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, how did you know? Back in the infinite celestial capital, I saw the Guqin Crown Prince use this invitation card. The invitation card is unique. There is a picture of a blue star on the cover, so I remembered it at that time. Mo Yike said respectfully. A blue star. Gu Hai smiled slightly and carefully put away the letter. It was not a blue star, but a picture of Earth. This invitation card was personally made by him. When he taught his 4 adopted sons to make invitations, he gave each of them one. There were only 4 of them in the world. Hearing Mo Yike's words, Mu Chen-feng and Long Wanyu suddenly understood. They immediately became curious about the invitation card. Brother-in-law, why don't I ask someone to find out who sent you this invitation card? Long Wanyu said expectantly. Yes, Hall Master, I didn't know that it was sent by someone you are familiar with. I'll ask the elite hall disciples to find the sender. Mu Chen-feng said immediately. No need. Gu Hai shook his head. When he saw the envelope, Gu Hai knew who sent it. Because he personally made the invitation card, he could see the difference at a glance. The invitation card was sent by Gu Tang, the 3rd of his 4 adopted sons. Since the 3rd sent someone to deliver the invitation card, there must be no danger. Since there was no danger. When they met again, there was no reason for the father to visit the son. They had not seen each other for almost 20 years. Was this Gu Tang still the Gu Tang of the past? 20 years, anything can happen. Chapter 611. Tianyin City, in an inn. Lord Tang stood in a small courtyard and looked at the Long Wanyu Palace in the distance. Sir, it's been 8 days. Did Gu Hai not receive our invitations? There were so many invitations, but we didn't even write a single word, a subordinate said worriedly. No, his subordinates are not foolish people, especially that Mo Yike. We didn't write anything on the invitations, so he would definitely check them carefully. There's no way he would throw them away. Lord Tang looked coldly into the distance. Gu Hai would know it was us when he saw the invitations. Would he come to find us? But would he be able to find us? If he wants to find someone, no matter how difficult it is, he would definitely find them. The main thing is whether he's willing to find them. It's been 8 days, and he still hasn't come to find me. Oh, old man, you're really stubborn. Do you still think it's the same as before? Lord Tang narrowed his eyes. Then we. Alright, since he's not coming to find us, let's go find him. Lord Tang said coldly. Yes. Tianyin City, in a manner. Li Shenji also looked coldly at the Long Wanyu Palace in the distance. Milord, Gu Hai only has 1 heaven-shaking lightning left. A subordinate said with a smile. Li Shenji nodded. Yes, there's only 1 left. But his cultivation has increased again. Yuanying State. Even the Yuanying State wouldn't be at a disadvantage against an ordinary Tianyin Palace. Ah. We can't let him continue to grow. Wait until he meets His Holiness. If His Holiness hasn't entrusted him with an important task, we'll take action. Li Xinji said with a glare. But, what if he's entrusted with an important task by His Holiness? Then he can only count himself lucky. The Xinji battalion will no longer target him, Li Xinji said solemnly. Yes. 10 days passed in a flash. Although a large number of invitations were sent to Gu Hai did not meet anyone. After spending 10 days at Long Wanyu's residence, they headed for heavenly courts. Long Zhanggua sent guards to personally escort Gu Hai. Along the way, countless Deqian experts looked at the airship that was welcoming Gu Hai. They wondered what Long Zhanggua was thinking. Defeating the heavens, Long Zhanggua's ferocious might was matchless. At this moment, his every move tugged at the heartstrings of all the powerhouses in the world. Heavenly Courts, Upper Study. The moment Gu Hai entered the upper study room, the door of the upper study room slammed shut. Quang! He closed the door in the upper study. Long Zhanggua sat at his desk, reviewing memorials. As his brush landed, streaks of golden light, like the laws of heaven, were written on the memorials. Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greets Daqiansheng, Your Excellency. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Whoosh! Long Zhanggua put down his brush and looked at Gu Hai. Although he did not release any aura, Gu Hai could still feel the aura of an emperor. Perhaps after defeating the heavens, his entire aura seemed to have improved, and he looked invincible. Gu Hai, you're here. Long Zhanggua exhaled softly. Yes, Your Excellency Daqiansheng. May I know why you want to see me alone this time? Gu Hai asked with a frown. You played a major role in defeating the Immortal of 6 Paths. Long Zhanggua smiled faintly. Me? Your Excellency Daqiansheng must be joking. I only brought a black orb into the human Tao's secret realm. If it was someone else, you could have let them in as well. Gu Hai shook his head. At that time, with Long Zhanggua's battle strength, he could have taken the recommendation talisman by force. Perhaps it would have taken some effort, but he could have done it without Gu Hai. Long Zhanggua shook his head. That's not all. There's also the Luyang of Gojoseon and the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Most importantly, like I told you last time, you have nothing to do with 6 Paths. Long Zhanggua said solemnly. Oh. The Luyang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai was confused. In the past, the Luyang of Gojoseon rebelled and even killed my daughter, Long Xiaoye. Why did I not do anything about it? Long Zhanggua took a deep breath and said. Yes, this one is curious as well. That Luyang of Gojoseon was no match for His Holiness. No, even if the Crown Prince went, he would have been defeated in an instant. Why? Gu Hai was confused. He's one of 6 Paths spies. I didn't want to alert him back then. Even though he doesn't know that he's a spy for 6 Paths, 6 Paths spies are everywhere in the world. Back then, he succeeded in defying the heavens once. Naturally, he doesn't want to make the same mistake again. That's why he has countless spies all over the world. Perhaps they don't know their mission, but when they're triggered to a certain extent, they'll automatically alert 6 Paths. Long Zhanggua said solemnly. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and said, the Immortal of 6 Paths has some kind of trigger mechanism for the most powerful people in the world. He uses it to monitor you all. That's why you've never done anything in the past. Once you do, you must kill them in one hit. Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai and smiled. That's why I said that you've contributed a lot. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Apparently, this was the first time he had seen the Immortal of 6 Paths spying on the world. Under the Immortal of 6 Paths, even though I've ruled the world, I can only be trapped in this cage. My every move is monitored. Long Zhanggua took a deep breath. Congratulations, Daqiansheng. You've defeated the Immortal of 6 Paths. This cage is no longer there. Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Zhangue shook his head. No, the battle has just begun. Oh. Gu Hai was stunned. Do you think that those 2 eyes were the full strength of the Immortal of 6 Paths? No, it's not even 1 in 10,000. If the Immortal of 6 Paths only had this much strength, how could he be so powerful in the past? Moreover, 800,000 years. Do you think he's just standing still? Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. It's not the full strength of the Immortal of 6 Paths. No, the Immortal of the 6 Paths hasn't woken up yet. He hasn't fully woken up yet. He's just a little bit conscious. I've destroyed one of his eyes, but he still has his hands, feet, body, mouth, nose, and ears. This is just the beginning. Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was shocked. When will the Immortal of 6 Paths appear again? Within 60 years, he will definitely be able to come out completely. However, during this time, a portion of his body will awaken at any time. We must be quick. We must be strong enough to completely kill him. Long Zhan said in a heavy voice. 60 years. I'll remember your contribution this time. I'll reward you handsomely. After 60 years, I won't forget your contribution. Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. Without Daiqiancheng, I would have done those things. By the way, I'm here to return Daiqiancheng's living soil and the vines of the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Gu Hai took out 2 jade boxes. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't take things that didn't belong to him. I've never returned anything that I've given out. Keep them. Daiqiancheng shook his head. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Why did Daiqiancheng ask me to come here? Gu Hai asked again. Solemnly. I need you to go to the Dian dynasty for me, Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. Dian dynasty? Me? Why? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. You contributed greatly to the deity of 6 Paths' injury. In other words, the deity of 6 Paths will not let you go easily. You're not a pawn of the deity of 6 Paths. I don't have to worry about you. Long Zhangue said with a smile. Huh? Gu Hai's face froze. Does this mean that the Immortal of the 6 Paths will definitely count me in when he tries to kill others? Secondly, I believe in your ability. I know what you've done all these years. You'll definitely accomplish it. Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. Accomplish what? Gu Hai's face darkened. Convince Jiang Lianshan to work with me to cut off the deity of 6 Paths' limbs and destroy his source of power. Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. Jiang Lianshan? The ruler of the Dian dynasty? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. That's right. But why me? Furthermore, what do I have to do? I'm from the Yuanying state. Gu Hai frowned. I won't force you. Other than you, I'll send a second group of people. But, if you succeed, I'll give you all the territories of the Day One Empire. What do you think? Long Zhangue said in a deep voice. All the territories of the Day One Empire? Gu Hai's eyes widened. That's right. As long as you can defend it. Long Zhangue said with a smile. The Han dynasty used to be sandwiched between the Deqian and the Dayuan. Now that the Dayuan Empire had been taken over by the Deqian Empire, the Han dynasty was surrounded by the Deqian Empire. It was like a country within a country. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Dehan Empire. But now, the territory is the foundation of a country. Why? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangue with a frown. If I can kill the Immortal of the 6 Paths, what's this territory to me? Long Zhangue said calmly. If he could kill the Immortal of the 6 Paths, the entire world would be his. Would he care about the loss of a few cities? Gu Hai was slightly tempted. The Han dynasty could no longer expand, but now, Long Zhangue seemed to see Gu Hai's interest. He said in a deep voice, I'll allow you to do this secretly to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, your cultivation base is still too weak. Gu Hai did not comment. I'll allow you to pick a group of people below the rank of Marquis and rank 6 official to go with you. Long Zhanggua said solemnly. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Whether you succeed or not, I won't blame you. You just have to do your best. I'll give you an imperial edict to do whatever you want. Long Zhanggua said in a deep voice. Then I'll give it a try. However, as you said, the Deqian Empire should be filled with the Immortal of the Six Paths spies. I won't stay in the Heavenly Court any longer to avoid trouble. In the future, I'll send the list of people I want to you. You can arrange for them to meet me in the limitless celestial capital of the Han Dynasty. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Long Zhanggua looked at Gu Hai and nodded, okay. Gu Hai nodded. When we arrive at the Dian Dynasty, give this sachet to Jiang Lianshan. Long Zhanggua handed over an extremely worn-out red sachet. The flowers inside the sachet seemed to have dried long ago. The outside was embroidered with white silk, and the center was embroidered with the pattern of the 8 trigrams. This sachet. Gu Hai took it carefully. Tell him, this was embroidered for you by Murong Yan. Murong Yan's heart hasn't changed. It's just that you don't deserve her. Even if you reincarnate 10 times, she still won't choose you. Guanqi can point his sword at the Immortal of the 6 Paths for her. What about you? Long Zhanggua said after taking a deep breath. As he spoke, his eyes were bloodshot. Murong Yan. In the past, when Shiyu the Great sent troops to the Deqian Celestial Empire, this woman seemed to be the trigger, right? Didn't old man Guanqi go against the heavens for his wife? Could it be that old man Guanqi's wife is Murong Yan? Okay. Gu Hai nodded after a moment of silence. Chapter 612. Gu Hai stayed in Long Zhanggua's study for a day and a night. No one knew what the two of them talked about, and no one dared to inquire. A day later, Gu Hai came out with no expression on his face. However, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. In the 33 cities of the Heavenly Court, everyone, whether inside or outside the Deqian, was full of curiosity. They were waiting to see what Gu Hai was going to do next. However, the next day, Gu Hai left with the disciples of the first-class hall on a flying boat. Mo Yike, on the other hand, stayed in Long Wanyu's palace with a group of Dahan officials and did not leave with Gu Hai. Gu Hai left so strangely. They watched as the flying boat went further and further away. Countless Deqian officials were at a loss. Could it be that His Holiness didn't put Gu Hai in an important position? His Holiness didn't entrust Gu Hai with any important tasks. But, what did Gu Hai and His Holiness talk about in the past day and night? Dragon Shenying, Long Xinwen, Takashi Ryushin, and Sima Zongheng all looked puzzled. They watched as Gu Hai's flying boat left, but they did not follow. Heavenly Yin City, Long Wanyu's palace. Long Wanyu watched as Gu Hai left. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Mo Yike, are you deliberately lying to me and not letting me go with brother-in-law? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Princess, if that's the case, will the emperor keep me here? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. But, is what you said true? Long Wanyu looked at Mo Yike anxiously. Mo Yike nodded. That's right. We just received news that Long Wanqing has been found. However, something has happened and we need your majesty to go there personally. Sister. You found it? Could it be? Long Wanyu said excitedly. Mo Yike shook his head. Princess, please calm down. There are many possibilities, and they are also very complicated. The emperor asked me to stay by your side so that it would be convenient for him to contact you. When the time comes, he might need your help. Therefore, you must guard the heavenly court and help the emperor. Long Wanyu's eyes flashed with determination as she nodded. Okay, As long as I can save my sister, even if I have to burn down the upper study room, it won't be a problem. Yike. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly flew away from the heavenly courts. In a mountain forest, Li Shinji looked at the flying boat in the distance with cold eyes. Battalion commander, His Holiness doesn't seem to have entrusted Gu Hai with any important tasks. A subordinate frowned. No. Maybe. But I don't know, right? Li Shinji said coldly. Huh. Get ready to act. Gu Hai's growth is too fast. If we wait any longer, I won't have another chance. Li Shinji said coldly. Yes. Outside the heavenly courts, another flying boat flew quickly in pursuit of Gu Hai. A large Tang character was erected on the flying boat. It was Lord Tang leading his subordinates in pursuit of Gu Hai's flying boat. My lord, why didn't we look for Gu Hai in Heavenly Yin City earlier? A subordinate frowned. The 33 cities of the heavenly courts are all under Long Zhanggua's surveillance. Once we leave this area and catch up with Gu Hai, I'll talk to him. Lord Tang said solemnly. Yes. Oh right, my lord, I saw Qing Emperor's men earlier. It seems like. A subordinate frowned. Lord Tang turned to look at the heavenly courts in the distance and sneered. Qing Emperor. He's just too cautious. Oh. Qing Emperor should have figured out who Gu Hai is by now, right? Trying to subdue Gu Hai in vain. He's too naive. Lord Tang sneered. Heavenly Yin City. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Hai's flying boat leave. Emperor, Tan Gut is also chasing after him. King of Elixirs said respectfully. Qing Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. Tan Gut? Gu Tang. Ah, this solitude finally remembers. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai is actually him. Gu Hai is actually him. I didn't expect him to be so capable when we brushed past each other back then. Emperor, you've seen Gu Hai before? That's impossible. How? King of Elixirs said in surprise. Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and a little guy. Unfortunately, that little guy didn't recognize anyone and ran away. Gu Hai. Heh. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. Emperor, how did you know Gu Hai? King of Elixirs asked curiously. I killed his wife. It should be his wife. Her soul scattered. Qing Emperor sneered. Ah. However, that's not important. For those who achieve great things, wives and concubines are like clothes. Just change one. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Then, Emperor, do we still need to chase after him? No need. It would be best if Tan Gut could persuade Gu Hai. If he can't, I'll go directly to the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai is mine. Now, the most important thing is to bring Ziwei and Changsheng back to the Dian dynasty. Qing Emperor said solemnly. Yes. Let's go. 3 days later, on Gu Hai's flying boat. Gu Hai stood at the stern of the flying boat and gazed at the heavenly courts that had disappeared into the horizon. Mu Chenfeng and Gao Chen stood beside Gu Hai. Master, Ziwei and Changsheng, those two ingrates, were seduced away by Qing Emperor when you went to meet Long Zhanggua. They only left you a letter. They didn't even have time to say goodbye. Gao Chen said angrily. Gu Hai looked into the distance and said, there's no such thing as ingrates. They don't owe me anything. They went to the Dian dynasty. Perhaps we'll meet again soon. Huh? Gao Chen was confused. Gao Chen, the immortal of the 6 paths, took away the worlds when Tao nomological laws. Are you still affected? Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen. Me? Anyway, Master's tunes are no longer effective. I only have 2 abilities left. First, I can play the little fairies. However, the little fairies are useless. They can't play the Tongtian's Guqin Dao nomological laws. Second, my voice is still as good as ever. Gaochen said proudly. Huh? Your voice is still there. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. That was a terrible music that made people bleed from their 7 orifices. Yeah, my voice doesn't need the Guqin Dao nomological laws. Gaochen rolled his eyes. That's true. Mu Qinfeng smiled bitterly. Little fairies? That's enough. Gu Hai nodded. Hall Master, we'll need 3 more months before we can return to the limitless celestial capital. Why don't you take a rest first? Us elite Hall disciples will take care of the helm. When we reach the limitless celestial capital, we'll inform you. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai. Rest? We can't rest. Our journey won't be peaceful. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Oh. Mu Qinfeng was slightly confused. Just as Mu Qinfeng was puzzled. Boom. Suddenly, the surroundings were engulfed in raging flames. The flames soared into the sky, and the clouds within 1,000 miles were instantly set ablaze. Gu Hai's flying boat was like a furnace in a sea of fire. Buzz! The flying boat's array was activated instantly, blocking the flames that came from all directions. Be alert! Mu Qinfeng shouted. Immediately, countless elite Hall disciples took out their swords and sabers and looked around. Gaochen's expression changed, and he stood behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked around with an ice-cold gaze. Then, his eyes focused on the place with the most flames in the distance. Taisheng, since you're here, don't hide anymore. Gu Hai said. Boom! Suddenly, a large number of fireballs were shot from afar. Taisheng was standing in the center of the fireballs. At this moment, the Most High Path's big child was dressed in red. An unforgettable hatred flashed through his eyes. He held a small red bottle in his hand. From the mouth of the small bottle, flames that could blot out the sky and cover the earth shot out. Gu Hai, you're finally out. Taisheng said coldly. Taisheng, if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Find me? Taisheng narrowed his eyes. That's right. Although your song, Taisheng's Long Life, did not contain many principles of the Zither Tao, it contained the concept of Taisheng. I dreamt of that for a long time, and I want to listen to it again. I still have too many things to settle in the dream. Gu Hai nodded. That dream allowed him to go to Earth. If Gu Hai wanted to go there again, he would have to find Taisheng. You already have the Book of Tao, and you still want Taisheng's concept? Are you trying to humiliate me? Humph, you won't live past today anyway. Why should I waste my time talking to you? Taisheng said coldly. Li Xinji told you our location, right? Gu Hai said calmly. Taisheng narrowed his eyes. No one else but him. He's like a haunting ghost. I've been tolerating him, but it seems like there's no need for that anymore. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, no matter who told me, you must die today. Taisheng's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. A firestorm rushed toward Gu Hai's flying boat. The fire raged like a volcano erupting. It instantly formed a scorching sea that drowned Gu Hai's flying boat. Boom! Gu Hai stepped in front of the flying boat and flung out his sleeve. A strong suction instantly sucked all the surrounding flames into his sleeve. It's useless. Taisheng, are you here alone? Previously, in Heavenly Yin City, your sword strike against me already proved that you can't kill me. Your flames can't burn me to death either, Gu Hai advised. Can't kill you. If not for you, I would have ended up like this. My cultivation would have fallen by 1,000 kilometers. Only when you die can I destroy my inner demon and return to the exalted realm. Return to the peak. Go, Samadhi true flame. Taisheng glared, and a scarlet flame surged out of the small bottle again, charging at Gu Hai. Samadhi true flame. Many of the elite hall disciples on the flying boat showed horrified expressions. Taishang's Tao is not to be heartless or emotionless. Instead, it is to be true to one's emotions and nature, boundless love. You are walking in the wrong direction. Gu Hai shouted. What do you know? Taishang's rage had already clouded his mind. I wrote the Taoist classic. At the very least, I have heard the most perfect explanation of the Taoist classic. I know it better than you. Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai had heard Laozi explain the Taoist classic before. Naturally, he understood Taishang's Tao better. Although he had not reached that level yet, he understood. Naturally, he had more right to speak than the tycoons of the Most High Path. However, how could Taishang's Tao juggernaut listen? Die! A loud shout rang out. The surging Samadhi true flame instantly engulfed Gu Hai. Although he looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression, the instant the Samadhi true flame engulfed Gu Hai, Taishang's Tao juggernaut felt his heart skip a beat. It was as if there was a voice that kept telling him that he was wrong. Chapter 613. Outside the heavenly court, in a barren stone forest, a sea of fire burned the entire area. Outside the sea of fire, a group of disciples from the Taishang sect stood. The one leading them was Elder Xuanan from the Taishang sect. Is the news accurate? Xuanan looked at the sea of fire with a gloomy expression. The Deqian sect is very cautious of our Wanshou Taoism. That's why we couldn't get any news from the heavenly court. Countless airships enter and leave the heavenly court every day. We don't know which one is Gu Hai and which one is a disciple from the Shinji battalion. Not long ago, someone came to report to Juzi that Gu Hai's airship had left and pointed out which one. That's why Juzi came here personally. A disciple from the Taishang sect said respectfully. Elder, can we trust the words of the Shinji battalion? Li Shinji has a grudge against Gu Hai. Could he be lying to Juzi? Another subordinate asked worriedly. It can't be wrong. When Li Shinji was in the heavenly court, he framed Gu Hai. Then it can't be wrong, Xuanan said with a gloomy expression. Elder, Juzi has been very mysterious recently. Why does she want to kill Gu Hai personally? Xuanan's expression was gloomy. If Juzi doesn't kill Gu Hai personally, her cultivation will be crippled. Ah. Why? Because she's a Taishang. A Taishang needs to forget about love. Gu Hai. You really have good luck with women. You even broke Juzi's Taoist heart. It seems like she has you in her heart. Xuanan's expression was gloomy. How is that possible? Juzi didn't say. Of course, Juzi won't tell you. Otherwise, how can she be the Juzi of the Taishang sect? Xuanan looked at the burning fire with a gloomy expression. Inside the fire. The true Samadhi fire engulfed Gu Hai. Hall Master. A large number of Class 1 hall members had anxious expressions. The moment Taishang used the true Samadhi fire to envelop Gu Hai, his heart skipped a beat. He did not know why, but his heart trembled. Suddenly, the true Samadhi fire shrunk and moved towards the center, towards Gu Hai's mouth. Absorb. Gu Hai's mouth seemed to produce a huge suction force. The rolling true Samadhi fire was sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. What? Taishang's expression changed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, all the true Samadhi flames entered Gu Hai's mouth. Gu Hai's mouth seemed to be the home of all the flames. Except for the true Samadhi flames, all the flames in the surroundings quickly entered Gu Hai's mouth. Within 500 kilometers, there was a sea of fire. However, at this moment, it was like a mist that was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Behind Xiao Chen, Mu Chenfeng and the elite hall members revealed horrified expressions. That is the true Samadhi fire. It can refine all the stubborn things in the world. How can you swallow the true Samadhi fire? Taishang goggled. However, the flames in the surroundings dwindled. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in the surroundings were sucked dry. In the distance, the expressions of Xuanan and the other Taishang disciples changed. Damn! Gu Hai closed his mouth and swallowed all the flames. Taishang, your true Samadhi fire cannot hurt me. Think about what I said earlier, Gu Hai said seriously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Taishang showed a ferocious expression as he activated the small bottle in his hand again. Rumble. Surging flames surged towards Gu Hai again. Suck. Gu Hai opened his mouth and sucked. The suction was even stronger than before as he pulled at the true Samadhi fire. Immediately, the true Samadhi fire surged into Gu Hai's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Shaoqin sucked in as much as there was. Pa! In the end, the small bottle exploded, and all the flames entered Gu Hai's mouth. How can this happen? That is the flame storage bottle, the only treasure that can store the true Samadhi fire in the 8 trigrams furnace. Why did it shatter? The Taishang disciples in the distance felt confused. Evil thief, die! Taishang shouted. Xing! A sword light shot towards Gu Hai. 4th cycle. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and purple light filled the sky. The life-slaying saber clashed with the sword light, producing a loud sound in the air. Previously, in Tianyin City, the life-slaying saber, the life-extinction saber, and the life-extinction saber had barely blocked the attack. However, this time, the life-slaying saber blocked the attack. Gu Hai took a step back, and so did Taishang. The swords and sabers collided, and they were evenly matched. Did your cultivation level drop again? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Taishang's eyes were filled with hatred. It was Gu Hai's fault that his cultivation level kept dropping. Now, he couldn't even kill Gu Hai. Everything will be fine as long as I kill you. Everything will be fine. Taishang looked ferocious as he raised his sword again. Boom! 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 The swords and sabers collided again. In an instant, they started killing each other. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Mu Chenfeng, don't interfere. Gu Hai shouted in the middle of the battle. Yes. Mu Chenfeng immediately responded, revealing a trace of anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Gu Hai and Taishang filled the sky with saber and sword light. Endless sword chi and saber chi raged around the two of them. However, there was no clear winner. Taishang looked more and more anxious. In the distance, Xuanan narrowed his eyes. The giant's cultivation level dropped so much. Is he at the peak of the lower celestial palace? Yeah, isn't the giant at the upper celestial palace level? How could it be? The disciples of the Taishang sect were confused. The giant is only at the lower celestial palace level now. It seems that I was right. Gu Hai has broken his Taoist heart. However, this Gu Hai is also very strong. Yuanying state. The Yuanying state has the cultivation level of the lower celestial palace level. We have underestimated him. Xuanan looked gloomy. Rumble. After a series of collisions between Gu Hai and Taishang, Taishang seemed to be getting more and more tired. Gu Hai, who had been fighting to his heart's content at the beginning, slowly gained the upper hand. Clang! The swords and sabers collided, and there was a stalemate. Taishang, enough is enough. That day, I did not mean to offend you. It was the black cat who did it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't even think about it. If I don't kill you today, I swear I won't rest. Taishang's beautiful face was filled with hatred. He looked like he was about to spew out a huge grievance. You won't be able to kill me. Your strength is constantly weakening. You're no match for me. Moreover, you're wrong. Your cultivation level is weakening not because your Taoist heart is broken. On the contrary, your Taoist heart is perfect now. Taisheng's Taoist heart was based on Tai Chi. Tai Chi was the form of yin and yang. Solitary yang does not give birth, and solitary yin does not grow. Gu Hai tried to persuade him. With the saber suppressing him, Taisheng seemed to be at his wit's end. Xing! Suddenly, another sword gleam appeared beside Gu Hai. What? Gu Hai's expression darkened. He pushed Taisheng away with his Life Slayer saber and rushed forward. Boom! The energy saber shattered. The sword gleam instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai and headed straight for Gu Hai's chest. Just as it was about to hit Gu Hai's chest, the Life Ender saber and Life Slayer saber suddenly emerged from his skin. Boom! Boom! Gu Hai was sent flying backwards, but he managed to block the sword ray that had suddenly appeared. Who's there? Taisheng's expression darkened as he turned to look. The Life Ender saber and Life Ender saber flew around Gu Hai as he held the Life Slayer saber. However, he saw another group of figures appear not far away. Xuanan. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at the leader. You're still alive? Xuanan looked at Gu Hai with a dark expression. You? Why are you here? Taisheng's expression changed as he shouted angrily. However, he saw two of Taisheng's disciples lowering their heads. You bastards! Did you betray me? Taisheng glared at them. Juzi, we were worried about your safety. That's why. That's why. The two disciples stammered. Juzi, even if they didn't tell us, we would have found out anyway. Li Shinji wants to kill Gu Hai. If you can't kill Gu Hai, he'll definitely send someone to inform us. Xuanan said. You all know? Grand Elder asked with a gloomy face. Juzi's problem is Taisheng's problem. It's our problem. Xuanan said confidently. Juzi, you don't have to fight to kill Gu Hai. Let's do it. That's right. Let's do it. The group of Most High Path's disciples cried out. How dare you? Taisheng looked anxious. Xuanan smiled. Elders, Juzi is no longer Gu Hai's match. Let's do it for him. That's right. Juzi, let's do it. The others said. A gloomy look flashed across the Grand Supreme's eyes. Xuanan, and you, 5 elders, are you rebelling? Taisheng said coldly. There were about 50 Taisheng's disciples. 5 of them had a Taisheng symbol on their chests. They were the elders of the Taisheng sect. The 5 elders wanted to help Taisheng kill Gu Hai. However, Taisheng did not appreciate their kindness. Xuanan smiled coldly. Juzi, is your Taoist heart broken? You can only recover perfectly if you kill Gu Hai with your own hands. If we kill Gu Hai, your Taoist heart will not be able to recover perfectly. We know that. However, do you still have the ability to kill Gu Hai? You want to take my position as Juzi? You are not worthy. Taisheng said coldly. At the very least, we can kill Gu Hai, can't we? Xuanan shook his head. The other 4 elders looked at Gu Hai with murderous intent. Taisheng looked gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone, Gu Hai has humiliated the Wanshou Taoism many times. He even killed Xuandu's eldest senior brother's nephew, Elder Feng Tong. This time, let's kill Gu Hai. What do you think? Xuanan said in a low voice. Listen to senior brother Xuanan. The Taisheng's disciples shouted. They no longer cared about Juzi's words. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Qianfeng waved her hand. Gu Hai shook his head and said, there's no need. Taisheng's 5 elders, 5 middle celestial palaces, and a group of lower celestial palaces. The sky-piercing cannons won't make it in time. There's no need. Huh? Yes. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. Gu Hai took out a scroll and looked coldly at Xuanan and the others. 5 middle celestial palaces. None of you will leave today. Gu Hai was about to tear the scroll in his hand. As soon as the scroll was taken out, it emitted a strong righteous aura. Ghosts and deities wept. Righteous aura exists in heaven and earth. Chaos gives form. The 5 Taisheng's elders' expressions changed as soon as they heard the voice. Oh no, it's the Song of Righteousness. Is Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Quick, kill him. Just as the group of Grand Supreme Path disciples were feeling anxious, rip. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and tore, instantly tearing apart the Song of Righteousness in his hand. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out of the Song of Righteousness and rushed into Gu Hai's body. Chapter 6:14. Rip. Gu Hai reached out and tore the Song of Righteousness in his hand. The Song of Righteousness in his hand was instantly torn apart. Overwhelming righteous energy surged out from within and rushed toward Gu Hai. The surging energy instantly filled Gu Hai's body. Now that his cultivation base had improved, Gu Hai could withstand even more energy. The moment the energy filled his body, Xuanan's sword was already at Gu Hai's glabella. Boom! He swung his life-extinguishing saber. A dazzling purple light erupted and instantly knocked Xuanan's sword back. Xuanan took 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Oh no, he tore the Song of Righteousness. His power has reached the middle heavenly palace. An elder's expression changed. How can he bear to do that? That's the Song of Righteousness. The way of books in the world has already been abolished. Every one of them is gone. The Song of Righteousness should be mine. I can't believe he tore it. Don't let him tear the Book of Taoism. Do it. The disciples of the Taisheng sect swarmed toward Gu Hai. Humph. Gu Hai's expression was cold as he snorted. He reached out and put away the life-extinguishing saber and life-slayer saber. Then, he grabbed the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at the crowd. For a moment, the sky was filled with Gu Hai's saber energy. 4th cycle. Gu Hai swung his 4th cycle again. A vast energy saber shot toward Xuanan. Oh no! Xuanan's expression changed as he parried the attack with his sword. Senior brother, I'll help you. The 4 elders shouted as well. Boom! The energy saber collided with the 5 swords with a loud bang. The void trembled slightly, and a strong gust of wind swept up. Gu Hai's figure paused. Arg! Arg! The 5 elders were sent flying with a loud bang. The powerful force even sent all the cultivators of the lower celestial palace flying. Gu Hai did not stop. Instead, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of one of the elders. What? The elder's expression changed, revealing a look of horror. 4th cycle. Gu Hai slashed down again. Boom! He was completely powerless to resist. In an instant, that elder exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Junior brother. The group of elders cried out in alarm. Stop him. Quick, attack him together. Xuanan's expression changed. Kill. Everyone attacked at the same time, slashing at Gu Hai. Taisheng Dao. That's all there is to it. Gu Hai sneered. Boom. Another lower celestial palace disciple exploded. Boom. 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 All of the lower celestial palace disciples who rushed towards Gu Hai instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai arrived at another elder. Senior brother, help me. The elder's expression changed. It's too late. Gu Hai said with a sinister smile. Boom. He slashed out with the fourth cycle again, and that elder exploded. No. The lower celestial palace disciples cried out in alarm. At this moment, Gu Hai was like a demon god. He killed Buddha and God in his way. Those who were close to him had no hope of surviving. Amid the loud rumbles, the Taisheng Dao disciples were slaughtered one by one. Kill Gu Hai. Steal the sacred text of Daoda. The upper celestial palace disciples no longer had such thoughts. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run. 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 Xuanen's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. Run? Isn't it a little too late? Great cycle of saber qi. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. With Gu Hai as the center, countless saber qi suddenly appeared in all directions and surrounded all of the Taisheng Dao disciples. Gu Hai seemed to be standing in the center of a chessboard. The countless saber qi were like chess pieces, wreaking havoc and blocking all of the Taisheng Dao disciples. Those who came close were immediately blocked by the saber qi. Gu Hai once again arrived in front of Xuanen. Fourth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai shouted angrily. Kill. Xuanen also swung his sword with all his might. Boom. The saber and sword clashed, creating a storm. Xuanen did not explode, but he was still covered in blood from the huge recoil. He was sent flying. Song of Righteousness. Song of Righteousness. Everyone, it's too late. Tear up our Taisheng Dao's book. Xuanen cried out in alarm. All right. Xuanen and the other two elders immediately took out a scroll that looked like the Song of Righteousness. Without any hesitation, they tore it apart. Rip. 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 Suddenly, a surge of righteous qi flowed into the three elders' bodies. The strength of the three elders suddenly increased. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he immediately rushed forward. Boom. Xuanen blocked the life-extinguishing saber with his sword. However, he did not have much of an advantage and could only barely block it. My poem is not as good as the Song of Righteousness. Xuanen's face darkened. That's it. Let's continue then. Gu Hai's face turned cold. The life-extinguishing saber swung out again. It was still the fourth cycle of heaven. There were many different styles of the fourth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai did not upgrade it to the fifth cycle of heaven because it was enough to deal with them. Rumble. In an instant, Gu Hai and the three elders started fighting ferociously. No one could kill the other, but Gu Hai still had the upper hand. The three elders were bleeding profusely. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber was too powerful. The group of people in the lower sky palace did not dare to move recklessly. If they moved, the surrounding saber qi would lock onto them and slash at them. Gu Hai alone made all the disciples of the Taisheng sect extremely embarrassed. Xuanen was covered in blood and looked anxious. It seems like you can't do it. Don't waste any more time. Go to hell. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The saber qi around them suddenly changed, and the life-extinguishing saber seemed to be emitting a chilling aura that made everyone's hair stand on end. Fifth cycle of heaven. Gu Hai was about to slash the fifth cycle of heaven. Help, Zhizi. All the disciples of the Taisheng sect screamed in horror. Taisheng had been standing at the side. When he saw how powerful Gu Hai was, he was in despair. Kill Gu Hai. It seemed like he would never be able to do it. As he watched the disciples of the Taisheng sect die one by one, Taisheng felt relieved. However, he still could not bear to see it happen. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber again. That strong killing intent seemed like he wanted to kill everyone with one strike. Taisheng was anxious as well. When all the disciples of the Taisheng sect pleaded in despair, Taisheng finally made his move. No! Xuanan shouted in despair. At that moment, Gu Hai slashed with the fifth cycle of heaven. Each saber chi had the power of the fourth cycle of heaven. Xuanan could barely block one fourth cycle of heaven. Now, 20 saber chi were coming at him. It seemed like they would cut him into pieces in an instant. The threat of death instantly filled his heart. It's over. It's all over. Xuanan was not the only one. All the disciples of the Taishang sect were in the same situation. They looked desperate. The saber chi slashed at them. Boom! A loud sound rang in the air. Just as all the disciples of the Taishang sect closed their eyes and waited for their deaths, the saber chi suddenly dispersed. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. I didn't die. The others turned to look. They saw Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber's energy saber stopping right in front of Juzi. At that moment, Juzi used his longsword to block the life-extinguishing saber's energy saber. However, his longsword could not withstand a single blow. It shattered completely. Just as the life-extinguishing saber was about to hit Juzi, it stopped. Taishang's eyes darkened. He looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Gu Hai didn't kill me. Gu Hai's saber stopped. The saber chi and energy saber vanished. At the last moment, Gu Hai stopped. Gu Hai stared at Taishang. He took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Why you? Why didn't you kill me? Taishang's eyes darkened as he asked. You've helped me before, so I won't kill you. I'll spare their worthless lives this time, but there won't be a next time. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered. Taishang looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. He could not express the bitterness in his eyes. He was extremely dejected and disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Good. The disciples of the Taishang sect bowed and thanked him in fear. Thank you, thank you. Xuanan bowed at Gu Hai in fear as well. Their desire to survive made them forget their high and mighty status in the past. As long as Gu Hai did not kill them, they did not mind bowing to him. Let's go. Taishang turned around. He looked dejected. He wanted to lead the disciples of the Taishang sect away. Okay. Yes, thank you, Juzi. The disciples of the Taishang sect followed behind Juzi gratefully. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly called out. The disciples of the Taishang sect shuddered and looked at Gu Hai. Today, I'm sparing your lives because of Taishang. In the future, I'll go to Wanshou Taoism again. If you're ungrateful and target Taishang again, I'll take your lives one by one, just like those people just now. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai's voice was filled with murderous intent. Everyone shuddered when they heard it. Yes, we'll support Juzi. We won't betray Juzi again. Everyone answered. Gu Hai did not say anything. He just stared at the disciples, making them panic. However, they did not dare to say anything. It's none of your business. Humph. Taishang snorted. Taishang flung his sleeves and flew into the distance. The disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Gu Hai in fear. They turned around and followed Taishang. After watching the disciples of the Taishang sect leave, Gu Hai let out a long breath. Master, you want to protect the Taishang sect? But why did you let those people go? Even if you let them go, they won't appreciate it. Gaochen frowned. Taishang's cultivation has regressed. Even if we kill them, there will be other disciples of the Taishang sect who will offend us. Why not let them live and create an image of a bad person for me? It'll serve as a deterrent to others. Gu Hai shook his head. Just as Gu Hai shook his head. Release! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Boom! A heaven-shaking lightning bolt flew out and instantly brushed past Gu Hai. It flew into the distance. Gu Hai's face darkened. He turned his head to look. In the distance, he saw a long golden arrow shooting toward him like a meteor. Its target was Gu Hai. The thunderbolt flew toward the long golden arrow that was flying toward Gu Hai. Boom! With a loud sound, the long arrow and the thunderbolt collided in the void, creating a rolling storm. In the storm, the long golden arrow did not explode. Another arrowhead flew out. However, its power was much weaker this time. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ding! A saber chi shot out from Gu Hai's side and destroyed the weakened arrowhead. Gu Hai looked into the distance coldly. He saw the peak of a mountain in the distance. Li Xinji was holding a long golden bow and looking at him coldly. Li Xinji. Ha, you can't help it. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Chapter 6:15. While Gu Hai was fighting against the experts from the Taishang sect, Li Xinji had already led the Xinji battalion disciples to a secluded place in the distance. Song of Righteousness. Gu Hai is really generous. A Xinji battalion disciple said in surprise. Of course he is. If not, don't even think about leaving today. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and said. Battalion commander, can those Taishang sect disciples do it? Them? In this generation of the Taishang sect, except for Xuandu and this giant, the others were not worth mentioning. Xuanan? He's just a lackey. Li Xinji narrowed his eyes and said. Ah, look, an elder is dead. Gu Hai is so murderous. Everyone stared at the distance, watching Gu Hai killing in all directions. We can't wait any longer. If he continues to grow, he won't be able to kill Gu Hai. Today is the day he dies. Li Xinji's eyes turned cold. Rumble. In the distance, a series of roars sounded. They saw Gu Hai killing in all directions, but he stopped when he was about to slash at Taishang. It's over. Gu Hai didn't kill Taishang. Look at their frightened faces. How shameful. A group of Xinji battalion disciples looked at the group of Taishang sect disciples begging for mercy in fear. Gu Hai spared them in the end, and all the Taishang sect disciples followed Taishang and fled. At this moment, Li Xinji took out a golden longbow. Battalion commander, now. A subordinate asked in surprise. Yes, Taishang sect disciples. Oh, a bunch of trash. I still have to do it myself. Li Xinji's eyes were cold. But. Don't worry, Gu Hai's 4 cycles just now is inferior to mine. Li Xinji said coldly. But, why don't you wait? After tearing apart the Song of Righteousness, Gu Hai could only maintain his powerful strength for a short while. Very soon, his strength would weaken. Wouldn't it be better to make a move then? A subordinate asked blankly. When the power of the Song of Righteousness is exhausted, Gu Hai still has the Book of Tao Te Ching. At that time, the danger will be even greater. Now that he has just used the Song of Righteousness, it is time for him to be arrogant. He thinks that he can solve everything without the Book of Tao Te Ching. If we don't act now, when will we? Li Xinji said coldly. As he spoke, the longbow in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden light. Li Xinji gathered a powerful force on the longbow and released it in an instant. Swish! The long arrow left the bow and instantly turned into a meteor shooting towards Gu Hai in the distance. At this moment, on the flying ship in the distance, a Class 1 Hall member noticed it. Camp Master, look! That Class 1 Hall member cried out in alarm. Mu Qinfeng's expression suddenly changed, and she unhesitatingly took out her sky-piercing cannon. Fire! A sky-piercing cannon shot out and instantly brushed past Gu Hai. Then, it flew into the distance. Boom! The huge clash kicked up an overwhelming storm in the distance. The heaven-quaking thunder did not manage to destroy Li Xinji's rain of arrows. However, it managed to weaken the rain of arrows to a negligible degree. Then, Gu Hai's saber chi destroyed it. Li Xinji. Ha, you still can't hold it in. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. From a distance, Li Xinji stared coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai also stared coldly at Li Xinji. Gu Hai, you are really lucky. Li Xinji sneered. Li Xinji, you are seeking death again and again. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Ha 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 ha. Seeking death? Gu Hai, do you really think that you are unrivaled in the world? Li Xinji retorted coldly. I did not say that I am unrivaled in the world. However, it is enough to deal with you. Li Xinji, ha. I originally had hopes for you, preparing to subdue your divine mystery sect one day. Now, it looks like there is no need for that. Gu Hai said coldly. Subdue the divine mystery sect. In the distance, Li Xinji showed some disdain. Although you schemed to harm me several times, you still have such means. Unfortunately, you did not use them properly. Stabbing others in the dark is just a small trick. You are taking revenge for your son, Li Haoran, right? Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Huh? Li Xinji glared. Li Haoran was his nephew. This was something that everyone knew. How did Gu Hai know that Li Haoran was his son? Your hatred is not reduced, and your will is firm. Ha! Even if you submit to me, you are harboring evil intentions. It is not worth it to put the people around me in danger because of your determination. Furthermore, you are not worthy of me paying so much attention to you. Gu Hai said coldly. Li Xinji looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. I am not worthy. Ha! Gu Hai, you are really arrogant. Do you think that you can still leave today? Today, you are in a hurry to make a move, even exposing yourself. You are worried that Long Zhanghua will give me a mission, right? Ignorance is not a crime. Kill me and end it all. Ha 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 ha. Li Xinji, you are smart with small schemes, but you cannot see the big picture. Some people are not people that you can easily offend. Gu Hai said coldly. So what if I offend you? Gu Hai, do you think that you can still control everything now? Li Xinji stared and shouted, Divine Armament Great Formation. Ha! Immediately, a large number of Xinji battalion disciples quickly stood in a military formation and pulled out a cyan longbow. Wang! A huge cyan longbow condensed in the void. On the longbow, there was a huge cyan energy arrow. Even from a distance, one could feel the murderous aura from it. Divine Armament Great Formation. The formation of the Xinji battalion that can move unhindered in the world. With the combined strength of a battalion of people, it can shoot a super powerful arrow? Ha, what a great name. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. The cyan energy arrow in the void was aimed at the flying boat behind Gu Hai. Even from a distance, a huge murderous aura rushed straight towards them. Li Xinji, on the other hand, raised the golden longbow and gently pulled the bowstring. A golden longbow was firmly locked onto Gu Hai. It's too late to know now. Today, no one can think of leaving. Gu Hai, if this arrow is aimed at you, do you still have the ability to protect the people on the flying boat? Li Xinji said with a cold smile. Sky-shattering cannon, aim at the cyan longbow. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, the last sky-shattering bomb has been used up. You still want to trick me? Release the arrows. Li Xinji stared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cyan longbow and the golden longbow instantly turned into two meteors and rushed straight towards the flying boat and Gu Hai. Fourth cycle. Gu Hai stared and slashed with his saber. You can protect yourself, but can you protect others? Li Xinji said with a cold smile. Release! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Another sky-shattering bomb instantly flew out from the sky-shattering cannon. Boom! Boom! The golden longbow was suddenly shattered by Gu Hai's saber. Gu Hai's body slightly paused, but the cyan longbow was instantly shattered into pieces by the sky-shattering bomb. Monstrous waves rolled up in the void. The two longbows were completely shattered. What? The group of Shinji Battalion disciples exclaimed in shock. Sky-shattering bomb. Aren't there only 10 of them? How can there be more? Li Shinji stared and said in surprise. Li Shinji, isn't there no information that the Shinji Battalion can't find? How can you not find this? Gu Hai revealed a trace of coldness. How can there be more? Even if there are more, so what? Even if there are more, they are all dead. Shinji Battalion, Star Feather Fall. Li Shinji's expression changed. Yes. The Shinji Battalion disciples shouted. Buzz! They immediately drew their bows again and gathered the power of the arrows. In an instant, 9 super longbows were formed in the sky above the formation. As soon as the longbows were released, a huge killing intent rushed toward them again. Li Shinji's golden longbow was aimed at Gu Hai again. Indeed, I was careless. You still have more sky-shattering bombs. But what about the sky-shattering cannon? You only have one. Let's see how you can block my star feather fall. Li Shinji glared and said. Sky-shattering battalion. Mu Qinfeng shouted coldly. Yes. Immediately, the group of elite hall disciples shouted. Ka 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 ka. 18 sky-shattering cannons were set up on the deck of the flying boat. 10 of them were aimed at the Shinji battalion, and the other 8 were aimed at Li Shinji. 18 cannons? Impossible, it must be fake. Release the arrows, Star Feather Fall. Li Shinji glared and shouted. Boom! 9 cyan longbows and 1 golden longbow were shot toward Gu Hai and the flying boat. Release! Mu Qinfeng bellowed. Boom! Immediately, the 18 sky-shattering bombs were released. Boom! 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 The 9 azure arrows collided with the 9 heaven-quaking thunders and exploded with a boom. 2 sky-shattering bombs instantly exploded the golden longbows. A rolling storm appeared in the void. The remaining 7 sky-shattering bombs turned into meteors and reached the Shinji battalion in an instant. Oh no! Li Shinji's expression changed. He quickly drew his longbow and shot out 5 golden longbows at the same time. Boom! They collided with the sky-shattering bombs again. The void trembled and blocked the 5 sky-shattering bombs. However, there were still 2 more. One flew toward Li Shinji, and the other flew toward the Shinji battalion disciples. Bastard! Li Shinji's expression changed and he slashed the longbow in his hand. One of the heaven-quaking thunders instantly exploded. Meanwhile, the other heaven-quaking thunders shot toward the Divine Strategy Battalion disciples. Boom! Help! Ah! With a series of screams, the Divine Armament formation exploded and scattered. A large number of Shinji Battalion disciples were blown up into the sky and turned into a rain of blood. Countless Shinji Battalion disciples were injured and wounded in an instant. They screamed continuously. Li Shinji's expression changed drastically. It seems that your Shinji battalion is not as good as my rumbling sky battalion. Gu Hai sneered. 18? Are they all real? Gu Hai, how did you get them? Li Shinji exclaimed. Gu Hai ignored him. He looked at the Shinji battalion disciples and said coldly, Rumbling Sky Battalion, continue. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. Yes. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of the sky-piercing cannon rang out again. Like the Grim Reaper, the sky-piercing thunders descended upon the disciples of the Shinji battalion. Li Shinji tried to block the heaven-quaking thunder, but there were too many of them. Even though Li Shinji tried his best to block the heaven-quaking thunder, there were still a large number of them exploding around the Shinji battalion. Ah, ah, ah. With a series of screams, the Shinji battalion suffered heavy casualties. Gu Hai, don't you dare! Li Shinji glared at Gu Hai. Li Shinji understood that if this continued, his subordinates would all be finished. Only by killing Gu Hai or destroying the sky-piercing cannon could he save the Shinji battalion disciples. The Shinji battalion wanted to kill us all just now. Now that they are killed, it is their retribution. Serves them right. Gu Hai glared at Li Shinji and walked towards him. Mu Chenfeng, kill them. Gu Hai ordered coldly as he rushed towards Li Shinji. Yes, sir. Mu Chenfeng replied. Boom. Once again, a large number of sky-piercing thunders were shot towards the distance. Chapter 6:16. Li Shinji charged at Gu Hai with a ferocious look on his face. He had never felt so vexed since he had established the Shinji battalion. The Shinji battalion countered their opponents with long-range attacks. Whether it was their own divine arrows or the divine arrows of the divine armament formation, they had always been able to restrain their enemies. Over the years, many factions, even those that were several times stronger than the Shinji battalion, had all been defeated by the rain of arrows. However, the tables had turned. Their opponents' long-range attacks were stronger than the Shinji battalion's. Was there any long-range attack troop that was stronger than the Shinji battalions in this world? However, it was Gu Hai, whom he had always looked down on, who was right in front of him. Even though he had tried to kill Gu Hai several times, he had never taken him seriously. However, it was him. How could the Rumbling Sky Battalion be stronger than the Shinji battalion? The Shinji battalion that he had painstakingly nurtured was about to be annihilated by the Rumbling Sky Battalion. How could he not be anxious? He had to kill Gu Hai as soon as possible and destroy the sky-piercing cannon. No, Gu Hai's death is enough. The sky-piercing cannon is mine. Li Shinji had a ferocious look on his face as he approached Gu Hai from afar. At such a close distance, the longbow was no longer of much use. A long sword appeared in Li Shinji's hand as he slashed at Gu Hai. This time, Li Shinji didn't test Gu Hai. He didn't want to test him. The most important thing now was to kill Gu Hai with one slash of his sword. Shing! A golden super sword energy materialized in the air. Li Shinji seemed to have exerted all his strength. He didn't want to test him. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted Gu Hai dead. Gu Hai didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he slashed down with the life-extinguishing saber. Humph, Gu Hai, you're the one who asked for it. Do you think I'm the same as those Taisheng trash? I won't give you a chance. Your fourth cycle won't be able to withstand a single blow. Die! Li Shinji said with a sinister expression. Boom! When the golden sword retribution chopped down, a golden sword chi storm immediately encased the air. A great pressure pressed down on the elite hall disciples, causing them to reveal horrified expressions. Your Majesty, be careful. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. The fourth day of the week? How could Gu Hai underestimate Li Shinji? How could he possibly use the fourth day of the week? A dazzling purple light burst out of the life-extinguishing saber as it slashed out. Zhou Tian. Surging saber chi spread out, forming a huge domain of saber chi. The strong saber move was like a heavenly river pouring down as it gathered on the saber astral saber. Together with the life-punishing saber, it clashed head-on with Li Shinji's sword. You dare to clash head-on with me? You're courting death. Li Shinji showed a sinister expression. However, when the long sword slashed down and entered the saber chi domain, Li Shinji's expression suddenly changed. No, it's not the 4th day of the week. 5. Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. When the life-extinguishing saber slashed out, the sky was dyed purple. Everyone could not open their eyes because of the dazzling light. A terrifying killing intent instantly dispersed Li Shinji's sword will. Li Shinji did not have time to withdraw his sword. The saber and sword immediately clashed. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The dazzling light blinded everyone. However, regardless of whether it was the elite hall disciples or the Shinji battalion disciples, they all stared at the center of the dazzling light. Buzz! After the dazzling light shone, it quickly dissipated. In an instant, everyone could see clearly. However, they saw that Gu Hai was still standing at the same spot. He slashed down with the long saber in his hand. Green veins popped out all over his body. His long hair hung loosely in the air. He looked like a demon god who had descended. On the other hand, Li Shinji's golden sword shattered in the air. His clothes exploded as he was sent flying backward. While flying backward, his chest exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Despair filled his eyes. What? Everyone's expression changed. Li Shinji was defeated. No, puff. Li Shinji flew in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you waiting for? Kill. Gu Hai glared at them and shouted. Yes. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-blasting cannons fired a series of attacks. In an instant, it was like a meteor shower that fell on all the Shinji battalion disciples. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst the screams, the Shinji battalion disciples were blasted into pieces. Escape? There was no way to escape. Every sky-blasting grenade could kill a mid-stage Celestial Palace expert. What about the Shinji battalion disciples, who were mostly from the Yuanying state? In an instant, under the huge explosion, the Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated and exploded. No, Gu Hai. Li Shinji, who was in a weakened state, roared ferociously. The Shinji battalion that he had painstakingly trained was annihilated just like that. Whoosh! Gu Hai appeared in front of Li Shinji in an instant. Before Li Shinji landed on the ground, he swung his saber at him again. Li Shinji, you overestimate yourself. Gu Hai swung his saber at Li Shinji with a murderous look on his face. Defeated? He was utterly defeated. He was not as good as Gu Hai in terms of scheming, strength, and military strength. Originally, he had no enmity with Gu Hai. But in the end, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Why? Because of Li Haoran. If he could do it all over again, would he still fight with Gu Hai until one of them was dead? Yes, he would still fight until one of them was dead. Gu Hai, ha ha ha, you can't kill me. I will be back. Today, you annihilated my Shinji battalion. In the future, I will destroy your Han dynasty. I will kill everyone around you and torture them to death one by one. Ha 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 ha. Li Shinji laughed ferociously. Do you still have a chance? Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he swung his life-extinguishing saber. Just you wait. Explode. Li Shinji shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Hong. Li Shinji self-detonated. Gu Hai's face darkened. He used his saber to protect his body and blocked the power of Li Shinji's self-detonation. Boom. Gu Hai retreated to one side. Li Shinji self-detonated into countless pieces. Battalion commander. The surviving Shinji battalion disciples in the distance exclaimed in shock. The battalion commander is dead? That's cruel. Did he commit suicide? Gauchen said in surprise. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Escaping by shattering his body? Ha, Li Shinji, do you think that I haven't investigated your background all these years? Gu Hai suppressed the viciousness in his eyes and put the life-extinguishing saber behind his back. He looked at the Shinji battalion disciples in the distance and said coldly, "Kill." Boom, boom, boom. The sky-shattering cannons exploded. Instantly, the remaining Shinji battalion disciples were annihilated. At the border of Deqian, there was a place shrouded in fate energy by the sea. Beneath the light of providence was a lower sect. In the lower faction, there was a pagoda. The pagoda emitted bursts of white light. Swoosh! A ray of golden light rushed towards the pagoda from the horizon. Gu Hai, you did not expect this, right? I have a secret technique that allows the soul to return to the tower. When I reconstruct my physical body, I will definitely kill everyone around you one by one. Kill them one by one. Ha! Li Shinji's ferocious roar came from the golden light. Swoosh! In an instant, the golden light shot towards the pagoda. It was about to rush into the pagoda. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a big black hand appeared from the side of the pagoda. Bang! The big hand reached out and grabbed the golden light. What? Li Shinji's terrified voice came from the golden light. The shape of the golden light was Li Shinji's appearance, but it was Li Shinji's divine soul. However, it was grabbed tightly by the golden hand. What's going on? Who? Who is it? Where is he? Where is he? Li Shinji's golden divine soul cried out in shock. He turned his head and saw a man in a black robe grabbing his divine soul. He. Ha, no one in the Divine Arcanum sect can save you now. The black-robed man sneered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, countless bats rushed into the sky from behind the black-robed man. The moment the bats appeared, they immediately covered the entire Divine Arcanum sect. Bats? Vampire, you are a vampire. Changming, you are Changming. Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. Sect Master, help! Master, save me! Master, Master, we are here! At this moment, cries for help came from afar. It was the other members of the Divine Arcanum sect who were tied up and trapped in a square. A large number of people in blood-red robes stood in the square. There were bats flying around his body. Obviously, he was also a vampire. The black-robed man, Changming, sneered, His Majesty looked through a large amount of information and found out that you were killed once in the past, but you were quickly revived in the Divine Arcanum sect. Thus, His Majesty guessed that you might have a life-saving method, so he asked me to wait here. Ha, Li Shinji, everything is indeed as His Majesty expected. His Majesty. Could it be that why you have submitted to Gu Hai? Did Gu Hai ask you to wait in my Divine Arcanum sect? Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. So what if he knows? Changming sneered. He reached out and grabbed Li Shinji's divine soul in front of him. Then, he opened his mouth and was about to swallow Li Shinji's divine soul. No, don't! Li Shinji's divine soul cried out in shock. However, how could Changming care? Li Shinji looked at the huge mouth in despair, knowing that he would not be able to escape this calamity. Ha, ha ha ha, Gu Hai, you are truly ruthless. Li Shinji revealed a look of despair. Wait a moment, Changming. I can give you my lifetime's worth of treasures. Wait a moment. Li Shinji cried out again. Oh. Changming paused for a moment. As long as you release the rest of my Divine Arcanum sect, I will give you all my treasures. Li Shinji said anxiously. Ha, His Majesty did not ask me to kill the rest of your Divine Arcanum sect. However, as the commander of the Han Dynasty's blood-robed guards, I naturally have to share His Majesty's burden and clean up all filth. How can I not remove the roots when I cut the grass? Changming said indifferently. Kill! Changming shouted coldly. Screech, 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 screech. A large number of bats immediately flew out from the blood-robed guards in the plaza, charging at all the Divine Arcanum sect disciples. As the Divine Arcanum sect disciples screamed miserably, the bats drained all their blood. No! Changming, you will die a horrible death. Li Shinji roared. I was going to hell in the first place. Your threats are useless against me. As for your treasures, I will find them myself. Changming said coldly. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing Li Shinji's spirit soul into his mouth and swallowing it. No! Only Li Shinji's final scream was left in the Divine Arcanum sect. No one else's voice could be heard. 2 hours later, a torrential rain poured down. Changming led a group of blood-robed guards away from the ruins of the Divine Arcanum sect. Chapter 617. Xuanan and the other disciples of the Taishang sect were released by Gu Hai. Although they had left, they had not gone far. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Li Shinji. Xuanan's eyes lit up. Li Shinji killed Gu Hai personally. The disciples of the Taishang sect were excited. Although they were terrified by Gu Hai's suppression, they hated Gu Hai deeply. Now that Gu Hai was about to be killed by Li Shinji, they naturally paid close attention. Taishang also looked into the distance. However, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. Even he did not know what he was worried about. Rumble. After a series of loud noises, the scene that the disciples of the Taishang sect were hoping to see did not appear. Instead, Gu Hai suddenly had a rumbling sky camp. Sky-piercing cannon. How can there be 18 of them? If Gu Hai had used the sky-piercing cannon at the beginning, we would have. If Gu Hai wanted to kill us, he did not even need to do it himself. The disciples of the Taishang sect were shocked. They did not have any hope of surviving. They only looked at Gu Hai with fear in their eyes. The battle between Gu Hai and Li Shinji was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided. Defeated? Li Shinji lost? Gu Hai was about to slash with this saber. This is the saber. If he wants to slash, we. The disciples of the Taishang sect were bitter. Okay, let's go. Taishang said in a low voice. All the disciples of the Taishang sect looked at Taishang with complicated expressions. If it wasn't for the giant, they would have been dead by now. Not daring to linger, everyone quickly caught up with Taishang and disappeared into the horizon together. At this moment, the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated. Li Shinji had also completely exploded and died. Master, that slash of yours just now was really powerful. Gaochen said excitedly. Hall Master, fortunately, we didn't let you down. The Shinji battalion has been completely annihilated. Mu Chenfeng also said excitedly. The Shinji battalion, De Qian's Foreign Affairs Department, was one of the top 10 most powerful organizations. No, with Li Shinji, it was one of the top 3 organizations. However, such a powerful Shinji battalion was eliminated by him. Mu Chenfeng felt that following Gu Hai was full of hope. Gu Hai nodded and stepped onto the deck of the flying boat. He didn't ask everyone to leave. Instead, he turned his head and suddenly looked in another direction. Suddenly, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction that Gu Hai was looking at. A flying boat? Gaochen's face darkened. There are more enemies. Prepare the sky-piercing cannons. Mu Chenfeng shouted. Yes. A group of sky-piercing cannons immediately aimed at the flying boat in the distance. Don't move. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw a big flag on the flying boat in the distance. There was a big word, Tang, on the flag. The flying boat had been parked in the distance as if it was watching Gu Hai's battle. It only slowly flew over when the battle stopped. Tang. On the deck of the flying boat, the person at the front was Lord Tang. Gu Hai stood in front of the deck and looked coldly at Lord Tang in the distance. Lord Tang also revealed a faint smile and stared at Gu Hai. The flying boat was getting closer and closer. Soon, it was in front of them. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Gao Chen and Mu Chenfeng saw a gloomy expression on Gu Hai's face and didn't dare to interrupt. Gu Hai looked at Lord Tang and didn't say anything. His expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. Old man, how have you been? You killed Li Xinji, but your body is still strong. Lord Tang suddenly said with a smile. Old man. Gao Chen and Mu Chenfeng revealed some curiosity. Is he talking about Gu Hai? However, when Lord Tang said that about Gu Hai's eyes softened slightly. What are you called now? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Tangut. Tang as in Gu Tang, Gu as in Gu Tang. Lord Tang said with a smile. Gao Chen, who was at the side, felt somewhat stunned. Can names be introduced like that? Tangut? What's the matter? What brings you here to see me today? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Old man, you are still the same. Gu Qin is pedantic, and Han is rotten. You should have left with me back then. However, it is not too late now. Old man, on this trip north to Deqian, I should have come to look for you. However, when I returned, I discovered that 95 Island was already gone. Tangut said with a smile. Tangut? When Gu Hai saw that the person before him did not revert to his original name, Gu Tang, he understood that there was something going on. Ha! Are you that kind? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Of course. Not only that, but I also want to bring you to the Dian dynasty. That is where we should go. Tangut said with a smile. Oh. You want me to go to the Dian dynasty? To be your subordinate? To earn merits for you? Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. You can say that. Of course, with old man's methods, you might not want to be my subordinate. We might even be on equal footing. Tangut said with a smile. How presumptuous. Gu Hai suddenly glared. Gu Hai shouted coldly, and Tangut's subordinates behind him immediately charged forward. However, Tangut waved his hand and stopped them. Unfilial son, you are really arrogant. You dare to say such words. Gu Hai glared at Huang Xiaolong. Unfilial son. Gao Chen, Mu Chenfeng, and Tangut's subordinates' expressions changed. What was going on? Unfilial son. Ha, I'm not your biological son. You only raised me for a few decades, so what? Tangut said with disdain. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned gloomy. Old man, don't be angry, it's harmful to the body. However, when I asked you to come with me, I'm not trying to frame you. You should know the situation. Even without my persuasion, you will go to the Dian dynasty. You will also give up on the Han dynasty. Tangut said with a smile. Oh. Why don't you tell me about it? Gu Hai sneered. Han dynasty? Old man, what is your original intention for establishing the Han dynasty? Tangut asked with a smile. Original intention? Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Kill Qing Emperor to avenge adoptive mother. Isn't that right? Tangut said indifferently. What? Everyone's expression changed. Kill Qing Emperor. Avenge? How powerful was Qing Emperor? How could Gu Hai kill him? Gu Hai did not refute. Instead, he looked coldly at Tangut. This brat was indeed an unfilial son. How could he say such a thing so openly? However, old man, you might be wrong. Perhaps there is no need to kill Qing Emperor. Tangut said with a smile. Oh. Old man, don't you find it strange? Our 9-5 island is a barren desert. Why would an expert like Qing Emperor travel hundreds of millions of li just to kill an ordinary person? Isn't it strange? Furthermore, Old Fourth and I wanted to follow them back then, but they agreed so easily. Why? Tangut asked sullenly. I don't care why or what the reason is. Chen Xian is dead, so Qing Emperor must die. Gu Hai said resolutely. What if adoptive mother is not dead? Tangut asked with a smile. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. How is that possible? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Tangut shook his head and said, Old man, you are mistaken. Adoptive mother is not dead, really not dead. She is currently in the Dian dynasty. She is the current White Emperor of the Dian dynasty, the Great of Metal. White Emperor. Sovereign Emperor. Tangut's subordinates exclaimed in shock behind him. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned, showing some doubt. However, he immediately confirmed his guess. He had personally seen Chen Xian die, dying without a complete corpse. Furthermore, Chen Xian's mortal soul was currently in his body. How could he allow Tangut to speak nonsense? Old man, I will not lie to you about this. Back then, the Qing Emperor was acting on orders to search for the White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul. The White Emperor's reincarnated earthly soul reincarnated as adoptive mother. The Qing Emperor retrieved adoptive mother's earthly soul and returned to the Dian dynasty, allowing adoptive mother's earthly soul to return to her physical body and merge with her heavenly soul and mortal soul. Therefore, adoptive mother is not dead. She is only living in a different way. Old man, come with me. Adoptive mother has been talking about you and waiting for you. Don't you want to see adoptive mother? Tangut looked at Gu Hai expectantly. White Emperor. Earthly soul. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, old man, come back with me. Before we came, I promised adoptive mother that I would bring you back. Tangut's eyes flashed with confidence. Tangut understood Gu Hai's love for Chen Xian. If he knew of Chen Xian's whereabouts, he would definitely go over thousands of mountains and rivers. Ha ha, unfilial son. Gu Hai suddenly turned hostile. What? Tangut raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. In the past, Xian treated you and Old Fourth the best. She never let you suffer any grievances. If there was anything good to eat, she would always think of the two of you first. That year, when I was injured while cultivating, she brought you to the mountains to gather herbs. We encountered a pack of wild wolves. Xian told you to hide in a cave. She used her body to block the entrance of the cave and used her life to protect you. Who would have thought that I would raise an ingrate? Good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. What ingrate? Old man, what did you say? I have always protected adoptive mother by her side. I have risked my life for her. White Emperor is adoptive mother, and adoptive mother is White Emperor. Tangut glared at him and said irritably. Shut up. Gu Hai shouted. As he shouted, Gu Hai emitted a murderous aura and rushed toward Tangut. Tangut's face turned cold and a powerful aura was emitted from his body. Descend to the Celestial Palace? Good, it seems that you have benefited a lot from following the White Emperor all these years. No wonder you can forget everything in the past. Selling your mother for glory? Ha, good, very good. Gu Hai said with a gloomy face. Old man, White Emperor has always been thinking of you. Don't be ungrateful. Tangut said coldly. The one who has always been thinking of me is Xian, not the White Emperor. Who does she think she is? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with irritation. How dare you slander the Emperor? A person at the side glared at him and said, "Whoosh." Gu Hai suddenly turned his head and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Mu Chenfeng immediately waved her hand and the sky-piercing cannons were all aimed at the person who interrupted. That person's face changed and he was sweating profusely. "How dare you? Today, I will make sure that none of you leave. Do you believe me?" Gu Hai glared. "You." Tanget's subordinates' faces changed, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just now, Li Shenji was killed and they saw it with their own eyes. They were indeed inferior to Gu Hai. "Old man, you really don't think of adoptive mother at all?" Tangut said angrily. Gu Hai stared at Tangut and emitted a murderous aura. Chapter 618. Gu Hai glared at Tangut, emitting a murderous aura around him. Anger appeared on Tangu's face as if he was unwilling to accept this. All of Lord Tang's subordinates had anxious looks on their faces at this moment, not knowing what to do. Buzz! On the airship, one of Tanget's subordinates suddenly emitted a ray of light from his palm. As soon as the light appeared, it condensed into a huge transparent shadow. The shadow was dressed in white and was as tall as two people. It immediately emitted a gentle aura, dispelling Gu Hai's murderous aura. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She looked exactly like Chen Xiener. However, she was full of heroic spirit. She exuded the aura of a superior person. "We pay our respects to the emperor." A group of Tangu's subordinates immediately bowed respectfully. Their faces were filled with excitement. "Greetings, Emperor." Tangut also bowed respectfully to the shadow. "Chen Xian, No, it's White Emperor." Gaochen and Mu Chenfeng looked at the shadow in front of them in shock. When the White Emperor's shadow appeared, it naturally looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's murderous aura was dispelled. He raised his head and looked at the shadow in front of him, frowning slightly, looking complicated. "You are too young." White Emperor's shadow said gently. "Ha ha ha ha. White Emperor. White Emperor." Gu Hai laughed dryly, and a look of love and hatred flashed in his eyes. "Come to my side and help me." White Emperor said gently again. I will come to you soon, but not to help you. I will kill you and take back my Xian, Gu Hai said coldly. "Chen Xian, I am Chen Xian, White Emperor said gently. "You're not." Gu Hai said coldly with reddened eyes. "That's right, my earthly soul is Chen Xian, However, even if you split my 3 souls, so what? Where is Chen Xian's human soul? Where is Chen Xian's heavenly soul? Do you have one?" White Emperor asked calmly. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. "Come to my place first. I'll wait for you in the White Emperor Palace." The White Emperor said faintly. Buzz! The light figure trembled slightly and gradually disappeared. "Farewell, Emperor." Tangut and his subordinates bowed respectfully. When the light completely disappeared, everyone stood up and looked at Gu Hai again. However, Gu Hai's murderous aura had dissipated. "Old man, the Emperor has always missed you. His former body is no longer there. Now, the Emperor's earthly soul belongs to foster mother. I hope you will reconsider." Tangut said solemnly. Evil creature, scram." Gu Hai glared at him. Tangut frowned. However, Gu Hai's eyes were filled with anger and he did not say anything else. "Let's go." Tangut said solemnly. "Yes." The flying boat slowly left and shot toward the distant horizon. Gu Hai stood at the deck and looked at the departing flying boat with a gloomy expression. Tangu also stood alone on the deck, his back facing everyone. His originally tightly knitted brows relaxed, and inadvertently, the corners of Tang Gu's mouth curled up into a joyful smile. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the flying boat disappeared into the horizon. Master, now we... Gaochen looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Return to the infinite celestial capital immediately. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mu Chenfeng replied. Heavenly Courts, Upper Study Room. Dragon Shenying, Long Shenwen, Takashi Ryushin, Sima Zongheng, and the rest of the Deqian ministers stood respectfully in Long Zhanggua's study room. His Holiness just sent news that the Shinji battalion was completely annihilated by Gu Hai. Even the Shinji sect was annihilated by Gu Hai. Yi Shenzhen said respectfully. After Yi Shenzhen finished speaking, all the ministers looked carefully at Long Zhanggua, who was reading memorials. Long Zhanggua's brush paused for a moment before he continued writing. Li Shinji. He brought this upon himself. Long Zhanggua didn't even raise his head as he said indifferently. A single sentence was enough to cover the matter. He didn't mention it again. However, this was enough for all the ministers. Li Shinji. Although he was only an official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he was a minister that His Holiness valued greatly. However, His Holiness didn't react much to the death of such an important minister. He even blamed Gu Hai. It was obvious that he valued Gu Hai more. During this time, all the ministers were guessing whether His Holiness valued Gu Hai. They didn't understand the emperor's intentions, but now, they didn't need to guess anymore. Li Shinji's death explained everything. After leaving the upper study room, all the ministers quickly made arrangements. Go back and withdraw all surveillance on the Han dynasty. Dragon Shenying ordered his subordinates. Stop all plans for the Book of Taoism. Dragon Shenwen ordered. Pass down the order. No one is to find trouble with Gu Hai. Takashi Ryushin ordered his subordinates. The news was quickly passed down. Gu Hai also returned to the Han dynasty successfully. Boundless Celestial Capital. When Gu Hai returned to the boundless Celestial Capital, Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Montez led the ministers and stood respectfully in the square of the Soaring Sky Palace. Welcome, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The ministers bowed respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the ministers and nodded. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers immediately stood respectfully. Father. Gu Qin welcomed him excitedly. Gu Hai nodded. After alighting from the flying boat, Mu Chenfeng looked curiously at the ministers around her. Gaochen also looked around. The Han dynasty now had 60 cities and was naturally full of talents. There were also many officials from the Yuanying state. When they saw Gu Hai, they looked at him with admiration. Nothing happened these past few days. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Some thieves came, but with Dongfang Bubi in charge, everything was more daunting than dangerous. Gu Qin nodded. Gu Hai looked up and saw a tall mountain not far away. On the mountain, there were 3 big words, Blackwood Cliff. Blackwood Cliff. Dongfang Bubi was looking at Gu Hai's return. Gu Hai nodded at Dongfang Bubi as a greeting. Dongfang Bubi looked at Gu Hai and nodded in return. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, more than 100 fragments suddenly appeared in Gu Hai's palm. Hum! On the square of the Soaring Palace Hall, the life entrapment saber seemed to have sensed something. Instantly, a large amount of fog gushed out and slowly formed the shape of a saber. Whoosh! Gu Hai merged the fragments into the life entrapment saber. Hum! The life entrapment saber suddenly emitted a dazzling emerald light. Instantly, a ripple of array formation spread in all directions. The void around the boundless celestial capital suddenly trembled. More fragments? More than 100. Gu Qin said in surprise. Before I came back, I had a secret talk with Long Zhanghua. He asked me what I needed. I said that I needed the artifacts refined by old man Guanqi. He immediately sent someone to find a part of De Qian's artifacts. Soon, the second batch will be sent to me as soon as possible. Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh? Long Zhanghua. Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. The surrounding officials were also surprised. The emperor asked Long Zhanghua for something, and Long Zhanghua helped him find it. That was Long Zhanghua. The news had spread long ago that Long Zhanghua was now the strongest person in the world. Why did the emperor give him so much face? Chen Tianshan, settle down the elite hall disciples and Gaochen. Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Yes, your majesty. Chen Tianshan said respectfully. Gu Qin, when you sent the letter the other day, you said that the array formation was complete? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Yes. However, this son does not know how to activate it yet. Everything else is complete. Gu Qin said solemnly. The array formation was complete. A satisfied look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. The array formation was not something else but a construction blueprint obtained from His Holiness. It was a blueprint for the entrance to the Azura secret realm. It was the entrance to the Azura secret realm. Shaochen entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and the human Tao reincarnation cycle in the heavenly court not long ago. Even Daiqiancheng had to go through a lot of trouble to enter the human Tao reincarnation cycle. Now, he could bring people into the Azura secret realm as well. That was the most murderous of the 6 paths of reincarnation cycles. It's good that the array formation is complete. Now that the array formation is complete, the boundless celestial capital needs more experts to hold down the fort, Gu Hai said. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand to grab the life entrapment saber. Buzz! Suddenly, the life entrapment saber trembled. Starting from the life entrapment blade, a green void ripple suddenly rolled up and spread in all directions. To others, this green ripple was nothing. However, it caused Bubi Dongfang's expression to change. Ancient Emperor, this is. Bubi Dongfang showed an anxious expression. Don't worry. This will only benefit you. Gu Hai shook his head. Buzz! The green ripples spread out from Bubi Dongfang's body. Suddenly, Bubi Dongfang's body shrunk to the size of an ordinary person. Oh! I feel that my body is more real. This is the 30 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Has it been upgraded? Bubi Dongfang said in surprise. This is the 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. I've also made some slight changes to it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. The 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. Bubi Dongfang's eyes lit up. 31 unhindered heavens and earth formation. They can come out now. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Buzz! At a note of the ripple, the void suddenly shook. A cloud of mist gathered and turned into the appearance of a white-haired elder. Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang greets the ancient emperor. The white-haired elder bowed slightly. Buzz! Once again, a black-robed figure appeared. He was surrounded by billions of black sword chi. Sword Demon, Dugu Qiubai greets the ancient emperor. The black-robed figure bowed slightly. When Bubi Dongfang saw Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai, his eyes narrowed. He could feel a strong aura coming from the two of them. Buzz! The void froze again. It was a man in a robe whiter than snow. He stepped on the snowflakes and suddenly condensed. The white-robed man looked cold. He stood with his sword in his arms. It was as if a surge of sword chi was going to pierce through the 9 heavens. Dugu Qiubai's sword vibrated slightly. It was as if it had developed a strong battle intent. Sword God, Shimen Chueshua greets the ancient emperor. The white-robed man bowed slightly. Sword Demon. Sword God. Gu Qin revealed a hint of astonishment. He saw the sword god and sword demon looking at each other coldly as if they were archenemies. With the addition of 3 cloud beasts, Gu Hai stopped. Right now, the grand formation can only support the 4 of you. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chue Xue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. The limitless celestial capital may suffer from sneak attacks from all over the world in the following period of time. I ask that the 4 of you take the trouble to protect the limitless celestial capital for me. 4 directions. Each of you will take 1 direction. Gu Hai said solemnly. Rest assured, ancient emperor. The 4 of them bowed slightly at the same time. Chapter 619. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chue Xue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng. Gu Hai was slightly relieved to see that the limitless celestial capital was safe now that the 4 cloud beasts were formed. After all, he would be bringing people to the Azura secret realm soon. The limitless celestial capital would become the focus of the world because of the Book of Taoism. When that time came, countless experts would come. Without a certain level of defense, they would be restrained everywhere. After settling the 4 cloud beasts, Gu Hai dismissed the officials and followed Gu Qin into the depths of the palace. Gao Xianji, have you arranged the people I asked you to arrange? Gu Hai asked as they walked. Your Majesty, I have arranged for my trusted subordinates to wait for your Majesty's orders. There are a total of 800,000 soldiers. Every one of them has fought for me before. Furthermore, the embroidered uniform guards have thoroughly investigated them. There is absolutely no problem. Nangong Chue Xue solemnly reported to Gao Xianji. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Your Majesty, why did you arrange for these trusted subordinates? Apart from this army, you also selected a group of city lords, officials, and embroidered uniform guards. What's the use? Montez asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Gu Hai said solemnly. As for the Azura secret realm, Gu Hai couldn't reveal it for the time being. Soon, they arrived at a large hall in the palace. Imperial Father, the unborn man is inside. Nangong Chue Xue solemnly reported to Gu Qin. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. With a wave of his hand, everyone waited outside the door. Gu Hai slowly stepped into the hall. Quang! The door of the hall slammed shut. Inside the hall, there were 2 types of energy, one white and the other black. A man in a black and white robe sat cross-legged in the center. The unborn man. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The black and white-robed man raised his head slightly and looked at Gu Hai. It was the unborn man. However, at this moment, the unborn man emitted an aura of decay. Gu Hai, you came back so quickly. The unborn man said with a hint of surprise. Fast? Not bad, right? Once I knew you came to the boundless heavenly capital, I immediately came back. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in confusion. How did you know I was coming to the limitless celestial capital? Ha, I only came here 3 months ago. 3 months? It was only enough for the Dahan to send the news to heavenly courts, right? But you've already returned. My Dahan has a special communication method, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. The unborn man looked confused. Alright, let's not dwell on this. You came to the limitless celestial capital and told Gu Qin that you found Wanqing? Gu Hai stared at the unborn man in excitement. The unborn man took a deep breath and was silent for a while before nodding. Yes. Now, Wanqing's heaven soul and human soul are in my hands. Only the earth soul is left. All these years, I've been to countless places in the netherworld and finally found her. Where is she? You brought her back? Gu Hai asked anxiously. The unborn man was silent for a while and shook his head. I don't have the ability for now. Oh. Why? Is there something you can't do? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. That's why I came to you to think of a way. The unborn man sighed. What do you mean? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Wanqing is in a reincarnation mystery realm. I can't enter. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Reincarnation mystery realm? What reincarnation mystery realm? How do you know? Gu Hai was confused. A ghost once saw Wanqing and saw her enter, but what? You don't know what reincarnation mystery realm is. You haven't entered it before. Gu Hai frowned. I was stopped. The unborn man said bitterly. Who can stop you? Gu Hai was surprised. Ho Qing. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing. One of the 4 great zombies. No, he's the ancestor of the Ho Qing zombies. He's Ho Qing. The first Ho Qing zombie in the world, the younger brother of goddess Hoodoo. He's one of the overlords of the netherworld. He guards an entrance and won't let anyone enter. That's his private territory. I tried several times, but I couldn't enter. I was even injured by him. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Ho Qing. Goddess Hoodoo's younger brother. Is he very powerful? Yes. Furthermore, he already refined that entrance. Without his permission, no one can open it. Furthermore, Ho Qing is an extremely inflexible person. In the current world, he does not give face to anyone in the yin-yang world. No, there are only 2 people whom he can compromise with. The unborn man said. 2 people. Make him compromise. Who? One is goddess Hoodoo, and the other is Jiang'an. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Ho! The ancestor of the drought demon zombies. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He had seen Ho in action several times in the past, and it was extraordinary. He once swallowed his holiness and the entire divine blood army. Yes. In the past, Ho Qing participated in a huge war in the southern part of the divine continent. Ho Qing and Jiang Yan were generals on both sides of the war. They were rivals, but as the 2 battled more and more, Ho Qing gradually fell in love with Jiang Yan. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan was not interested in him at all. The 2 fought for a long time, but there was no clear victor. However, Jiang Yan met with some unforeseen event and cursed herself, turning into a zombie drought demon. She gave up the war, and Ho Qing also gave up the war. He also cursed himself and turned into a zombie. Therefore, if Jiang'an can help, Ho Qing will be willing to let us in no matter how much he cares about the secret realm of reincarnation. As for goddess Hoodoo, she's his sister. She should be able to get him to let us in. The unborn man said solemnly. He could fight Ho to a draw. Instantly, Gu Hai had a good understanding of Ho Qing. Found Ho? Or goddess Hoodoo? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The unborn man smiled bitterly and shook his head. My lineage offended them both. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything from you. Do you know who are the masters of longevity in the world? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai. I heard that the masters of longevity have 8 bloodlines. 4 of them are east, south, west, and north. 4 of them are spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Gu Hai was puzzled. Although puzzled, Gu Hai looked at the unborn man curiously. Life is white, death is black. The unborn man is half black and half white. What's going on? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and nodded. You're right. The masters of longevity steal the life of the heavens. Widows, 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 and disabled will die a horrible death. It has always been like this. Cultivators become younger and younger until they die young. Cultivators become older and older until they die of old age. My bloodline used to be like this too. What about you? Gu Hai was puzzled. My name is the Unborn Man. I'm an unborn person who has yet to transform. The Unborn Man said in a deep voice. Oh. My bloodline has two masters. One is called Shimen Shou, and the other is Chiu Feng Shou. Every time the masters of longevity change, they will die miserably for no reason. They will die without a burial place. Their souls will scatter, and they will die a horrible death. Shimen Shou and Chiu Feng Shou both took a fancy to my constitution and encouraged me to cultivate. At that time, they wanted to break the curse, so they asked me to cultivate life and death at the same time. That's why I'm like this now. The Unborn Man said bitterly. Shimen Shou. Chiu Feng Shou. You inherited two bloodlines by yourself? Gu Hai asked in surprise. The Unborn Man nodded. Half life and half death, but it's a fusion of life and death. If I fuse them together, I will transform and break the curse of the masters of longevity. If I don't transform, I will die more miserably than my two masters. Those who are related to me will also die without a burial place. That's why I left Xiaoya back then. That's why I'm called the Unborn Man. I'm not a human yet. I'm not a person who has yet to transform and be reborn. But you can't avoid it. If the masters of longevity really have this curse, it's useless to avoid it. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, this is the punishment of heaven and earth. The Unborn Man said bitterly. Since you can't avoid it, why not face it? Your family will die because of you. Can you risk everything for them, not for your life, just to protect them? Gu Hai looked at the Unborn Man. What do you mean? The Unborn Man said in a deep voice. Wanqing is my wife, so she is my family. You are Wanqing's father, so I want to ask you to stay in the Han Dynasty and face this curse of destiny with me. What do you think? Solemnly Gu Hai said. You want me to submit? The Unborn Man said coldly. I don't want you to submit, but to ally with me. I have already offended heaven and there is no way out. Do you dare to fight with me? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What? The Unborn Man suddenly exclaimed. Although Gu Hai said it vaguely, how could the Unborn Man not hear the rebellion in Gu Hai's heart? If I succeed, can I help you break the curse? Gu Hai said with a smile. What a joke. With just you. The Unborn Man naturally did not believe him. If the Long Zhanggua said this, the Unborn Man could still believe it. However, who was Gu Hai? He was just in the Yuanying state, and he was already boasting shamelessly. If you want to take, you have to give first. You cultivate life and death and want to merge the Tao of life and death. Although I don't know how to do it, I understand that life and death are opposites, like yin and yang. As for the Tao of Taiji, I am the best in the world. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What big words. You are the best in the world. The Unborn Man did not believe it at all. Whoosh. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the sacred text of Taoism. The moment the sacred text of Taoism appeared, a super round Taiji diagram appeared on the scroll. A perfect yin and yang aura spread out. This is the sacred text of Taoism that I wrote at the 10,000 Sage Conference. How about I lend it to you for a few days to study? Gu Hai said with a smile. Sacred text of Taoism. The Unborn Man suddenly felt strange. He took it carefully, and an extremely round aura instantly flowed into his body. How can this be compared to the sacred text of Taishang? The Unborn Man said in shock. The Taishang sacred text of Taoism is not perfect. Gu Hai shook his head. The Unborn Man held the sacred text of Taoism and remained silent for a while. After a while, he said, Aren't you afraid that I will take away your sacred text of Taoism? If you take it away, I will be blind. Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man fell silent again. After a while, he nodded and said, let me take a look first. You just said that you are Shimen Shou and Qiufeng Shou. Gu Hai changed the topic. Shimen Shou offended Jiang Yan. Qiufeng Shou offended Goddess Ho Tu, so. The unborn man said bitterly. In other words, we can't go through Goddess Ho Tu and Ho Tu. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Wan Qing entered the secret land of samsara. I don't know if there is any danger in there. I fought with Ho Qing several times, but I had no choice but to ask you. You are smart. Do you have any other ideas? The unborn man said worriedly. What if I borrow the sky-splitting axe for you? Can you? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Borrow the sky-splitting axe. How is that possible? The unborn man said in disbelief. I am asking you if you can. Gu Hai said in a low voice. If I can get the sky-splitting axe, I can defeat Ho Qing. But how is that possible? The unborn man didn't believe him. Wait here patiently. In 3 months, you will come to the boundless celestial capital with the sky-splitting axe. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chapter 620. The sacred text of Tao Te was much more profound than the Taishang scripture. It contained the Tao of Yin and Yang. The unborn man was immediately immersed in it. After only 1 day, the unborn man felt that the qi of life and qi of death in his body suddenly became harmonious. Gu Hai also ignored the unborn man. Through the sound transmission of the Guqin figurine, the news rushed to the heavenly court at an extremely fast speed. After explaining everything, Gu Hai, accompanied by Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin, went to a forbidden area of the Han dynasty beside the imperial palace. Outside the forbidden area, there was a large number of array formations and mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Outside, there was a large number of Dahan soldiers guarding the area, and the security was tight. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the guards saw Gu Hai, they immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Hai nodded and walked to the innermost area. Inside the array was a huge altar. Countless beasts were carved around the altar, and each of them had a pair of huge horns on their heads. There were also many grooves around the altar, which were filled with spirit stones. Father, this array formation has been completed. What else do we need to do? Guqin asked. Dongfang Bubi, Shimen Chue Xue, Dugu Qiubai, and Zhang Sanfeng, protect me. No one is allowed to come close. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Buzz! In an instant, the 4 cloud beasts arrived outside the array. Gu Hai flipped his hand and activated a stone on the array formation. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, energy was poured into the stone according to a certain order. In an instant, the entire altar turned blue. The blue light slowly gathered at the center of the altar, forming a sphere. An energy sphere, which grew bigger and bigger until it was 10 feet tall. Waves of eerie aura surged out from the energy sphere. Gao Xianji, Guqin, and Montez were shocked. What is this? At the same time, the unborn man, who was comprehending the sacred text of Tao Te in the imperial palace, suddenly turned and looked in the direction of the altar. However, he also sensed that strange and eerie aura. Although he was very curious, the unborn man didn't get up and go. Gu Hai is so evil, the unborn man said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, the unborn man continued to comprehend the sacred text of Tao Te. On the altar, Gu Hai looked at the huge blue sphere in front of him and reached out to touch. Buzz! Suddenly, the blue sphere shot out a beam of blue light and entered Gu Hai's body. That's the feeling. Gu Hai's face lit up. All of you, touch it. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin, Meng Tai, and Gao Xianji all touched it. Immediately, beams of blue light entered their bodies. What's going on? Gu Qin was slightly stunned. Gu Hai suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his body trembled. Buzz! Gu Hai's soul suddenly left his body. Gu Qin, Montez, and Gao Xianji all followed Gu Hai's example. Their bodies shook and their souls left their bodies. Your Majesty, we. Gao Xianji's soul looked at her own body in shock. Your souls will enter with me. Let's go. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai's soul stepped forward and instantly entered the huge blue light sphere. Buzz! It stepped into it and disappeared. Gao Xianji, Montez, and Gu Qin followed suit. Buzz! Everyone's souls disappeared from the altar and entered the blue light sphere. Once they entered the blue light sphere, they immediately appeared in front of another huge altar. This altar was exactly the same as the one in the infinite celestial capital. There was also an energy sphere on the altar, but it was black. Rumble. Suddenly, black gas surged from all directions and enveloped the souls of the four people. Bam! The black gas suddenly dispersed. Everyone looked at each other in shock, only to see that each of them had another body. However, this body was quite demonic. It was blood red all over, as if its muscles were exposed. There was a pair of horns on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. It was the same for its face. It was as if there was no skin, only muscles. They could vaguely see each other's faces. This is an Asura. Montez's expression suddenly changed. We've all become Asuras. Gao Xianji's expression also changed. Father, what's going on? Gu Qin said in shock. Gu Hai ignored everyone's shock and looked up at the sky. The Asura Dao secret realm was different from the human Dao secret realm. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and within the dark clouds, there was a scarlet light. The entire secret realm was dark and gloomy. There were no broken souls within the dark clouds, only a boundless pressure. Where he was, however, was a huge mountain with many huge palaces around it. There was a main palace in the middle, with a plaque that read, Massacre Divine Palace. Gu Hai, who had the body of an Asura, stepped towards the Massacre Divine Palace. Beside the Massacre Divine Palace, there was a stone tablet. Gu Hai looked at it carefully. Great slaughter celestial capital, slaughter the heavens and slaughter the earth. His Holiness led the army and trampled the reincarnation of heaven and earth. In the first year, the Divine Blood Army attacked the 5 nations near Asura. They suffered heavy losses, with more than half of them dead. However, they built the soul-returning altar. The souls returned to the altar and reconstructed the body of an Asura. In the 10th year, they trampled the 5 nations and massacred the nations. In the Asura secret realm, the more one killed, the stronger one became. Kill, 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 kill. 100 years after arriving, the Great Slaughter celestial capital swept through the 16 nations of the eastern region. 1,000 years after arriving, the Great Slaughter celestial capital dominated the world. Kill, 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 kill. Asura secret realm. Evil people gathered in this world. Not remembering each other, not remembering the past, reshaping society. 2,000 years after arriving, 10 billion lives were lost, and 108 Asura kings were slain. 3,000 years after arriving, the Divine Blood Army fought the first Asura of this world, the Styx River. Defeated. 4,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River again. Defeated. 5,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Defeated. 6,000 years after arriving, His Holiness led the army and fought the Styx River Patriarch again. Sensing the changes in the mortal realm, he stopped and returned to the divine continent. There weren't many words on the stone tablet, but Montez and the others gaped. Azura Secret Realm? Montez exclaimed in surprise. The news of the human Dao secret realm had just spread, and Montez was still digesting everything that had happened in the sky palaces. Daqiansheng had spent so much effort to open the door to the human Dao secret realm, and now the Emperor had brought him into the Azura secret realm? When he turned to look at Gu Hai, Montez was even more respectful. Massacre Shrine? That's where His Holiness used to live. Gao Xianji exclaimed. Inside the four palaces, there were many things left behind by the Great Slaughter celestial capital. There were even some maps. Gu Hai took a quick look, and then led the group to the peak of a tall mountain. They looked at the vast world in the distance. The Azura secret realm was much bigger than the human Dao secret realm. The place where the four of them stood seemed to be protected by a huge barrier. Outside the barrier, Azuras could be seen slaughtering one another in every direction. A battlefield of killing against killing for 6,000 years. No wonder the Great Slaughter Saint Lord felt that 6,000 years here was not enough. However, it's all killing, and the mind can't be trained. He needs some time to clear his head, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, isn't this a great place to train the army? Gao Xianji asked excitedly. Father, the people you asked us to prepare are for training the army? Gu Qin asked expectantly. That's right. In this world, the Great Slaughter Celestial Capital has set up a soul-returning altar. If you can't kill them, they can be reborn. However, we have to use them carefully. Let the four of us try out the wonders of the Azura secret realm first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The three of them answered excitedly. Gu Hai led the three of them and picked some weapons around the Shrine of Massacre. Then, they slowly walked out of the Shrine of Massacre's barrier. When the three of them reached the edge of the barrier, the Azuras suddenly noticed Gu Hai's group. They immediately gave up on fighting and charged at Gu Hai's group. Oh. Looks like His Holiness left behind a lot of grudges. Gu Hai stared. Divine Blood Demon Army? Quick, eat them. The Nether River Patriarch said that we should kill the Divine Blood Demon Army if we see them. For initial Azuras. They can't even withstand a single blow. Kill them and get the reward from the Nether River Patriarch. The Azuras suddenly roared in anger. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly and slashed down with his saber. Boom. There was a loud sound, but it was knocked away by one of the Azuras in front of him. Oh. Azuras have ranks. Gu Hai's face darkened, but he still charged forward. Second cycle. Boom. After the second cycle, that Azuras instantly exploded. At the moment of explosion, a wisp of blue energy surged into Gu Hai's body. That blue energy was like a great tonic. It made Gu Hai tremble and feel comfortable, as if his strength had increased. Soul power. The souls in the human Dao secret realm were eventually shattered into pieces and devoured by the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Azura secret realm is a place where evil people kill each other and steal soul power. The more they kill, the more soul power they steal. And the stronger they are. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. A normal heaven palace requires 3 souls to leave the body. Their divine souls are extremely weak. No wonder the Divine Blood Demon Army has 3 souls and is comparable to a heaven palace body. Is it because their divine souls have been strengthened to a substantial level? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Boom. 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 Gu Qin, Montez, and Gao Xianji each killed an Azura. The Azura's body exploded, and their soul power was absorbed by the 3 of them. Your Majesty, I feel that my strength has increased. Gao Xianji said excitedly. That's right. When the divine soul is strengthened, the body will absorb energy faster. Our bodies in the infinite celestial capital are also absorbing energy faster. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Everyone was excited. The one we killed just now should be the weakest Asura. However, we will become stronger, Guqin said excitedly. Your Majesty, how many Asuras are there in the Asura world? Montez asked in anticipation. I don't know. The Great Slaughter Heaven dynasty has killed for 6,000 years, but we haven't killed half of them. Moreover, the number of Asuras is increasing every day. They are all the evil people who died in this world. Gu Hai said solemnly. I hate that I have to leave. Gao Xianji said happily. Do you have the confidence to slaughter everyone in the Asura secret realm? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with a change of expression. 60 years. Time is tight. We have to be quick. His Holiness encountered the Nether River Patriarch and stopped. I will lead the army to kill the Nether River Patriarch and slaughter the entire Asura secret realm. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Although the three of them did not understand what 60 years meant, Gu Hai's ambition had infected everyone. Kill. So what? Chapter 621. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai, Guqin, Montez, and Gao Xianji returned to the square in front of the Shrine of Massacre. All of them had grown bigger and stronger. At this moment, the four of them were emitting a scarlet aura. It was obvious that the killing in the past 3 months was too fierce. Father, I was in the mood to kill. I can already face a rank 2 Asura. Why did I return? Guqin said unwillingly. That's right, Your Majesty. I've been feeling very comfortable these days. My divine soul has become much stronger. Montez said anxiously. Gao Xianji didn't say anything, but she was also unwilling. Gu Hai looked at them and said, if you continue killing, you will really become Asuras. Ah! The three of them were shocked. His Holiness was immersed in this feeling for 6,000 years. Now, follow me back. Calm down and digest what you've gained in the past few months. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them answered immediately. They walked to the altar and touched the energy ball gently. Their bodies shook. The four of them disappeared from the Asura secret realm and returned to the boundless celestial capital's altar. Weng. The four divine souls returned to their physical bodies. Blurg. The moment they returned to their physical bodies, Guqin vomited non-stop. Gao Xianji and Meng Tai also felt their insides churn as if they were about to vomit. Pa! Gu Hai threw a large amount of spiritual stones. The three of them quickly grabbed them. Weng. The three of them quickly absorbed the energy from the spiritual stones. Soon, the spiritual stones turned into dust. The four of them took out the spiritual stones and absorbed them themselves. They only felt better after absorbing more than 100 spiritual stones. The divine soul has strengthened too much. The physical body can't keep up. Next time, remember to place a spiritual array around your physical body. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The three of them took a deep breath and replied. Your Majesty, my cultivation level doesn't seem to have increased much, but I feel that my true essence has become even purer. Gao Xianji said in astonishment. There will be benefits. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Gu Hai led the group out of the forbidden area of the altar. Gao Xianji, Montez, and Guqin looked at the altar in front of them reluctantly. At the same time, he was inexplicably excited. The four of them stepped out of the forbidden area. The Emperor of the Ancients has come out of seclusion. A voice suddenly rang out. Dongfang Bubi was the first to see Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Are there any bandits attacking us these days? Yes, there were 368 people who wanted to sneak in. I've already killed all of them. Invincible Dongfang pointed at a spot not far away. Indeed, between two tall mountains in the distance, thin needles pierced through the eyebrows of the powerhouses and hung between the two mountains. Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Spare us, spare us. I was blinded by greed. Spare us. Mr. Good, I don't want the Tao Te Ching anymore. Spare us. Although they were pierced through the eyebrows, they were not dead. They just didn't dare to move. Everyone knew that as long as invincible Dongfang shook the string slightly, they would be done for. Gu Hai looked at them coldly and ignored them. Your Majesty, Mr. Sima is here. Chen Tianshan quickly went up to him. Oh. Lead the way. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Yes. Chen Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji and the others curiously. Gu Hai turned his head and said, You all go back first and stabilize your cultivation. Calm your minds. Yes. Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, and Montez answered. Gu Hai followed Chen Tianshan quickly to a hall in the palace. Sima Changkong was waiting there patiently. Soon, he saw Gu Hai arrive. Mr. Sima. Sorry for the wait. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, you're too polite. I just arrived 2 days ago. I knew that Mr. Good was in seclusion, so I didn't dare to disturb you, Sima Changkong said with a smile. Sir, Princess Wanyu didn't come? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Princess Wanyu came, but His Holiness didn't allow it. He asked me to deliver something to you. I can lend it to you, but His Holiness wants something from you. Oh. Gu Hai said in confusion. Your communication method. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. He smiled bitterly. Communication method? Why could he send news to the heavenly palaces in such a short time? It was because he had the Guqin figurine that Yun Mo had refined. He could use the resonance of the Guqin figurine to quickly send news. It was quite secretive, but Long Zhanghua was too smart. Sure. Gu Hai nodded. In order to save Long Wanqing, Gu Hai could only provide Long Zhanghua with some Guqin figurines, but the number was limited. Sima Changkong looked curious. I wonder what this thing that Mr. Good borrowed from His Holiness is. Sima Changkong took out a jade box, his eyes full of curiosity. There was a restriction on the jade box, but Sima Changkong didn't dare to open it. Gu Hai took the jade box. He pressed it with his hand. Ka ka ka. The restriction on the jade box was immediately undone. Gu Hai opened the jade box, revealing what was inside. Nothing, the sky-splitting axe. Gu Hai said lightly. Sima Changkong was speechless. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in shock, then smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you better not tell me. He watched as Sima Changkong left the limitless celestial capital in a daze. Gu Hai stood in the square of the soaring palace hall and narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty. Why did you let Sima Changkong know about the sky-splitting axe? Chen Tianshan asked blankly. I showed it to Sima Zongheng and the Deqian princes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh. This way, Mo Yike will have less help in what he wants to do in the heavenly court. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Chen Tianshan nodded. Although he didn't know why the emperor left Mo Yike in the heavenly court, he didn't ask too much if the emperor didn't want to say. The sky-splitting axe was back. Gu Hai also met the unborn man again. The unborn man looked at the sky-splitting axe in Gu Hai's hand and was at a loss for a moment. You. How did you do it? The unborn man still couldn't believe it. This was the #1 treasure in the world. How could he borrow it just like that? Is that important? Save Wanqing first. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and nodded with a complicated expression. He carefully returned the sky-splitting axe to Gu Hai. Then, the unborn man reluctantly took out the sacred text of Taoism and returned it to Gu Hai. Gu Hai reached out and received it. When are we leaving? The unborn man asked in a low voice. As soon as possible. It would be best if we leave now. Gu Hai said in a low voice. All right. Hold my hand. The unborn man nodded. Gu Hai grabbed the unborn man. Then, the unborn man reached out and tapped the void. Wang! The void trembled slightly and a vortex seemed to appear. Yin Qi billowed out of the vortex. Whoosh! The unborn man pulled Gu Hai, and the two immediately vanished from where they were. In the next moment, Gu Hai arrived at a mountain forest shrouded in boundless black qi. It was dead and gloomy. He looked up at the sky. A silver moon hung high in the sky, blooming with dazzling silver light. It was as bright as the sun in the world of the living. However, the silver light didn't have any heat. Instead, it had a cold feeling. The netherworld? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. That's right, the netherworld. Fortunately, Hoqing's territory is not far from here. I'll take you there, the unborn man said in a low voice. As he spoke, he pulled Gu Hai and instantly shot into the distance. Whoosh! They were too fast, several times faster than the flying ship. They flew for a day and a night before stopping. Bang! The two stood in a place where the wind was raging. There were no ghosts around, only this barren mountain range. Where is it? In that wind lake. The unborn man pointed at a strange small lake in the distance. The lake water was silvery white, but it strangely swept up gusts of wind that blew in all directions. For some reason, Gu Hai suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know why. Nothing. Gu Hai frowned. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Close your eyes. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt and slowly closed his eyes. The unborn man took out some blue liquid and touched Gu Hai's eyelids and ears. It's him again. Eat him. Human flesh. Flesh and blood. My lord, that reckless guy is here again. Gu Hai instantly heard countless roars in his ears. It was extremely noisy. When he opened his eyes, whoosh! The place that had been empty just a moment ago was now filled with countless wandering ghosts. A few childlike ghosts even crawled on Gu Hai's body. They had sinister expressions and looked like they wanted to eat Gu Hai's flesh. Bastard! Gu Hai's expression changed as he trembled. However, it seemed like he couldn't touch those ghost children and couldn't hurt them. They are ghosts. You haven't opened your heavenly eye yet. You can't do anything to them with your physical body, the unborn man explained and reached out to help Gu Hai. Xing! However, the unborn man saw Gu Hai reach out and pull out a saber from his chest. It was the Life Ender saber. Ah! 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 Wherever the Life Ender saber passed, the ghost children crawling on Xiao Chen's body were immediately swallowed up by the black aura emitted by the Life Ender saber. Oh! You have another ghost blade? The unborn man said in surprise. Whoosh! Wherever the Life Ender saber passed, it immediately turned into black gas. As long as the ghosts in the surroundings touched them, they were instantly devoured by the small skulls in the black gas. Gu Hai turned his head and looked around. Earlier, Xiaoqin could not see anything. Now, he saw a boundless army of ghost soldiers holding weapons, glaring at him and the unborn man. Furthermore, at the mouth of the Wind Lake, there were many palaces that could be seen clearly. The largest one was called the Hoqing Palace. A large number of ghost soldiers were standing at the entrance of the Hoqing Palace. They looked at the unborn man as if they were facing a great enemy. "My lord, Master Shou is here again." The ghost soldiers bowed respectfully at the Hoqing Palace. "Here again? Qiu Fengshou, I spared you last time. This time, you are here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh." A majestic voice came from the Hoqing Palace. Chapter 622. At the entrance of the Wind Lake in the Netherworld. With the help of the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately saw the appearance of the ghosts in the Netherworld. A moment ago, there was not a single ghost, but the next moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of ghosts. Again? "Qiu Fengshou, I spared you last time, but you're here to die again? And you even brought me a piece of flesh." A dignified voice came from the Hoqing Palace. "Hoqing, I'm not the one looking for you this time." The unborn man said coldly. "Oh. Not you?" A cold snort came from the Hoqing Palace. Boom! A storm suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace and swept toward the unborn man and Gu Hai. "Humph!" The unborn man snorted coldly. When the surging storm approached, it instantly scattered. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He seemed to see wind sabers completely made of wind in that storm. Each saber strike carried a bone-piercing cold chi. It was like each saber strike could kill a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, in front of the unborn man, it suddenly collapsed. How powerful was the unborn man? Dong, 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 dong. However, he saw a series of low footsteps coming from the entrance of the palace amidst the strong wind. A white-clothed man slowly walked out from within. The man was quite handsome. His long hair was draped behind him, and he wore a white robe embroidered with a silver dragon. His eyebrows were sword-like, and his eyes were extremely sharp. However, there were a lot of chains on his body, and there were two chains behind him, one red and one white, that connected to the interior of the Hoqing Palace. "My lord." The ghost soldiers around bowed respectfully. "Hoqing." Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. "He's imprisoned at the entrance of the Wind Lake, and no Hoqing zombie can get close. Even so, I'm not his match. Every once in a while, he will open the reincarnation cycle and let countless ghosts in." The unborn man explained. "Oh. Imprisoned? Who imprisoned him?" Gu Hai was shocked. "He himself." The unborn man explained. "Myself? Imprisoning himself? Why?" Gu Hai was confused. The unborn man shook his head. He was also quite puzzled. When Hoqing saw Gu Hai, he sneered, "Brat, you're looking for me." Gu Hai's expression darkened as he nodded, "Greetings, ancestor zombie, Mr. Hoqing. You've seen me. Qiu Fengshou attacked me several times, wanting to enter the world I guard." "What, you want to go in too?" Hoqing said calmly. As he spoke, Hoqing's body seemed to emit an endless storm of saber chi. He looked at Gu Hai with a cold gaze. "Exactly. I want to find an earth soul. I hope that the zombie ancestor Hoqing can make things easy for us." Gu Hai said gravely. "Ha ha 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 ha, looking for an earth soul? Do you think you can enter the land of reincarnation just because you want to? Moreover, those who enter are all unpardonable evildoers. If you're looking for an earth soul, you might have already been destroyed in the reincarnation." Hoqing said coldly. "Ridiculous. My wife is Lian Shi Lian Sheng. How can you be so sure that she's unpardonable?" Gu Hai said. The unborn man said bitterly, "Wan Qing might have been dragged down by me. Although she died, she shared some of my bad debts with me." "Oh." Gu Hai's expression darkened. "Humph, Master Sho is a widower, and crippled person. He won't have a good ending. Brat, I advise you to stay away from him. Otherwise, you'll be punished by the reincarnation cycle. Ho Qing said coldly. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Mr. Ho Qing, Gu Hai is not talented, but I must enter the reincarnation cycle today to find my wife. I hope you can help me. Help you? Ha ha ha, why should I help you? Ho Qing said coldly. Human world, the Qian Celestial Dynasty. Have you heard of it, Mr. Ho Qing? Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Zhanggua, duel the heavens and won. Humph, brat, you're sent by Long Zhanggua. Ho Qing squinted his eyes. Whoosh! With a flip of his hand, a jade box appeared in Gu Hai's palm. As soon as the jade box came out, a strange aura was instantly emitted. Boom! Countless ghost soldiers were suppressed by this aura and knelt down. Ho Qing's expression darkened. Gu Hai opened the jade box. Immediately, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from the box. Kaboom! This aura was very strange. Gu Hai didn't seem to feel it at all. However, the ghost army was suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. My lord, help! No! The ghost army trembled in fear. Even the storm around Ho Qing's body seemed to be instantly suppressed. Long Zhanggua. Sky Splitter Axe. Ho Qing's expression darkened. Mr. Ho Qing, what do you think of using Sky Splitter Axe? I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to find a soul. Once I get it, I'll leave immediately. In the future, I'll prepare a generous gift to repay your kindness. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ho Qing looked at Sky Splitter Axe with a gloomy expression. Ho Qing, you sent that soul into the realm of reincarnation. We just want that soul. Unborn man said. Humph, Sky Splitter Axe. Unborn man, you found a good helper. You went to the human world and found Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua just won the battle. Everyone knows about it. You want to use Long Zhanggua to pressure me? Ho Qing's expression was cold. Mr. Ho Qing, this is just a request. Gu Hai said solemnly. Request? Gu Hai. Listen carefully. This is the netherworld, not the human world. So what if you have Sky Splitter Axe? If you open the realm of reincarnation today, my 3,000 years of self-imprisonment will be for nothing. If you want to enter the realm of reincarnation, you have to defeat me first. Ho Qing glared at him. He was unwilling. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Attack? That's troublesome. However, Long Wanqing was in Ho Qing's realm of reincarnation. How could he give up today? Just as Gu Hai was about to attack with a determined look on his face. Sky Splitter Axe suddenly shone with a dazzling green light. A great annihilation will formed into an axe aura that suddenly charged towards Ho Qing. Ho Qing's expression changed, and he punched out. A loud noise rang out as Ho Qing's fist and the axe collided. Hong! The ground under Ho Qing's feet cracked, forming countless trenches like a spider web. Apart from Ho Qing Palace, all the other palaces in the area also exploded. Ah! 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 Countless ghostly soldiers that were kneeling in worship were instantly sent flying. Crack! 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 The axe aura suppressed Ho Qing's fist. Ho Qing's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The unborn man and Gu Hai's expressions changed. You attacked? The unborn man said in shock. No. Gu Hai frowned. Did Sky Splitter Axe attack by itself? At this moment, waves of green light came out of Sky Splitter Axe. The green light condensed into a figure. It was Long Zhanghua in a dragon robe. He stood in the air and held Sky Splitter axe. He slashed out with the axe aura and suppressed Ho Qing. A projection? The unborn man exclaimed. Daqiansheng is attacking. Gu Hai was also shocked. Long Zhanggua's projection held Sky Splitter axe and looked coldly at Ho Qing. Then, he turned to Gu Hai. One, you asked me for help. I knew you were coming to the netherworld, so I left a trace of my divine will on Sky Splitter axe. I didn't expect you to find another realm of reincarnation for me. Good, good, very good. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanggua's projection seemed to be very happy. Realm of reincarnation. He could defeat the immortal of the 6 paths with just one realm of reincarnation. Now, he had another one. If he could get it, wouldn't his strength increase by another level? Wait, Daqiansheng, Gu Hai said anxiously. I won't stop you from taking the realm of reincarnation, but please give me Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing. Since she's inside, there's no problem. Long Zhanggua's projection said calmly. As he spoke, Long Zhanghua turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Ho Qing, who was blocking Sky Splitter axe with his fist. Ho Qing's expression was ferocious and indignant. Hum. Long Zhan reached out and withdrew his hand. The axe instantly returned to the heaven-splitting axe. Long Zhanghua pulled back his axe, but Ho Qing didn't dare go forward. Long Zhanghua, you promised my sister that you wouldn't interfere in the netherworld. Ho Qing glared at him and yelled. Long Zhanghua sneered. I'll talk to Empress Tuesday. Now, hand over the realm of reincarnation you're guarding. Otherwise, even if you're undying, I can still dismember you. Do you believe me? Long Zhanggua's eyes widened. Killing intent surged out of him. Boom. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically as the killing intent spread in all directions. Ho Qing was powerful. Even the unborn man wasn't his match when he was imprisoned. However, no matter how strong he was, it depended on who his opponent was. No matter how glorious Ho Qing's history was, he wasn't Long Zhanggua's match. He was Long Zhanggua's match. Long Zhanghua was a man of his word. If he said he would kill Ho Qing today, he wouldn't delay it until tomorrow. Moreover, even if he didn't say anything, Long Zhanghua could find the entrance to the realm of reincarnation after killing him. Unfortunately, he had been imprisoned here for 3,000 years, and all his efforts were in vain. Humph! Ho Qing snorted and glared at the unborn man and Gu Hai with hatred. They were the ones who brought this fiend here. Long Zhan looked at Ho Qing coldly. He took a step forward, and an even stronger murderous intent spread out. Ho Qing had no choice but to open it. Boom! The Ho Qing palace instantly exploded, revealing a huge blue jade wall. On the jade wall, there were 2 chains that bound Ho Qing. The other end seemed to have fused into the jade wall. This is it. Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! On the jade disc, one could faintly see a blue energy slowly rotating, like a whirlpool. We can use this to find Long Wanqing. The unborn man grabbed a strand of hair and threw it to Ho Qing. Wanqing's hair. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Long Zhanghua also looked coldly at Ho Qing. Ho Qing was conflicted, but under Long Zhanggua's pressure, he had no choice but to pinch Long Wanqing's hair and touch the jade wall. Wang! A ripple seemed to form on the jade wall, and an image suddenly appeared. In the image, there was a long black river. The river surged and seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Many huge figures stood by the black river. These figures all gave off a bloody aura. They all had horns on their heads and looked ferocious. Azura? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Azura Dao mystic realm? The unborn man also exclaimed in shock. There were many Azuras standing by the black river. Their skin color was no longer limited to the scarlet red of their muscles. There were purple, white, green, and blue colors. Long Wanqing's strand of hair suddenly floated to a green-skinned Azura. The green Azura also seemed to sense it and turned to look. Wanqing. That's Wanqing. She's turned into an Azura. The unborn man suddenly exclaimed. Wang. The appearance of the strand of hair immediately caused the Black River to surge. Boom. Black water rushed out of the Black River and rushed toward the strand of hair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a huge force was formed, and it seemed to be rushing towards the jade disk. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. The Azuras bowed respectfully to the Black River. Boom. The black water rushed out and formed a force that instantly destroyed the image on the jade wall. Chapter 623. Boom. The black water gushed out, forming a force that destroyed all the images on the jade wall. Azura Path Mystic Realm. Nether River Patriarch. Long Zhanggua squinted his eyes. Daqiansheng, in the human Dao realm, the immortal of 6 paths devoured the souls of ordinary ghosts. But this Azura realm seems to be different. There are no souls gathered in the sky, and the strength of the Azuras is extraordinary. That Nether River Patriarch is even more powerful. He broke through all the spells and arrived here. Why? Gu Hai frowned and asked. Every reincarnation has its own way of operating. If I'm not wrong, that Nether River Patriarch was deliberately cultivated by the immortal of 6 paths. Long Zhanggua said. Oh. 800,000 years ago, the 6 paths of reincarnation was open to the people of the world. The Azura path gathered the earthly souls of the world to purify their sins, convert the evil spirits, and finally help them reincarnate. But now, in the Azura path of reincarnation, one can only enter, but not exit. If my guess is correct, the immortal of the 6 paths has erased the function of the Azura path's secret realm to purify sins. The evil spirits and sins can no longer be converted into Azuras, killing each other in order to gather the power of the souls. If I'm not wrong, the immortal of 6 paths wants to cultivate the strongest Azura king, and then kill it to steal its soul power. Long Zhanggua said. Oh. Why? If killing Nether River Patriarch can get the soul power back, why not just kill all the Azuras? Wouldn't that be the same? Gu Hai frowned. Have you forgotten about the human Dao realm? Long Zhanggua said calmly. The human Dao realm? The immortal of 6 paths only collects souls. Gu Hai's expression changed. In the human Dao realm, there was a black hole in the sky that devoured all the souls, but not the ghosts underground. The unborn man said, soul fragments are ownerless souls without a clear mark of a person. They are pure nourishment. In the Azura secret realm, the sage of the 6 paths could indeed slaughter all the Azuras and rob them of their soul power. However, there were too many soul power imprints in the Azura secret realm, and forcibly absorbing them would affect one's temperament. That was why the Azuras were allowed to kill each other to strengthen themselves while they refined the other soul power. Once the soul power was purified, the sage of the 6 paths could harvest them. Take Patriarch Nether River for example. He only has one soul power imprint, but there are countless souls gathered together. In the end, all you need to do to consume Patriarch Nether River is assimilate his soul power imprint, which makes it much easier to absorb. If there are too many soul imprints, it will affect one's temperament. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, not long ago, the 4 of them had entered and killed a few Azuras. The 4 of them had become much more violent. It took them quite a while to calm down their murderous hearts. How many Azuras had they killed so far? The Long Zhanggua ignored Gu Hai and looked at Ho Qing again. Long Zhan, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to look for Long Wanqing. It's just that the Nether River Patriarch is guarding the Azura secret realm. He has cut off my control over the Azura secret realm. Ho Qing said seriously. You can control it. Ha, you're not worthy. Since you can't find the Long Wanqing, fine. I'll take this Azura secret realm first, then deal with the Nether River Patriarch. The Long Zhanghua said. Take it? How? Ho Qing's expression changed. Rip. There was a loud bang in the void in front of him. The void was instantly torn apart. From the other side, a monstrous aura suddenly came. However, on the other side of the spatial rift, another dragon warring state appeared. However, that was not a projection, but the real body. Wang. The projection returned to the real Long Zhanghua, and the real Long Zhanghua grabbed the sky-splitting axe. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the jade wall. His Holiness, quick, in case something happens. Long Zhanghua was next to Baiming Shou. Long Zhanghua came as soon as he heard about the reincarnation secret realm. He did not want to waste any time. He arrived in a short time. However, he saw that Long Zhanghua flipped his palm, and a bubble suddenly appeared in his palm. Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The moment the Warring State's Immortal Dome appeared, a black chain suddenly appeared and rushed towards the jade disc. Take the Azura realm reincarnation. No, the heavens have given me a chance to atone for my sins. They have allowed me to guard the entrance of the Azura Dao secret realm and take in the unpardonable evil spirits. If you take the Azura Dao secret realm, then I will be held accountable. Ho Qing's expression changed drastically. However, Long Zhanghua did not care about Ho Qing at all. The black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome was about to reach the jade disc. Ho Qing's eyes flickered intensely. No, no. Heavens, Ho Qing, tell the heavens that there is a change in the Azura realm reincarnation. Ho Qing emitted a green light and waved his hand. Boom! The void suddenly trembled slightly. How dare you! Long Zhanggua's expression changed, and he released a powerful aura. Rumble! The surrounding void suddenly trembled. However, he saw a huge dark cloud appear out of nowhere in the sky. Wang! The dark cloud opened, and an eye that covered the sky appeared. The Eye of Heaven. It appeared again. A monstrous pressure instantly appeared and came crashing down. Almost everyone below was forced to kneel down by this pressure. The unborn man, Baiming Shou, and even Gu Hai could not stand the pressure. Their knees were bent. Long Zhanggua's expression changed. He raised the sky-opening axe in his other hand and pointed it at the sky. Long Zhanghua. Immortal Six Paths' furious roar came from the void. The sky-opening axe slashed down as if it was going to cut through the last eye of the heavens. At the same time, the black chain from the Battle Kingdom Immortal Dome grabbed the jade disc. It seemed that Long Zhanghua was about to succeed. Humph! The heavens roared. Wang! In the blink of an eye, he mysteriously disappeared. The sky-opening axe rushed into the sky, but it missed. The Eye of Heaven disappeared, and the pressure on Gu Hai disappeared. His knees that were about to hit the ground stopped. Did the heavens escape? Just when Gu Hai thought Long Zhanghua had succeeded. Boom! The huge jade disc exploded with a loud bang. What? Long Zhanggua's expression changed. However, he saw the shadow of a little finger suddenly appear in the void. With a light press, the jade disc was completely destroyed. Ah! Ho Qing, who was still holding the jade disc, froze. Entrance. Dominator of the Six Paths, you destroyed the entrance to the secret land of reincarnation. Raging flames erupted from Long Zhan's body. Long Zhanghua, enjoy your last moments. When I appear again, it will be your time of eternal damnation. A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. All traces of the immortal of the six paths disappeared into the sky, and so did the shadow of the pinky finger. Only Ho Qing was left, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Ho Qing, do you want to die? Long Zhanghua put away the immortal dome and attacked. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai felt his surroundings explode. He was at the center of the explosion. Let's go. The unborn man's expression changed. He grabbed Gu Hai and shot into the distance. Even so, Gu Hai could feel the void tearing his body apart as he flew. Bang! Gu Hai and the unborn man landed on the peak of a mountain 10,000 miles away. At this moment, the ground around them was shaking, and the void storm was raging. The land within 10,000 miles was completely flattened. Dust and gravel flew into the sky. There was a huge crater in the center. Long Zhanghua stood in the sky and looked down at Ho Qing, who was in the crater. Ho Qing was covered in blood, and even his bones were sticking out. He was dying in the crater. One strike. Long Zhanghua. The unborn man was shocked. That was the zombie ancestor Ho Qing. Long Zhanggua's angry strike rendered him defenseless. Ha ha ha, Long Zhanghua, just kill me. I won't regret it. As long as Jiang Yao is innocent, it's enough. Jiang Yao and I used a forbidden art, and the heavens won't forgive us. I finally got this chance, please forgive us. I imprisoned myself for 3,000 years, how can I let all my efforts go to waste? I can die, but Jiang Yao must live. This way, the heavens won't blame Jiang Yao, ha 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 ha. Ho Qing trembled in the crater and laughed. Long Zhanggua's ferocious expression slowly turned cold, and his murderous aura also disappeared. Humph, Ho Qing, you really are infatuated. However, I don't care about you at all. If I didn't owe Hutu a favor, I would have ended you today, bastard. Long Zhanghua revealed a ruthless expression. Ho Qing trembled in pain, but he didn't say anything. Long Zhanggua's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Ho Qing for a while and snorted. Boom! Long Zhanghua turned around and stepped into the ripple created by Baiming Shou. Hum! Long Zhanghua entered, and so did Baiming Shou. The two disappeared in an instant. Long Zhanghua went back. The unborn man clenched his fists and said angrily. The dust slowly dispersed. Ho Qing was full of injuries, but he was recovering at an extremely fast speed. Let's go. The unborn man said angrily. Hum. The unborn man pulled, and the space trembled slightly. With Gu Hai in tow, he stepped into the spatial ripple and disappeared. After the unborn man and Gu Hai left, Ho Qing slowly got up from the ground. Ho Qing got up with a gloomy face. Long Zhanghua, I'm not your opponent, but I'll make you regret today's humiliation one day. And that Qiu Fengshou, and that Gu Hai, just you wait, roar. Hum. Gu Hai and the unborn man arrived in the world of the living, but this place was already some distance away from the limitless sky capital. Ha, it's all over. Wan Qing can't be saved. The entrance to the secret realm of reincarnation was destroyed by the heavens. No one can enter, no one can. The unborn man sat on the ground dejectedly. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and frowned. Unborn man, do you still remember what I said before? The unborn man turned to look at Gu Hai. Ally with you? Ha, you still have a long way to go. The unborn man shook his head. Looking at the unborn man, Gu Hai sighed. Then, I'll wait for the day you think it through. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. He didn't mention the entrance to the Azura secret realm of the limitless sky capital. It was too important, so he had to be careful. However, the unborn man scolded Gu Hai for a while and said, however, the battle between Long Zhanghua and the Immortal of the Six Paths hasn't ended yet. Everything is still uncertain, but it might be possible in the future. Gu Hai, I know you wholeheartedly care about Wan Qing. I believe you, I can ally with you, but you have to promise me that as long as there's a chance to enter the Azura secret realm, you have to do everything you can to save Wan Qing. Oh. You're willing to enter the Dahan? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. I'm an incompetent father, but I'm still a father after all. I'm willing to use the rest of my life to sacrifice myself for them. The unborn man said with a trembling voice. It was as if he had made a huge decision. The unborn man didn't care about his past reputation anymore. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, the unborn man would do everything he could. Good, good, good. Mr. Unborn Man, it won't be long before I can bring you to see Wan Qing. Gu Hai said excitedly. Huh? The unborn man was slightly stunned. Chapter 624. Heavenly Courts. Long Zhanghua returned, unable to calm down for a long time. He was so close to obtaining the Azura realm. But in the end, all his efforts were for naught. On this day, Long Wanyu brought Mo Yike to visit Long Zhanghua again. Your Majesty has sent me a message. Your Majesty is also disappointed in the battle in the Netherworld. We were so close, and all our efforts were for naught. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai, have you chosen your candidates? Long Zhanghua asked solemnly. I am in charge of selecting candidates in the heavenly courts. Your Majesty, Daqiansheng, please be patient. Mo Yike said solemnly. I have told Gu Hai that time is limited. We cannot waste a single second. Long Zhanghua said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty has asked me to inform Your Majesty, Daqiansheng. Whether it was the plot of the human Dao realm or the Azura realm in the Netherworld, Your Majesty is already on the same side as Your Majesty. Your Majesty is currently making preparations for Your Majesty, Daqiansheng. Your Majesty assures you that you will definitely be satisfied. Mo Yike said solemnly. Oh. You will definitely satisfy me? Long Zhanghua narrowed his eyes. Yes, but before that, Your Majesty has asked me to borrow money from Your Majesty, Daqiansheng. Mo Yike said solemnly. Borrow money? Long Zhanghua was surprised. The Han dynasty had 60 cities. How much tax did Gu Hai have to pay? Yes, the Dahan is short on spiritual stones. He needs Daqian resources. The more spiritual stones, the sooner Your Majesty can satisfy Your Majesty, Daqiansheng, Mo Yike said solemnly. Long Zhanghua looked at Mo Yike with narrowed eyes. The infinite celestial capital. At this moment, millions of people had gathered in the formation of the Forbidden Area. There were the Dahan army, officials, and some people in black robes. He stood respectfully at the side of the altar. On the altar stood Gu Hai, and the unborn man Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and said solemnly, From today onwards, Mr. Unborn Man, the Han dynasty will establish the Longevity Temple. You will be the head of the temple. What do you think? Longevity Temple? Ha, good. The unborn man stared at Gu Hai, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Gu Hai did not make the unborn man submit to him. Just like the supreme beast, Shengguan Hen, he only wanted to form an alliance. Everything could be slowly adjusted in the future. Let's see who's better. Now, the most important thing was to tie the unborn man to the war chariot of the Han dynasty. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and was silent for a while. Then, he said in shock, Gu Hai, ancient emperor, you are so cunning. You are so cunning. The unborn man knew that if he had not agreed to form an alliance with the Han dynasty, Gu Hai would never have told him about the entrance to the altar. He had tried so hard to enter the secret realm of the Azura Dao, but to no avail. Gu Hai, who was only at the nascent soul stage, had moved the entrance to the secret realm of the Azura Dao right to his doorstep. Right in front of his doorstep. If it was before, the unborn man would never have believed such a strange thing. How was it possible? How did he do it? The unborn man did not ask in detail. He also knew that Gu Hai would never tell him. Mister, you saw it just now. The Asuras killed each other and fought for the soul power. However, the soul power did not have much effect on increasing one's cultivation. What did it replenish? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. The increase in soul power has a limited effect on one's cultivation. However, it requires an endless amount of spirit stones. The replenishment of one's physical body is only a side effect. The main purpose is to strengthen the foundation of the three souls. The unborn man explained. Oh. You cultivated your physical body and then reached the yuanying state. Do you feel anything strange? The physical body is a container. The stronger the physical body, the bigger the container, and the more energy the nascent soul can carry. My nascent soul has the strength of several nascent souls of ordinary people. Gu Hai said in a low voice. In the past, the yuanying state cultivated their souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, they cultivated their souls. It was the same for souls. When they opened the heavenly palace, some were stronger than others. Why? It was because each of their heavenly palaces carried a different amount of energy. The stronger the soul power, the more energy they could carry. I heard that when the Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty's Divine Blood Army returned, their souls had the strength to open the heavenly palace. They were extremely extraordinary. What they lacked was time and opportunity. If they were all successfully possessed, they would have been able to conquer the world after a period of accumulation. Do you believe it? The unborn man said in a low voice. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Wait, you got this from His Holiness? The unborn man suddenly reacted. Gu Hai nodded. Impressive, impressive. The unborn man could only sigh in awe. That day, you said that every Shura has their own soul imprint and needs time to refine it. Otherwise, it would affect their mental state. Gu Hai asked. That's right. The last time you entered, 3 months was the limit. It's best to enter once every 3 months. Your Tao Te Ching is the best scripture for calming one's mind. Once every 3 months, you can recite the Tao Te Ching verbally for a day. The unborn man explained. Once every 3 months. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. But Wan Qing is inside. How are we going to find her in the vast Shura Sea? The unborn man asked worriedly. Wan Qing is a green Shura. We just have to kill everyone in the Azura mystic realm and leave only the green Shura alive. Gu Hai explained. Are you crazy? The Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty has not been able to kill everyone in 6,000 years. You? The unborn man did not believe him. It won't take that long. I have a special way. Gu Hai shook his head. Eh. The unborn man paused and frowned. But you kill Shura and increase your soul power. Can your body withstand it? Spirit stones can nourish the physical body. However, do you have enough spirit stones in your 60 cities? Don't worry, the spirit stones will be delivered one after another. Gu Hai nodded. Alright, then hurry up. Let's go in. And your million-strong army. Hee, the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty only killed half of their 5 million-strong army after 6,000 years. You only have a million-strong army. Let's see how you can clear the Azura mystic realm in such a short time. The unborn man said solemnly. A million-strong army? You're wrong. We have 200 million-strong army. Gu Hai laughed. Eh. The unborn man was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and took out several ghost dividing boxes. He slowly spread them out around the altar. What are these? The unborn man looked at the boxes in confusion. Divine soul, leave the body. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The million-strong army shouted in unison. Gu Hai led the million-strong army and touched the blue energy ball. Wang, 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 wang. Instantly, a large amount of blue light entered their bodies. Everyone sat down cross-legged with Gu Hai. Wang. Including the unborn man, everyone's soul separated from their physical bodies. The million-strong army looked around in surprise. They looked at their own bodies and were excited. However, they did not dare to say anything. They only looked at Gu Hai respectfully. A dream rises. My spirit soars. I enter the heavens and earth. My spirit travels. My spirit determines the heaven's fate. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. While the unborn man and the others were puzzled, they saw the thousands of ghost sealing boxes on the altar blossom with dazzling lights. The lights were dazzling. There seemed to be more than 200 different colors. However, no one could tell what the colors were. What boxes are these? I feel like my entire spirit is trembling. The unborn man said in surprise. 1,000 people in a group. Step into each box like this, Emperor. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Gu Hai's spirit slowly stepped into one of the ghost dividing boxes. Wang. Gu Hai's spirit entered the box. Pa. The ghost dividing boxes immediately closed. Wang, wang, wang. The ghost dividing boxes trembled slightly. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Pa. The ghost dividing boxes trembled and opened again. A colorful light shone from inside. Wang. Gu Hai's spirit stepped out of the ghost dividing boxes. You didn't change at all. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's soul in surprise. However, in the next moment, the unborn man opened his mouth wide as he saw another divine soul emerge from the ghost dividing box. Wow! The entire square was in an uproar. Another emperor? How was that possible? Another one? Exactly the same. The million-strong army was shocked, and so was the unborn man. That's impossible, your 3 souls are still there, not separated, how could you? The unborn man exclaimed. The screams were not over yet. Buzz! The third Gu Hai's spirit walked out of the box. OM! 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 One after another, Gu Hai walked out of the ghost distribution boxes, one after another. Countless soldiers were on the verge of collapsing. 200 emperors? How did he do it? How was that possible? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. It was as if he could not accept this fact, but this was the truth. 200 Gu Hai looked exactly the same. Quick! The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. Yes! The million-strong army immediately shouted. Previously, Gu Hai had divided them into thousands of units. Now, they were all pouring into the ghost dividing box. Smack! OM! Smack! Wallalalala! His divine soul was expanding at an extremely terrifying speed. When one entered, 200 would come out. When one entered, 200 would come out. The unborn man looked at the scene in front of him and completely approved of it. In the end, he looked at Gu Hai with a strange gaze. In the past, the unborn man would never have thought that Gu Hai was so strange. The unborn man also followed suit and entered. As expected, when he came out, there were 200 godly souls. In the blink of an eye, there were really 200 million godly souls. Let's go! The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. Yes! Rumble! Through the entrance, the 200 million army entered the Azura Path secret realm. As soon as the 200 million godly souls entered the massacre divine palace, there seemed to be a rolling black storm that swept in from all directions and rushed towards the 200 million godly souls. Rumble. Very quickly, the 200 million godly souls were enveloped by the black energy and turned into asuras. Outside the boundary of the massacre shrine, there were countless asuras waiting. At this moment, an army of asuras had gathered. They were preparing to encircle and kill the asuras coming out of the massacre shrine. There were more than 100,000 asuras in the army, and each of them looked ferocious. "They're here." Suddenly, one of the asuras exclaimed in surprise. The asuras' battle intent soared to the sky, but soon, their expressions changed. Because of the black energy gathering around them, the number of asuras suddenly increased. 100,000. It was about the same as them. 1,000,000. 10 times more than them. 10 million. 100 times more than them. And it was increasing. How was that possible? 100 million. 1,000 times more than them. The asuras were dumbfounded. It's still increasing. How could it be? It's still increasing. This time, it's even more than the divine blood demon army, much more. One of the asuras exclaimed. "Run!" One of the asuras screamed in fear. Rumble. The 100,000 asuras that were preparing to encircle Gu-hai suddenly screamed in fear and ran away. "It's fine if you want me to kill one, but you want me to kill 1,000? What a joke." Rumble. Before Gu-hai's army completely entered the Asura Path secret realm, the asuras were all scared away. Chapter 625. 200 million soldiers had entered the Asura Dao secret realm. Gu-hai glanced at the fleeing asuras and did not pay much attention to them. One soul in a group, split up. The 200 Gu-hai shouted. Soon, the 200 million soldiers were divided into 200 groups. There were weapons left behind by the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty, but there were not enough to go around. However, it did not matter. Once they were out of this area, there would be countless weapons. The Asura Path mystic realm is filled with evil spirits that are beyond redemption. Killing them is pointless, destroying them to eliminate evil. "Let's go!" The 200 Gu-hai shouted. Each Gu-hai led a group of soldiers and stepped out of the massacre divine palace's array. They were divided into 200 groups and started to sweep through the entire Asura world. Soon, a group of Gu-hai's soldiers arrived at a small sect. The sect's asuras seemed to have caught a group of asuras from the outside world and were roasting them over a fire. Don't pity them, don't mind them. They are the worst of the worst. That's why they became asuras. "Kill!" Gu-hai shouted. Holding a long saber, he took the lead and rushed forward. "Kill!" Rumble. The million-strong army followed behind and started to slaughter the Asura Dao sect. Rumble. War was tragic. At this moment, no one cared about schemes and military tactics. Kill, 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 kill. Instantly, the Asura Dao secret realm started to sweep through. It was the same in 1 place, 10 places, and 100 places. Gu-hai's army was like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they went, not a single blade of grass was left. Kill, 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 kill. There were wins and losses. There were also Dahan soldiers who were killed. However, the moment they died, their souls returned to the altar outside the massacre divine palace and reformed their bodies. Gu-hai arranged for them to return to the battlefield immediately. Soon, they came across some small cities nearby and encountered powerful Shura leaders. Gu-hai's army suffered heavy casualties. After all, the difference in strength was too great. However, Gu-hai was not in a hurry. His army was endless. Even though the Asura level was high, they could slowly grind him to death. If one group of Gu Hai's million-strong army is not enough, I will send 2 groups. If 2 groups are not enough, I will send 10 groups. If 10 groups are not enough, I will send 20 groups. Gu Hai's army could not be killed, and they were endless. Suddenly, the powerful Shura leader could not take it anymore. When he couldn't take it anymore and was slowly worn out until he had no more strength left. Boom! With a single slash, Gu Hai killed the Shura leader. At this moment, everyone had forgotten themselves as they enjoyed the slaughter to their heart's content. The surrounding Azura kingdoms were instantly annihilated. Kill, 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 kill. Just as the surrounding Azura kingdoms were about to collapse, Gu Hai's army retreated. Because 3 months had passed. No matter what the situation was, Gu Hai had set a rule. Every 3 months, they would stop and return to the massacre shrine. Go back. The 200 Gu Hai shouted at the same time. Weng weng weng. The 200 million strong army quickly returned to the Han dynasty through the black energy ball. Weng. The divine souls rolled back and filled the forbidden land in the blink of an eye. Return. Gu Hai shouted. Weng 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 weng. All the divine souls returned to their bodies, and the 200 Gu Hai also returned to their bodies. Weng. In an instant, the 200 divine souls merged. Gu Hai's face flushed red, and his blood boiled as he suppressed the irritation in his heart. Gu Hai was fine, but the millions of soldiers could not take it anymore. Blurg. Blurg. I can't take it anymore. In an instant, countless soldiers vomited. Gu Hai waved his hand. Walalala. Suddenly, countless spirit stones were sprinkled on everyone. Immediately, everyone absorbed the spiritual energy in the spirit stones as if they were thirsty. After absorbing some, their bodies felt better. Imperial Father, we have used up all the spirit stones in the spiritual array we set up previously, Guqin said with a frown. Your Majesty, we have used up 1 billion high-grade spirit stones this time, Chen Tianshan said in shock. Even if the Han dynasty had a lot of spirit stones now, it was still too much for them. It had only been 3 months. Our soul energy increased by so much. The unborn man was shocked. It's a good thing to have some growth. Don't worry about the spirit stones. However, all of you are feeling frustrated right now, right? Gu Hai looked at the crowd. Yes. The million-strong army nodded. Mr. Unborn Man, please help me teach everyone to recite the Book of Daoda. Dissolve the inner demons. 2 days later, we will enter the Azura Path's secret realm again. Gu Hai took out the Book of Daoda. Oh. You are not reciting it. The unborn man was puzzled. I am the one who wrote the Book of Daoda. I have a deeper understanding of it than all of you. Do I need to recite it? Gu Hai said calmly. In the past, Laozi had explained the Book of Daoda to Gu Hai. In just a short while, Gu Hai had already refined countless Shura marks. As for the rest, he just needed to recite the Book of Daoda in his heart. Okay. The unborn man nodded. However, I feel that the growth of my soul in the past 3 months is like the accumulation of 50 years of soul energy. The unborn man sighed. Of course, the soul is divided into 200 portions. Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man nodded blankly. Huh? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that the ghost dividing box seemed to have dimmed a little. Nothing must happen to the ghost dividing box. Gu Hai immediately took out one of the ghost dividing boxes. He turned his back on everyone and injected a bit of heaven replenishing energy into it. However, this time, the ghost dividing box did not return to its original state. However, the shape of the ghost dividing box remained the same. Is there a limit to everything? Is the ghost dividing box also a consumable item? A complicated look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Montez asked curiously. Nothing. From now on, none of you are allowed to step out of this place. Kill all those who violate this order. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Naturally, there could not be any mistakes in what they were doing this time. Not a single word could be leaked. They had to use a heavy punishment. Soon, the sound of the Book of Dao De came from the Forbidden Land. No one was allowed to leave. Only Gu Hai stepped out of the ritual array. Some important officials of the Han dynasty, including the Crown Prince, Gao Xianji, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and many city lords, were summoned to this ritual array. Naturally, many officials in the imperial court were puzzled. Some of them even tried to make mistakes in some administrative matters. However, in just 3 months, Gu Hai appeared again. When Gu Hai came out, he immediately cleaned up a large number of officials who pretended to be obedient. The Han dynasty was immediately stabilized. At the same time, a group of people from heavenly courts brought Gu Hai a large number of spirit stones. The escort was still Sima Changkong. Gu Hai met Sima Changkong. Mr. Good, His Holiness asked me to deliver these things. They arrived yesterday. Sima Changkong said as he looked at the boxes. Mr. Sima, do you want to take a look? Gu Hai said with a smile. There's no need for that this time. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. The last time he saw the heaven-splitting axe, it was enough. Now, with another 100 boxes, Sima Changkong did not want to be scared out of his wits anymore. All right, thank you, Mr. Sima. Gu Hai said with a smile. You're welcome. It's just that His Holiness asked Mr. Good to set off as soon as possible. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Go and report to Daqiansheng that these things are on the way. Tell him that I've already started. In a few days, I'll definitely satisfy Daqiansheng. Gu Hai said with certainty. All right. Sima Changkong nodded. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai stayed in the imperial court for 2 days. Then, he returned to the altar array with the 100 boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with countless storage bracelets. Gu Hai took out one of the storage bracelets and opened it gently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a large number of spiritual stones rolled onto the ground. About 5 billion high-grade spiritual stones. That should be enough for a while. Gu Hai said in a low voice. So many spiritual stones. Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Gu Hai waved his hand, and 5 billion spiritual stones suddenly burst out and spread out in all directions. It was as if they had drowned everyone. At the side, Meng Tai was also inexplicably shocked. Once upon a time, he had fought with the Emperor. What was there to fight for? The Emperor could easily get billions of high-grade spiritual stones when he went out. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Get ready to enter the Azura Arcane Realm again. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Whoosh. Gu Hai quickly led everyone into the Azura Dao's secret realm. Chant the Sutra of Taoism and continue to kill. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The army answered loudly. During the slaughter, the army not only honed their combat skills, but also strengthened their divine spirits. They even cultivated a murderous intent and kept on killing. As the slaughter continued, Gu Hai's divine spirit also became stronger and stronger. His current Azura body was twice as big as before, reaching the height of a level 4 Azura. When the locusts passed through, not even a blade of grass grew. Wherever the Dahan army passed, ruins were left behind. They rested once every 3 months. After resting for 2 days, they immediately entered the state of slaughter again. For a time, the ferocity and brutality of the Dahan demon army spread everywhere in the Azura Arcane Realm. The news seemed to have grown wings and quickly spread in all directions. It also quickly spread to a black river. A group of Asuras stood outside the Black River and bowed respectfully at the Black River. Reporting to the Nether River Patriarch, another foreign army has appeared in our world. They are called the Dahan Demon Army. This Dahan Demon Army is even more ferocious and brutal than the Divine Blood Demon Army of the past. Not only are they ferocious in battle, but they are also organized. In just a year, they have broken through hundreds of Asura kingdoms and slaughtered everyone in their way. All Asuras have been wiped out. An Asura bowed respectfully at the Black River. Rumble. The Black River suddenly churned. The Dahan Demon Army? Even more ferocious than the Divine Blood Demon Army? Ha, good, good. A gloomy and cold voice came from the Black River. Patriarch, their nest is still in the massacre shrine. But that Asura said worriedly. It's fine as long as it's an outsider. Earlier, I planned to let His Holiness of Massacre come. Everything was prepared and waiting for him to take the bait. As long as he takes the bait, I can use it to step out of this Asura arcane realm and no longer be controlled by the Immortal of the Six Paths. But he left at the last moment. That bastard had actually left. But fortunately, another Dahan Demon Army has come. Good, good, good. This time, I will not let go of this opportunity. I must leave this Asura arcane realm. Roar. A low roar came from the river. Yes. The Asuras answered. Chapter 626. Dian Dynasty, inside a great hall. Qing Emperor was holding a letter with a puzzled expression. It's been 2 years. Gu Hai hasn't left the limitless celestial capital since he returned? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. Gu Hai has always been in the limitless celestial capital. He would appear every once in a while. A subordinate nodded. Then what happened to these officials? Have many of the Han Dynasty's officials disappeared without a trace? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. We don't know. The subordinate said bitterly. Trash. So many of them. How can they disappear just like that? Qing Emperor said coldly. Emperor, we also sent people to the limitless celestial capital. However, the security in the limitless celestial capital is very strict. It's impossible to sneak in, not even secretly. Those 4 experts are too powerful. The subordinate said bitterly. Dongfang's invincible? Qing Emperor asked in a low voice. Yes. A single embroidery needle can stop 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. Last time, there was even a central celestial palace who wanted to infiltrate the limitless celestial capital. He first went to Zhang Sanfeng's place. Zhang Sanfeng was merciful and only injured him, but did not kill him. However, the second time, he offended Dongfang's invincible. As a result, he is still being tortured by needles. The subordinate said bitterly. Central Celestial Palace? Zhang Sanfeng's invincible Dongfang. Han Dynasty's invincible celestial capital can only be infiltrated from these 2 places. Qing Emperor said coldly. There are also 2 places. One is overseeing Dugu Qiubai, and the other is overseeing Shimen Chue Xue. Oh. Another 2 people I have never heard of. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes. I heard that sword cultivators don't even dare to approach these 2. Those who approach them will have their long swords humming as if submitting to them. Dugu Qiubai didn't use a sword either. He seemed to be raising condors all day long. However, as soon as someone approached, the surrounding vegetation would turn into divine swords. Dozens of intruders were all stabbed to death by the vegetation. That Shimen Chui Shui was even more bizarre. Every day, he would clean his long sword in a plum forest. When the snowflakes fell, he would blow at the blade of his long sword. The people who were lurking nearby all died inexplicably. The subordinate said bitterly. You are blowing blood, not snow. Shimen Chui Shui. A trace of surprise flashed through Qing Emperor's eyes. Yes, Gu Hai is in the infinite celestial capital. He doesn't care about anything else. Oh, right, De Qian Sima Changkong went there a few times. I don't know what she said to Gu Hai. The subordinate said blankly. Qing Emperor turned his head to the northwest. The boundless celestial capital. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes. The infinite celestial capital. In the forbidden area. The sacred text of Tao Te Ching echoed in the array. Gu Hai led the army back. His soul returned to his body and suppressed his inner demons. Dust piled up around the crowd like a mountain. The dust surrounded his body, but no one said anything. Everyone knew that this was not dust, but spirit stones. They had absorbed all of their spirit energy and turned into fine powder. In the past 2 years, Gu Hai had also absorbed a lot of energy. Boom! 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 Around the altar, the sound of people breaking through could be heard. Gu Hai also suddenly broke through. Gu Hai allowed all of his power to accumulate in his dantian. Within his dantian, the spiritual mother god king stood. The spiritual mother was the 3rd level of the Yuanying state. Now, she was the 5th level of the Yuanying state. One had to know that among all of Gu Hai's nascent souls, only the spirit mother divine king was the hardest to cultivate. Who? Gu Hai exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. Your Majesty, everyone is in the Yuanying state. They are at least in the 3rd nascent soul realm, Gao Xianji said excitedly. In just 2 years, the Han dynasty had created a super army in the Yuanying state. How's yours? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I'm already in the 5th nascent soul realm. I can already open the Sky Palace. Your Majesty, do I need to break through? Gao Xianji said expectantly. A 5th nascent soul realm cultivator could attempt to open the Sky Palace. Gu Hai could also do it now. However, Gu Hai had been restraining himself. It's best not to. Now that you have this opportunity, it's best that you reach the peak of the Yuanying state. That way, your achievements will be greater. The unborn man explained. Okay. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, our spirit stones. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. Continue reciting the sacred text of Tao Te Ching. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Everyone was not allowed to leave the altar. Gu Hai walked out of the array alone. The officials were used to it. The emperor would come out of seclusion every once in a while. Sima Changkong had been here a few times and was used to it. He came 5 days earlier and waited patiently for Gu Hai. Mr. Sima, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, it's been 2 years. Why are you still in the infinite celestial capital? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Did you bring the items? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Yes. This time, it's 8 billion high-grade spirit stones. I collected them from all the cities and sent them here immediately. Mr. Good, why do you need so many spirit stones? Did Daiqiansheng ask you to ask? Gu Hai said with a smile. No. His Holiness didn't ask. He just asked me to tell you that it's been 2 years. How much longer do you want to wait? Sima Changkong shook his head. Since it wasn't Daiqiansheng who said it, Gu Hai wouldn't say much. Tell Daiqiansheng again that I didn't waste my time. It won't be long. In less than a year, there will be results. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Another year? Sima Changkong's eyes widened. Gu Hai didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Sima Changkong. After a while, Sima Changkong finally reacted, "You're saying that there's a result?" Results? Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. If it's fast, half a year. Sima Changkong nodded with a complicated expression. After sending off Sima Changkong, Gu Hai returned to the altar with a large amount of spirit stones. He cleaned up the spirit stones on the altar and scattered them again. Walalala. The spirit stones piled up like a mountain, and the soldiers were excited. Your ghost dividing box is going to be colorless soon. The unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. This ghost dividing box is reaching its limit. However, we have to use it as much as we can. We already met the first Azura king. There will be more and more Azura kings in the future. We have to be quick. We have to advance to the river Styx. The unborn man nodded. Under Gu Hai's lead, the army entered the Azura Path mystic realm again. The Han dynasty's army was like a swarm of locusts. They destroyed countless Azura cities along the way and expanded crazily. At this moment, they met a black-skinned Azura that was 1,000 feet tall. An Azura that was 1,000 feet tall was an Azura king. At this moment, Gu Hai was 800 feet tall. In Gu Hai's army, there were several Azuras that were dozens of feet tall. Each of them exuded a crimson killing intent. The Dahan demon army? Gu Hai. Have you killed trillions of Azuras in the past 2 years? The black-skinned Azura king said coldly. You were sent by the Nether River Patriarch? Gu Hai sneered. Oh. The black-skinned Azura king narrowed his eyes. In the first year we were here we weren't an Azura king's match. If we were to encounter an Azura king we would only be routed 1,000 miles away. But 10 days ago we already killed an Azura king. If there is a first then there will be a second. Do you want to be the second? Oh. No, you can only be the third. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Third? Why? Because just now, I killed another Azura king 8 million miles south of here. Gu Hai said coldly. What did you say? The Azura king's expression changed. Kill. Gu Hai glared and took the lead to charge straight ahead. Rumble. The two armies clashed again. 3 months later. More than 300 Azura kings were killed. The Dahan army returned once again. After resting for 2 days, they went on another expedition to the secret realm of the Azura Path. At this point, nearly half of the Azuras had been massacred. However, the current Han army had become exceedingly powerful. The rate at which they massacred the Azuras was much faster than before. It was close to 1 country per day. 2 months after the slaughter. Buzz. All of the army's fighting suddenly came to a halt. 10 million miles north of the Divine Palace of Massacre. Let's go. All of Gu Hai's soldiers were ecstatic. He pointed in a direction, and all the Azuras rushed over. Soon, they arrived outside a huge city. At this moment, the Dahan army had surrounded that city, but no one made a move. In that city, there were 20 Azura kings and countless powerful Azuras gathered. At this moment, they were all looking at the increasing number of Dahan army soldiers outside. I told you. We should have acted earlier. Why aren't they attacking? There are more and more of them. Who cares? Let's charge out together. The 20 Azura kings looked into the distance with great annoyance. However, in the outside world, more and more Gu Hai's soldiers were gathering. More and more Gu Hai's soldiers were gathering. A large number of unborn man soldiers were standing beside Gu Hai's soldiers. It shouldn't be wrong. It's that one. Gu Hai, it's that one. An unborn man said excitedly. The Gu Hai's soldiers looked at a green-skinned Azura king at the edge of the city. Wanqing. Did you find her? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with excitement. Wanqing doesn't remember me. Another Gu Hai frowned. No. She killed too many Azuras and left too many soul marks. She has forgotten the past. The unborn man said with a frown. Is there a way? Gu Hai asked. Capture her alive and use the Book of Tao Te Ching to refine her. Then let her merge with her heavenly soul and human soul. Let her remember everything. The unborn man said. How do we resurrect her? Gu Hai asked. Help her reconstruct her physical body, or reincarnate in a corpse, or reincarnate. However, reincarnation and rebuilding a body are both risky. It's best to resurrect her body. Help her find a body. The unborn man said with a frown. Your master show. You know more about these things. We'll do as you say. Now, the most important thing is to capture Wanqing alive. Gu Hai said. That's right. We have to be careful. That Azura king knew that he was going to die and self-destructed. We can't force Wanqing too much. We can't let her walk on the path of no return. Once the Azura body dies, she'll be gone forever. The unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.